that time again. It's Spidey's Outback time. Let's roll that intro, people.
Say goodbye to Remy's place. Looking for my friends on a Saturday. Where's Fantastic Lady, Chip and Journey, Beckerman and Robbie Fat Stacks? And they're like, don't you watch MadSpidey'S Outback? Where Lemmy shows up just like that. Live chat here with YouTubers. You better sub, bring a comic cover.
Bow down, bitches. Gobble, gobble, whack, bitches.
My best mate, Lee Simon Sorrow. A Lee meme with some muscle. On here, you better watch your language, or you won't get any of his Vegemite sandwich. Freaky Sid, I come from MadSpidey'S Outback. Talking comics and some smack. Welcome all to MadSpidey'S Outback. You better sub, bring a comic cover, yeah.
Yeah. All right. It's a dismal day, but we have some people waiting in the wings to lighten up our day, or lighten up my day anyway. We have the awesome Mr. Kyle of Comics. Hope you're doing well, brother.
Yeah, how are you?
Yeah, doing well, mate. Doing well. Thank you very much. And also we have, and I still, the man's smile is infectious. I love this guy. He's awesome. Mr. Cliff on Comics as well here.
The world is on fire. Drink up, everybody.
Yes, I did say all in the Insomniac chat. I've seen him going absolute nuts over what has recently happened in the last couple of hours. I think it was.
Sure.
Yeah, whatever it was. We over here in Australia have a different view, but we might get into that. We do have an international channel going on because now we're joined by the UK as well. Mr. DVH is in town.
Good evening. How you doing, guys? Good to see you, Carl. Always a pleasure.
Doing well.
Good.
I'm loving Kyle's Batman background.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, tremendous.
Got the motif happening there. The Batman motif.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Oh, hang on. Before I get to the chat, we'll get into a fellow Insomniac. Mr. Papa Wheelie's in the house as well. Hope you're doing well, mate.
Papa.
Always a pleasure, Papa.
Let's say a quick hello to the chat. We all know who's going to be first. Mr. Lascrucius. Hope you're doing well, sir. How long ago was that? Oh, my God. That was like 6 hours ago. You're nuts. Well, you really are nuts.
I'm going to start worrying when Las Cruces isn't the first person there. That would be weird.
Right, you know?
That's the thing. People try to beat him, and it never seems to happen. So, Kev, hope you're doing well, mate. Carlito, hello from Fracturing Heartland of America. Okay. Dave, still only 35 cents. Hope you're doing well, mate. Mr. Paul Cook. Hope you're doing well, mate. Mr. Beckerman. Hope you're doing well, brother. Kenneth Bird. And that is it for today so far. So, hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, it's a very dismal day over here, so hopefully the weather's better over there. I'm not going to ask DVH because it always rains. It's always crappy over there. You muted yourself.
I haven't been outside today, in all honesty, so I couldn't tell you.
He's hiding away from the world today.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly. I mean, I'm sure it was dismal. I have no idea. That's what curtains are for.
Yeah. Block out the negativity.
Mm.
Oh, God. So, yes. I don't know whether we want to bother talking about it or not, but, yeah, apparently there was an assassination attempt or a fumbled version of one or something.
I don't really want to comment on it outside of the fact that it's not okay. Doesn't matter what I think about the political alignment.
Yeah.
That is never okay.
We did not condone violence, especially with me, regardless of Australia's views of the man himself.
Yeah.
Me personally, I see that if he got into power, there'll probably be World War III because he doesn't know how to shut his mouth. But we still do not condone violence. So, I will leave my comments to that. If anybody else wants to jump in on that, that's fine. If not, we can talk about something a little bit more lighthearted.
Well, I'd be shocked if anybody.
Yeah, exactly. There we go.
Yeah, exactly. If anybody was viewing this panel thinking they'd get cutting edge political content, I think let's just talk about comics and stupid shit because that's what we like.
I mean, that's why we come here, right? We come here to get away from the madness that we are very well aware of in the world.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, once in a while, I try to actually authentically try to encourage some some real education on something serious. But outside of comics, people, comics.
That is right. Well, I'm hoping to do the big reveal sometime during the week because I have this week off from work. So just going to be chilling and trying to catch up on doing some content. But I have my big Silver Age comic deal with me here at the missus's place. I'll be hibernating at her place. So I'm hoping that Caroline will jump on at some point because she is going to be hopefully co-hosting with me to go through the whole entire, well, for the Americans, about 18 pounds of books. And for the rest of the world, about 7 to 8 kilograms of books.
So wait, which box is this? Is this the I got a giant box from Rob box?
No, this is the deal I've been paying off box.
Okay. Damn. Boy, you're gonna run out of room for all the boxes that are coming your way.
I know. We went to our local comic shop yesterday while we were running around doing some other stuff, and I said, I've got no bags, no boards. I need boxes. At least something to keep me going, just in case I have to, rebag and board anything. And there's a lot of new comics I still haven't bagged and boarded yet. So went there and I'm like, give me a couple of boxes, give me a couple of bags of bags, give me a couple of things of boards as well. And they're like, we don't have any, because I bag and bought everything in Silver Age. They didn't have any boards. And I'm like,
I love Silver Age bag and board size. It's that's it. It's the be all end all. Everything looks great.
So where did this box come from then? Did you import it or is it?
Oh no. I did it through. I've done deals with this guy before. He's just in Sydney,
Right.
so just here through one of my Facebook groups that I'm part of, and I've got to know him over time and things like that. And he's like, he actually sent me a message saying, before I post this on the group, I have a huge lot of primarily Silver Age Marvel books. Do you want to have first crack at it? And I'm like, hell yeah, I want to have first crack at it. I can't afford it, but I know with him I can pay it off though.
Yeah.
So it was about 130, 140 books. And there was a few what I would call decent books in there, like bigger boy books, I suppose you could say. Like nothing, like no, Hulk 1 or Fantasy War, like nothing like that bigger boy book. But there were some personal grails in there, but most of it was run fillers and just cool covers and keys and things like that. So
are we talking Silver Age? Sorry, did I miss that?
Yeah, all Silver Age, all Silver Age Marvel stuff. So I ended up needing about 85 to 90 of the 130 odd books that were there. And I said, as long as they're complete, I'm fine, because they're all low grade. So which is my wheelhouse anyway, because that's all I can afford. And I picked about 80, 85 books. He came back to me about 3 or 4 days later, said there's only about 3 or 4 of the books that are not complete. So I said, turf them out of the deal, even though there was a couple of early Journey into Mystery books I really, really wanted. And we made the deal, and I've been paying it off for the last several months. So
Nice.
I will add another great smile to the stage while we're talking about this. Mr. Beckman. How you doing, brother?
Hello. I'm doing great.
That is awesome. I've literally been paying it off the last couple of months, and I got it into my hot little hands early, I suppose you could call it last week now. But I've been waiting for this week off to do like a live stream to actually go through all the books itself. But I thought, I said, I kind of need a co-host with somebody with a bit more knowledge than I do. So I've been talking with Caroline, and she said she might be able to do it with me. So
Nice.
I was going to say, a co-host with more knowledge than you, at least that's a wide sea of people to pick.
it is. That's like literally nearly everybody.
See, I'm beginning to think you're hitting that Marcus level of friendship with me, where I just start roasting your ass every chance I
You've
get.
been roasting my ass for years. What are you talking about?
Well, you wouldn't give me that piece of art.
Oh, oh, I'm getting messages here. Oh. I got to jump. Rich wants to jump on for a bit. Send him a link. So I've been itching to open this box. I really have. It's just been sitting there staring at me. I'm like, can I just?
So you haven't even looked through it. So you want to do a complete blind unboxing?
Oh, I know what's in there, but I've forgotten all the books that are in there. But it's still going to be semi sort of blind. Like I know, like for me, it was a lot of money. Also got to say hello to Drac and to John. Sorry, I'm ignoring the chat. Hey guys. If you get stuck on the Silver Age stream, I can jump on. Awesome. Thanks, Dave. The deal was $3,000. So for me, that's a lot of money. Like for some people, they drop that on one book like in 2 seconds.
Yeah,
but for me, that's a lot of money.
That is a chunk of change. Like
I found it in my couch cushions.
Yeah, exactly.
Beckman, can I borrow your couch?
Sure. Which one? My winter couch, my summer couch, my couch in the Maldives.
The couch on the yacht. Yeah. It was $3,000. It's about, I suppose when you break it down, like $3,000 over 80 books, works out to be, I don't know, what is it, like $12 a book or $15 a book or something like that. But there's 4 books in there that what made me really want to do the deal. That are like 4 of them are, at least 3 of them are definitely personal grails for me. And surprisingly enough, they're all FF books. So, but yeah, there's a lot of FF. There's a lot of like your Tales, Journey, all that sort of like all the, what I call like, sort of compilation books sort of thing that I love as well. There's a lot of run fill and things like that. And as I said, they're all low grade, but low grade's better than no grade in my book, especially if I can afford it. So I'm hanging to go through it. I want to do it sooner rather than later, but it also depends on, timing.
I mean, I don't know about Australia, but in the UK, the silver that you get over here is always low grade. Like you have to import it if you want a decent grade, unless somebody else has already done that. Like.
I was just looking at one of your websites over there, and I could not believe that the best Silver Age books were only very fine. I'm like, rough over there.
Yeah. Believe it.
Where it got?
Which is surprising because there's a lot of stuff that was published over there at the same time.
Yeah, I think the thing is because when they were published, they were so for kids.
Yeah.
That they were just treated like a kid would treat them. They were just like ravaged, basically. So it's pretty rare to get anything even half decent looking. Well, because I see all these videos over in the US contingent, and even at garage sales, you look at stuff and you're like, oh, that looks brand new compared to what we get over here. Like, that's mad.
You're like, that cover's still attached.
I started in February, so it shows you how long it takes me to pay off that kind of money, Dave. So we said the deal was started in February. So
I remember when you started the deal, we had talked about it a little bit.
Yeah. So I've been slowly pegging away at that, and I've been not going to any major cons, any comic fairs, or anything. Trying to be a good boy and just pay it off, pay by pay.
That is a fair amount of change to have to pay off in that period of time. So it's no wonder you haven't done anything fun. I mean, that's
pretty much. So everybody's like, because I kept getting messages from like Simple Simon and and Sarah and like Sean and all that sort of stuff. It's like, oh, you coming to so and so fair, or you coming to this con or whatever. I'm like, nah, I'm not coming. Can't afford it. I got to be a good boy and all that. Like, I've been buying other stuff in between,
sure,
but only keeping up like my regular pull list and all that sort of stuff. But no additional, no real splash cash to go to a con.
I'm just enjoying how many times you had to say, just being a good boy.
Oh, God.
Oh, Clip-On Comics, the walking HR violation of the comic community.
None of you employ me. That's what's so great.
Oh, no.
Actually harassing everyone.
The comics I overpaid in the boom are sitting with Rob at the moment, Dave. They're the ones that I bought in the YouTube auctions. I've got one of those boxes, but there's probably still another one or two of those boxes to come over. I overpaid for most of them. But that was you get caught up in the auctions too. You get caught up in the hype, and you just like Papa knows.
Yeah, I was gonna say Papa's just become a bobblehead.
Yeah.
What the hell, Pop?
You gotta leave that for CJ. Yeah, and that's why I donated anything that I'd already doubled on to Rob to say, look, put it into the giveaway box, or use it for Comics Curing Cancer, whatever you want to sort of do. And he mainly just put them in the giveaway box. So, and Rich is here as well. Hope you're doing well, brother.
What's up, everybody? How you doing?
Doing well. Yeah, so look out for that this week sometime. I've got to come up with a thumbnail, a title, and a co-host.
That sounds great. I'm looking forward to that one.
So
just anything to see the joy on young Simon's face as he roots through a box of really old
pick up this box. It's like, ah!
Do a Comic Journey style and just make an 8-hour video.
Fuck that.
Just like, do you want to see? Do you want to see this book? Do you want to see this book? Huh? I'm going to show part of this book. I'm not going to show that book right now.
I'm going to count the bags and boards first before I start the books.
Oh, that guy's a master troll.
He does have a talent for it.
If you've ever watched his unboxings, they're painful.
Oh, yeah, we've been, I know, I can't speak for everybody, but I know Papa and I have been a part of the live stream versions of those quite a few times, and they can be painful enough as it is.
Whew. Oh my God, my photo memories from 2017 came up, and on this day, I was at work and I was wearing this shirt.
Oh.
And because I had the school do superhero t-shirt day.
Oh, God.
Speaking of
to raise morale.
You found a Speedball t-shirt.
Wow.
Yeah, there's an independent wrestler named Speedball Mike Bailey. So I just bought a bunch of his shirts so that I can have shirts that say Speedball on it.
I thought I was actually going to say, it actually was a Speedball.
But it just says Speedball. It's perfect, from right here.
Yeah. He's a great wrestler as well. but you don't care about that. Everybody else.
Nope. Name.
Yeah, I always find it funny when you like. Not that I use Facebook. That besides the comic groups and stuff, I don't really use it that much anymore. But I always like seeing the in this day sort of the memories on Facebook, like when you used to use it, especially a lot. Like all the crap you used to post and like photos. You're like, oh, that was from like 2010 or whatever like that. I'm like, oh, I had hair or I looked younger or or I actually wore something that was semi-normal.
Let me tell you, I lost a lot of weight. I was like that fat fucker in those photos.
I always like the ones where it's just like a random sentence I've posted, and like I can't decipher it for shit now. Like you just look at it and you're like,
oh, there we go. 2013, and me in a suit and I had hair.
Oh my god, he's so full of hope.
how did you get your arm up there?
I actually cropped the photo. There's somebody sitting right next to me, but it was either that or a ventriloquist dummy or something sitting on my lap. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not good at jokes. I'll leave that to DVH and Mike.
Oh, I'm not good at them. Just ask my daughter.
Oh, we were making really corny jokes today. I hung out with Swagda and Circumstances. We went out, hit a comic shop, and then went out for some barbecue here in KC. And when I picked Swag up at his place and we were heading out, we called Higgy Pop and did a phone call with him. And what was it? I was like, well, we're running behind because I spent all morning exercising. He's like, oh, good for you. I was like, yeah, I've been jogging my memory all day.
Solid.
And I thought of DVH. I was like, that is a total DVH joke.
And that's a good one.
Yeah. He's gonna save that one.
Yeah. I shot 4 videos today, and each one of the jokes was just like.
Yeah, I was popping in and out of a lot of stuff today, man, and I saw a bunch of you guys on, man, like all day. I don't know how you guys do it.
Well, one way to do it is to have people cancel plans on you all day long, and then suddenly you're just very free for DVH and MadSpidey.
Yeah, Cliff is
I appreciate it, Cliff. I loved having you on earlier. That was awesome.
It was great, and I loved our little Parliament session. Of course, what made me feel really good was that you knew as little about Parliament proceedings as I did.
Rob knows it all, and I have no idea what he's talking about, honestly.
And I'm like, dude, I'm like, how much C-SPAN have you watched in your life?
Well, like the reason it's called the Parliament of Mouths is because a group of owls is called a parliament, not because of
you're British.
It just works together. So, like, although I do need to actually pay attention to what Rob says and try and remember it because it just goes. Woo.
Well, you have it all on video now, so just go right back.
You would think, like, we'll see.
Yeah, I think that's more a Commonwealth country sort of thing, because ours is Parliament as well over here, obviously, and
in freaking Canada.
I was going to say in Canada,
and I'm like, look at these people. I was like, they're arguing more than we do, and there's like 17 parties being represented right now. Fascinating. Yeah, and my favorite, when I was 9 years old and we're in Canada and they're yelling at each other, you're a racist, you're a bigot, you're a racist. I was like, they're all white. What are they talking about? I don't understand this. And then I was like, they don't like them because they're French? I was like, how quaint. Like, I was like, what is this?
Popper's got something to show. What you got, Pops?
Oh, he's been making something.
Ooh. All right. Okay.
Oh, you started burning it.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
Lethal protector.
And this will be for comics curing cancer, correct?
Is it?
Awesome.
That's a burn, is it?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Papa does wood burning.
Oh, that's really cool, mate.
That's great.
Yeah, that'll sell for bucks too. Like I see those The dude that does the burning,
Legal
burning.
They go for crazy money, and that looks
that's awesome, Papa. That's
like,
awesome.
Really, really cool.
No, that's gonna look fucking awesome when that's done.
So I found a book today that I've been looking for a while. Because you know me, I don't like to order off the internet if I can avoid. I like to hunt them. I like to find them in the wild.
So you get the best.
And it's
deals,
not an
man.
expensive book.
Don't tell me it's the last one you need for your 6th run of New Warriors.
Nope. Bizarre Adventures. 29.
That's the
Stephen
magazine.
King's the Lawnmower Man.
Oh,
that's cool.
Walt Simonson art, guys, and this is 1981 Walt Simonson.
Dude, you know what's funny? I actually have that, and if you needed it, I would have sent it to you. It's not in good shape like that. It's beat up.
No, I'd rather find it though. This is great, man.
I got it part of a lot. I'm like, what the hell is this? I didn't even know what it was.
They had that first appearance of Varney too, and it wasn't expensive. I think I paid like $10 for this book.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
look at that.
Black and white.
Wow.
Magazine size too. It's a bigger book.
Yep. But like, if you
That
see
is
the cover,
awesome.
can you see that the people are the blades of grass he's mowing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I have not watched that movie in a long
I've
time.
I
never
don't think
seen the
Stephen
movie.
King approves
never
of the movie, but they basically just followed his script for this. So it says Lawnmower Man by Stephen King and Walter Simonson, a suburban nightmare.
Because that was that Jeff Fay was the main guy in Lawnmower Man, I think.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then I think they tried to do a sequel, and it was like because the first one was really good.
I grabbed a couple other magazine size books, the old Marvel swimsuits, the Mark
cool.
Silvestri,
Oh, that's awesome.
Ah, yep.
and then that Joe Jusko too.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
I love Joe's. I love Joe's
That's
art.
I would have grabbed those too.
top-notch.
Do you have a
Heck
Joe? Do you have a Joe original, Mike?
Why, yes, I do.
A painted or a? Oh, you do have a painted.
Painted.
I
Yeah,
always
remember
wanted
that?
a painted.
I've actually shown it to you. This was a long time ago, though. It's a smaller one, and I don't think it was made into a card, but it's Dark Hawk.
Oh, yes, I think I do. I think wasn't it one of the like discarded ones
Yep.
that he went with a
And
different
I
design.
got it off of like an auction site in the like 2010, 2013 maybe.
Yeah, so ran.
How big is it? Just intrigued. Like, I don't know how they scale
11
the
by
cards.
14. Maybe.
Yeah, I think it was either 9 by 12 or 11 by 14. I don't think it was
It's 11 by 14.
Yeah.
Whatever you call
No, it's the in between size.
Yeah. I
Because-
need a chart next to me at all times because I used to be able to rattle off, A3, A5, blah, 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 blah. And
Yeah.
now, like, I hit my 40s and I'm like,
That one.
I know it when I see it.
Yeah, because 11 by 17, which is the most standard art size.
Yeah, it's
for
smaller than
com-
11 by 17.
Yeah, because A3, which is like the non imperial size, is actually slightly bigger than 11 by 17. And then you've got A4, which is just slightly bigger than 9 by 12. But you got that weird in between one.
Threw us with the A3, A5, A4.
Never
Just
occurred to me
use
that was an international thing, but yeah. Like,
It
yeah,
is.
I know what you're talking about when you do the A4, A5, A3s, but I'm like, okay, with the rest of it.
Because we use inches and you guys use common sense.
Yeah, sounds right.
Yeah,
It seems a lot
I know
bigger
my
when you use
centimeters when they
more
matter.
numbers, so it makes sense.
I do love me some freedom units, though.
But it's always funny though when you do get original art and things like that. If you're dealing with American artists, it's all 9 by 12, 11 by 14, 11 by 17, 18 by 24, like that sort of stuff. As soon as you deal with anybody in Europe or UK or Australia or even the Asian countries and stuff like that, it's all A4, A5, A2, it's all that sort of stuff. So you really got to sort of know your both sides of the coin if you're going to be doing original art stuff anyway.
Swag learned a valuable lesson today too. I don't know. Do you guys know Swagda yet? Have you seen him in any of the chats?
I've seen him
a
in chat.
little bit, not enough to say that I know him.
Sounds familiar.
So he's only started collecting comics in the last few months. This year, like within this year, he's started his collection and he's transitioning his YouTube from being like gaming to a comic book YouTube. Actually, I think he just started a new channel. But anyway, Swagda, it's spelled with 2 G's and 2 H's. Lives here in Kansas City, so Marcus and I have taken him into the fold. Yep, we've adopted, and he gets the 2 different voices because we're very different people, obviously.
Poor guy in the middle of YouTube.
Yeah. What did I get myself into?
But Marcus taught him a valuable lesson today. We were digging in the shop, right? And Swag's like, "Ooh, I see some of these." Swag hunts cartoon books. Like any book that was a cartoon, he hunts that.
It's a bit like
so. He's like, "Oh, I see some Beavis and Buttheads over there. I'm going to come back to him." Marcus just quietly walks around, goes into the box, takes them all out, and puts them in his pile. He scumbagged them.
Yeah, you never go back. Yeah.
Never tell people what you're looking for and where it's at.
Yeah.
Brutal guy, that Marcus. Brutal.
What a dick.
He really is. He's the worst. I've been telling you for years.
If we say his name enough, he might show up in the chat anytime soon.
I think he's doing stuff with his kids right now. They went swimming today after we hung out.
He had to clean the stench off, did he?
Yeah, he's a dirty dog.
Oh, God. Yeah.
So I did not realize that not only are we getting these Dazzler variants, but we're getting an all-new Dazzler #1.
Well, Dazzler solo series hasn't been out in a while.
I'm hyped for that shit. Let's go. I'm like, I loved Exterminators. I thought it was great. So I don't know. I don't know if I should maintain those high expectations, but
I picked up a couple of them. They were okay. I have the one Dazzler variant cover of one of them. I think Exterminators 1.
You've seen that
miniseries.
Dazzler Hulk variant cover?
Yes, looks great.
I saw a video. Somebody was just outraged by it, and I was just like, "Why?" I think it's hilarious and quite a cool little cover. But they were angry.
No reason.
Well, less than 2 weeks, we'll find out if all the hype is real or it's all spec.
Oh, I don't give a damn about that. I mean, I give a damn about that movie, but I don't give a damn if Dazzler's there. I just give a damn about Dazzler. I love me some Dazzler. But Marvel putting out a brand new series with Dazzler so close in the scope of that movie does make me wonder.
Yeah, cash grab.
I don't care whether it's Taylor Swift or not, but I would quite like to see Dazzler. That would be awesome.
I agree.
Yeah, Dazzler, yes. Taylor Swift, no.
I mean, I don't care.
Think you'll see Dazzler.
If it's Tay-Tay, then great. If it's not, great.
Because now they're saying Electra is going to be in it, like actual,
I wager money that that's going to happen right now.
I also suspect Ben Affleck will be there too.
Yeah, so do I. But
I'm probably one of the very few that actually didn't mind the Electra movie. But
it was okay.
I saw it once and I actually really liked it. But I saw it like miles apart from.
Who was the girl at the end of that movie that had the necklace thing? Like, was she like a mutant or something? I don't remember who it was.
I don't know whether she was actually supposed to be based on a character or not, or I never dived into it personally.
I didn't either, but I thought maybe she was somebody.
I couldn't tell you the plot of that movie even remotely.
She was like protecting a teenage girl.
As bad as I thought it was going to be. And,
but in saying that, like, it's like I remember, you know, when we were on Mark's stream and, you know, Mark and Rob were discussing the Acolyte and where Mark was going off on one of his tangents about, you know, bagging the crap out of the Acolyte and stuff. And which, you know, that's everybody's entitled to their personal opinion. And I'm like, I'm the same with Marvel. I have the blinders on when it comes to Marvel content. It's like, it could be the worst show ever, but I'll still watch it and find something to enjoy about it because I'm so involved in that sort of world. And it's people will be the same with Star Wars as well. And
Acolyte's
like
not that bad, man. It's not great.
No,
it's not great, but it's not.
Speak of the devil. Hey, Caroline.
Lady F.
Lady F.
Better send Caroline a link just in case she wants to jump on. Yeah, like it's not like I'm not a like I love Star Wars, but I'm not like one of those Star Wars nerds that really sort of like gets into it. But you know, I still enjoy it. I think the Acolyte, it's okay. Like there are a lot of plot points that are probably pretty sus, and it's, you know, there are some negativities, but
you gave me nearly naked Manny Jacinto, and you still bored me to tears, Acolyte. Like, my God. I'm there being like, when are they going to show me his ass? Why would you torture me like this? Give me more of that man's body. And they were like, no. They were like, here's the shoulders. You
There's
know,
one more episode to go. You might get a surprise.
Whatever. This show has, look, that when they do the action, it's great, right? And that's it. And the visuals.
He's trying to think of something to say.
I saw the first 2 episodes and I thought it was all right.
And then you had
and I didn't go back because I just thought it was all right because I just don't care. Like at the end of the day,
I found episode 3 brilliant, but I was like, I just wish this wasn't Star Wars. I was like, wow, what a great episode. I wish this wasn't Star Wars.
There's really no
story. That's how I think we differ because, like, I don't really care that much about Star Wars. Like I watch it all, generally speaking, but it doesn't ever, like, if they change stuff, don't care. If it's, as long as it's good, then I'll be there. And this seemed all right. So I just went,
that good. It's not getting me on the edge of my seat.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, that's why I didn't go back to watch more of it.
House of Dragon, I'm there. This show, I'm not hate watching it, but we're teetering on hate watching at this point.
Yeah. I'm with Cliff. I felt the same way when I watched Acolyte. Just make with the ass already.
Right? I mean, if you're gonna
to be fair, if you'd come on and said there's loads of ass, I'd be much more likely to watch episode 3.
Right? Right? Now that's the Star Wars I want to see.
Yeah, that's the Star Wars I want. Loads of butts all over the place.
Well, is that episode 4 with the lightsaber fight?
No,
5 or 6. Yeah.
I was going to say
4 because 4 they bore the fuck out of us
with the flashback.
Okay?
Yeah. I was going to say, like, that alone is definitely a worthwhile episode watching it just for that lightsaber fight.
That was just one big fight. And then the plot is terrible. But the one big fight is great.
That's when you've got stuff like House of the Dragon on at the same time. You can't waste your time on something that you know is going to be a bit mediocre.
Well, back to the Acolyte for 1 second. You got Daphne Kane as a Jedi, which was cool, right? You had X-23. You also had Carrie-Anne Moss, who you thought she was dead in the first one, but she's in the flashback scene, so you got a little more of her. And it's unwritten territory for Star Wars. This all happens before anything was ever written, said about anything. So whatever they do is original. So they can do whatever they want.
They can screw everything up like they continue to do. Listen, I am not a hardcore Star Wars person. I am not, right? But what the F with the prophecy? What is the point of the prophecy when we've ruined it from beginning to end, right? Ray shows up not even 20 years later.
That's the Skywalker prophecy. This is totally different.
Right. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. It was supposed to be special that it was a virgin birth. Then this one goes and shows you that shit was happening 300 years earlier. You know, you just need a ritual to do it.
To quote Howard Chaykin, Star Wars is not for smart people.
Wait, what?
I assure you, I am not a smart man.
Watch Howard Chaykin in any of his interviews where somebody dares to bring up Star Wars to him.
Which is funny because he worked on that series.
Correct. And he hasn't watched anything since he walked out of Empire Strikes Back.
Wow.
And that's the movie he walked out of, folks. So you can imagine how many craps he gives if you try to bring up any of the new stuff to him.
I'm gonna stop buying his stuff just for that statement. How could you walk out of Empire? You can't walk out of Empire.
And as they used to say, Empire, like the diehard out of the original trilogy, the diehard fans, Empire is people's favorite. For the people who are a bit more like in the middle, it's usually Return of the Jedi, which is that's me because I love the Ewoks and all that sort of stuff. That's
because we were kids.
Yeah, exactly.
But The Empire Strikes Back is subversively brilliant, you know, because not only yes, I did, bitch. Yes, I did. I wanted it. Give it to me. The male nude body and female nude bodies are natural, and we are uptight in this dumbass country.
They're more natural than shooting guns. Am I right?
Yes, but let's not get into it.
Okay.
We're at peace. This is our safe zone full of comics.
La, 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 la.
Exactly. So let me just say, give me them. I'll take everything. You can have the titties. Give me the man ass.
Let's make some ding dong while we're at it.
Let's do some ding dong. You know, Caroline, I propose.
At some point, this is becoming a completely different streaming platform. You'd be watching this.
Well, for the record, it took 42 minutes before Cliff went off the rails. That's not bad. That's not bad.
We're not even off the rails yet. We're not even off the rails yet.
Don't encourage him, Rich. Don't. Otherwise,
So Caroline, I proposed my beefcake comic book to two different companies, and they both rejected me because they didn't want to do sex or porn. But they both said that the pitch is excellent and they wish me luck. And one of the companies, the guy said, "Your pitch is excellent. I wish you luck. And if you want me to help you in finding the team that can deliver this for you, I'll be happy to try and point you in the right direction."
Thanks.
Do you have any art that accompanies this?
No, I have nothing. I have a pitch, and my pitch is beautiful.
I was going to say, if there's any like demons or anything like that sort of thing involved, maybe Tim Vigil might be a good guy to go to.
You know what? We're fighting Nazi occultists in my story, so yeah, why not?
Kickstarter.
Are you aware of who Boom Studios just hired?
No, I'm not with it.
But I don't think.
What's his name? I always forget. It's a pseudonym. I don't know who he really is. The guy that wears the pink bag on his head.
Pink bag?
Tickle or whatever his name is.
Pickle?
Nope, Tickle.
Sketch. I just learned that he's a person.
Yeah, we've already covered that, mate, very briefly, and that was enough. We didn't want to fill the chat with that too much.
Yeah, I was gonna say we are dancing around that subject.
Yeah. Hey,
so
Jim.
yeah, I don't know who this person is
Jim.
they hired at Boom.
Sounds like Gwenpool.
Was it some sort of like porn artist or something?
No. Can't remember anything for more than like
Ben Abernathy they hired.
But why does it matter? Like, what's...
Because the guy is literally only famous for writing erotica.
I see.
And he's never done comics before.
Adam
and he
Hughes.
just got hired at Boom Studios like the day after.
He draws it. He doesn't write.
My bad.
And it was like literally the day after Penguin Random House acquired them.
I'm glad that they're rolling the dice and taking risk.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely. He's won like 2 Hugo Awards, and he wrote for the New York Times or something. I don't know. He's. It's weird because nobody knows who he really is, kind of thing.
Oh, so he's like, full sort of pseudonym, and
He's like the Banksy of sort of
porn writing.
I mean, aren't they all like that? There was a friend of mine did a documentary, or he did all the special features on a box set of British, erotic movies from the 70s. He made all the special features. Say again?
Chuck Tingle. Google.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Now I've seen the pink bag on the head. Good job.
Yes, yeah. So nobody knows who he is, and he has like he like writes articles and he references his son / like man boy servant. Like nobody knows anything about this dude, but he writes some pretty controversial, very sexual based stuff. And he's never done a comic book, but he just signed on to do a comic with Boom.
So he's definitely got a sex dungeon then.
Yeah, and so when Cliff said that he was pitching like a book that like a sexy book, and he's being told he can't, Boom Studios is apparently open to it. So
yeah, go to Boom. Sound like that one.
And wasn't Boom just sold?
Yeah, literally the day after they were bought by Penguin Random House, officially on paper, was the Chuck Tingle announcement.
I actually own one of Chuck's books.
Okay, there you go.
I own Bury Your Gaze, which is a horror sci-fi, murder shit show in Hollywood.
You're gonna be surprised, but I haven't read it.
So you want Chuck? Was it Chuck Tingle?
Tingle.
Chuck Tingle to write it and Tim Vigil to draw it.
Tim Vigil. Hold on, let me go look up his work. I'm not. He's not. Tim Vigil doesn't ring synonymous with Cliff.
You've heard of the book Faust.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the
Tim Vigil. Okay, the man who the first time I met him, my friend paid him for art, and then we immediately watched him shoot up in a corner. That guy. Okay.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yes.
That's awkward.
But he's well known for like doing like basically demon porn, pretty much.
Yeah, sure.
That's what it is. It's the drugs.
He's really just so talented, but like he makes me sad.
Yeah, he's a bit twisted.
Yeah,
like he's a good artist. He's just a bit twisted.
Yeah, I'm thinking more of who is that?
Boom Studios is thrilled to announce that USA Today best-selling author and 2-time Hugo Award finalist Chuck Tingle will be contributing an original horror story to the publisher's highly anticipated horror anthology, Hello Darkness.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yeah, I would love Travis Moore on art. That's who I would love.
Travis or Brad?
Travis Moore.
Travis Moore.
Tradmore?
That's what I said. I don't know Travis Moore. I've heard of Tradmore. But
Travis Moore. He's done Titans. He's done Son of Kal-El. He's done Wonder Woman.
Oh, okay.
That's why I don't know him.
You named a bunch of DC to MadSpidey.
Yeah.
I understand, but I feel like his brain can process it, even if it's going to happen more slowly.
Now you got to say it backwards.
Hey, Digger
Travis.
Jim.
That's literally his name.
I've got to jet, guys. I've got to be up in 6 hours, so I will see you later. Have a lovely evening. It's always a pleasure.
Night.
And thanks for coming on, Cliff. That was awesome. Cheers, guys.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
Later.
It's Davey H.
Digger Jim, I liked your Godzilla coins. They're cool. I like the Mothra. Digger Jim got some coins with Godzilla.
I want to do so many things. So many things. So there's somebody was handing out coins at Heroes Con.
The challenge coins, the C3
challenge those challenge coins. And I went to go I was like, I want to make my own. And I looked up the pricing. I was like, damn. I'm like, whoa, let me do the second mortgage on my house so I can
I'll just challenge myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So Mike's one of the lucky few that got one.
I got mine mailed to me.
Very nice.
Thanks, Rob.
I don't think I'll get one of those.
Why?
I don't know. Unless it's in the next box that Rob's sending me, but
I was gonna say maybe it's in a box. Maybe you can make a nice little donation to Comics Curing Cancer and you get one. You don't know.
I do every year.
Then you'll probably get one that way.
I think
I've been following Comics Curing Cancer since year one when Cardboard Crazies was doing it.
Same.
So
that was my first exposure to the bigger part of the community. That's how I knew of Nick's Kicks and Comics, who I bought art from in that Nick's first piece of art.
Nice.
Nicky Pancakes, as you so lovingly call him.
I love him. Now that's a man who needs to show some butt.
I'll leave that one alone.
Nothing, Cliff. Nothing that you let go.
Yeah, it's like the handball came in and nothing.
I've covered all my bases with Nicky Pancakes. I mean, I saw that thick ass neck and shoulders of him at Heroes Con. I mean, I feel like I just have nothing left, except to meet him and hope that I get to play with it. And Papa almost fell out his chair.
Shaking his head.
Mary.
If I can make that happen, Cliff, I will.
Could you just picture me walking around Heroes Con? He's in his tank top. I'm just pinching his nipples, being like, "How you going, sweetheart?"
So if we hit 100K,
I think at some point you're going to get a restraining order on you.
I don't know. I feel like with me, he would just end up laughing about it. It's not like I would do it to anyone. Let's just be clear. I'm not a full monster.
I know. I'm just teasing you. Yeah. The one I'll always remember is when he came here to Kansas City for Planet, and everybody was out, and Panda ordered shots for a group of women, and had Nick deliver the shots to him, and Nick came back and he's like, "Okay, that was whatever, I did it." And he's like, "No, I wanted you to deliver them because I put them on your tab. You paid for it."
Oh, yes.
Adrian did that.
Yeah, Panda did that to him.
He is a ballsy one.
Good Lord. Good.
I think he just given a really nice ASM book to Nick, so Nick let it go. But yeah.
Oh god. I miss saying Panda on YouTube.
He's funny.
He is as good of a time as you would think he is.
He is a wild man.
I remember my wife and I and my sister-in-law had all gone out with everybody. We came home and we were literally finding Panda's stickers all over our clothes, and we didn't know we were wearing them.
Yeah,
he was just going around patting you, he had Panda stickers on everybody in the bar, and then Joe's running around tagging everybody with those NFT tags.
Those fucking chips.
Dude, I was finding them in my pockets and on stuff that I had with me. I don't know how he was getting them places.
Oh, we got the ambience here to
fire ambience. I like it.
There's no fire.
What's up, guys? I'm working on it.
Worst fire I've ever seen.
I just came outside. How you guys doing, then, lady?
Hey, what's up, Durs?
I pre-work. Got it all set up.
Nice.
I tore a shed down.
I just got this MadSpidey. It's a It's a Spidey Super Stories.
Oh shit, with Silver Surfer.
Yeah.
And Doctor Doom.
You'll never
Ooh.
guess who did the cover of this. It's super random.
Super random.
It's super
So
random.
not somebody we would think of normally.
No. I'll say one thing. He worked on Transformers.
That is not helping me.
Not Larry Hama, right?
Daniel Warren Johnson. I don't know. I can't even see what you're holding up.
It wouldn't have DWJ wouldn't have even been born then.
Bud Budiansky.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Ghost Rider guy. I like Bob's Ghost
And
Rider.
also I got this one too.
Oh,
I'm
it's
a
a
big
Marvel
Gilda
team up.
Radner fan.
With the SNL cast.
Yeah, the old I got this. I just picked this up today at Spyful Goes West.
That's awesome.
Oh.
And
One
then
of my coworkers never heard of this movie.
They had these for 75 cents each, and so I picked up issue 9,
Hells yes.
10,
Oh, beautiful.
and 11. This is such good shit. I love my John Byrne Alpha Flight, and
That is awesome.
I got this because I may have to give it to Gary B. He's kind of a savage guy. I don't know. He probably has this already, but just he's the guy it belongs to. And then they had these for $1.95 each. Like fuck yeah, 35 and 36.
There you go. What number is that one on your left hand?
This one?
Yep.
35.
Yeah, 35. Okay.
I think you said 26 is your favorite. The one with
Yes.
yeah, Alpha Flight.
Marvel Boy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then this I
Wow,
think
Garrett's got that fire going fast.
Yeah.
He's a Pyro 172.
Is that art done by
This?
Is that who I think it's done by?
It says CS and KS.
Oh no, it's not. Because I know my boy did a lot of Black Panther covers, Dave Yarden.
Oh yeah, yeah. And then this one's crazy. This is like an Immortal cover, but it's of it's not traditional. It's of Dr. Voodoo, Immortal
Brother
variant?
Voodoo. He didn't get his doctorate. It's Brother Voodoo.
Hey, Tone.
Shit, I'm sorry, Brother Voodoo. Leave me alone. It is Brother Voodoo. He didn't get a doctorate.
I think it's that Brother Doo-Doo then.
Brother Voodoo. So, but I like this one, and I had never seen it. And they had 2 copies there. They were $1.50 each, so I got 1 copy. That's it. That's all she wrote. But it's funny because not a couple of days earlier there, for 90 cents, I found the Dr. Doom one, which is like more traditional.
Now he got his doctorate.
Yeah, he got a doctorate. That's why I got it mixed up. It's my Voodoo, Mr. Voodoo, Dr. Doom. All right.
Oh, I've created fire.
Created fire.
You really have. Now, and
That's
I'm
all.
surprised at how quickly you created fire.
Oh, I'm a pyro, bro. Me and fire mix, bro.
Just
I'm
I'll let the local authorities know.
That's fine. It's okay.
We'll get you on a watch list.
The good kind of watch list.
I know I like my watch list.
Yeah, I knew there was going to be a comment.
I like to watch your list, Cliff.
Oh, I bet you do. I bet you do.
Is it pretty hot out where you're at?
Can you get waters, please? Today's been pretty high. It was like 90 degrees, but it's cooling off. I'm in Ohio, so once it's
90 degrees and you're like, I need fire.
Yeah.
I only get to do it like once a week or once every other week with our work schedules. We don't really get to chill outside much. But once the sun goes down, it starts cooling off a lot.
By the way, it's the same hour. We're in the same time zone, Durs and I, and it is still daylight over there.
Oh, really? He passed away.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he was
Richard
76
Simmons,
only.
76. And his birthday was
Richard Simmons died?
These last few years, though, he's like he was kind of a recluse and he was not looking good.
We have a senior citizen joining us.
Uh-oh. Is it a wolf?
Of course it is.
You realize Richard Simmons died a day after his birthday?
Yeah. My father died 2 weeks after his 60th birthday.
That's really weird. What's her face from The Shining? She just had a birthday and died.
Shelley.
Yeah, it was her birthday, and then like a day or two later, she died.
Okay, so
Weird.
mine's coming up next month. So keep an eye out. There might be an announcement. Yeah, that's a bad joke.
Boy, that's a terrible joke. And we all watching your liquor, so don't fuck around.
Tony's like liver and kidneys have been dead for a long time. He just keeps
Just like
pushing,
my
he just pushing the
I
envelope.
know that shit is pickled, but still.
I found a new bottle. Check this out.
Oh,
you showed that last week.
I know, but I just love it.
What did yours do? Did I miss it? Did I miss something?
Yeah, look.
I mean, was he? I just generally you don't burn like cardboard that has paint on it.
Oh, I don't care. Just real quick, it's gone.
I'm not judging.
You stand downwind from it.
Because I can.
There's nothing like a good fire.
What about this one, Lady F?
That's
what
perfect.
about this from my shed with the paint on it?
That's the log approved. Eat the lead chips off before though.
Nice.
Be good for your kids.
I've already reproduced, so I'm good, man.
Oh.
I already got my legacy going, so anything after that, they're on their own.
Do you guys do like yeah, sometimes it's nice just to chill by the fire at night.
Yeah.
I need a fire right now. It's fucking cold.
Are you?
What is it like your winter down there? Like what?
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it is.
Jeez.
It is my winter.
It's cold over here, so it's like
every time we see you, you know.
You guys have winter in July down there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it starts in June. So June, July, and August is winter.
Huh. Hang on, baby.
That's why like their Christmas is like summertime.
Yeah,
right.
In saying that, like it's the start of summertime, so it's not generally super hot. Usually, end of January, February, all of February, and probably the first half of March is the real stinking sort of hot weather that you just don't want to go anywhere. You want to stay in the AC.
When's like when you guys had all those fires? When was that?
That was literally right before COVID started over here. So we went from
What time of year though?
Massive fires in January and February, and then COVID hit us in the March. So we went from fires to pandemic. So yeah, we didn't. It was not a fun couple of years, that's for sure.
Speaking of news, I know I was late. I'm just gonna talk about this real quick. I don't talk politics, but shame on violence. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we covered it very briefly at the start, and we decided we don't really talk. We don't.
Yeah,
really
that's all. Same. Shame on violence. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's shame on bad aim. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that?
No. Get out of here with that. Shame on violence.
I said something politically along the same lines, like politically correct.
I heard you.
Tony.
They had the guy on before I came downstairs. I think it was CBS. We're interviewing the guy who told the cops that there's a guy on the roof. I'm like, did you have to open your mouth? Did you have to open your mouth?
So anyway, Caroline, when are we doing it?
On to happier news.
I was gonna say, Sausage Party has its own TV show. Have you guys seen that? You know what I'm talking about? The movie. Yeah. Have you ever seen the movie?
Right now.
That's a great
with
movie.
Seth Rogen. Yeah, it had a whole TV series just dropped, and it takes place right after the movie, and it's kind of dope. It's really dope.
That was a great. I love that movie.
Whenever you want to, MadSpidey, Simon, just whenever you get some free time.
I'm itching to get into that goddamn box.
Yeah, just message me.
Yeah. Well, and Mr. Rob Fatstack.
Rob.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Hey,
hello, Robert Fatstacks.
That was a great
You
Ollie
muted,
Scraps today. I just want to let you know that was a great Ollie. I've never seen that guy before. He was very good.
I was saying hello to all and whoever's got the feedback.
That's probably Durs.
Oh, hang on.
There we go.
Oh, sounds so much better. Thank you, sir.
So what? So is this a permanent change, Rob, to microphone, or it's just?
I don't know. I'm testing it out now. I say I'm testing it, but I have moved from, because this desk only has an lip on the front.
Oh.
I undid the clamp, and I actually have gone and mounted when it's drilled into the side of the desk that has the swing arm is actually mounted onto. So it's I mean, I can take it off, but that would leave some holes, but I am going to play with it and see. I like, the problem is the headset. I was getting a lot of issues with people talking about the volume, especially on my pre-recorded videos, where when I would go back and I'd try to boost the audio without going into getting separate new software that had all kinds of digital gain, I was already loud enough on my gain on the input that you heard every breath I was taking.
Every breath you take, every move you make, baby.
Exactly. I know you were watching me. But
I like to watch.
The volume was still ultimately low on some of those things. So I thought, well, I have bought these microphones in the past. Let me grab this one and pull it back down again and give it a better try. Now, I dislike it somewhat because it's not, I'm used to the old Shure microphones when I was in radio. Those are super narrow focused and don't pick up as much ambient noise from around you. This, even in the cardioid pickup pattern, if I turn the gain up too much, it picks up way too much noise. Matter of fact, this morning when I was recording my Monday mail call, I was turning off all the fans in the house and turning off the air conditioner to cut down on the background noise.
So it's picking up every little bit of ambient noise and
it's not picking up every bit because I'm not in the full omnidirectional pickup pattern, but it is still picking up a fair amount because once I have all these fans going, it's a fair amount of no background noise.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm playing with it. I'm seeing it's a different sound for those people because the microphone's not as intimate, but it doesn't seem to be bad either.
No, it's quite clear, but yeah, you can sort of tell. I don't know whether it's
the timbre.
Like a depth sort of.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. But the problem is to get one of the Shure microphones that gives you that same thing. Then all of a sudden it's like a $300 microphone plus other equipment that you need to get versus this Blue Yeti. It's pretty simple.
It picks up a file.
So this cost me $30.
Yeah. Well, so this one's about $115, I think it was when I got it. Now the other problem I have to get used to now, not having the headset mic, is I'm used to being able to just turn my head and go over here and do it.
Yeah, or flipping it up, flipping it down, and
right. I have to mute it differently when I go to cough, but I also have to be cognizant of the fact that I have to talk to the microphone, and of course because it's on this swing arm, I have to now how I hold boxes and comics is different. But
because you see people with the mic in front. And they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I'll just go. Yeah, this box, all right, over here," and that's
because that's how the pickup pattern is, right? Yeah.
Can I ask, since I have all you guys on, this is a stupid question, but I still don't know how people do it.
Yes, grow your hair again.
No, go.
No,
Bald is beautiful, baby.
I'm beautiful just the way I am, just like you, maybe. Anyways, How do people, they put a book on the table or on and they film the book and then use both hands. It has to be some kind of stand or something, right? But where do you put that stand so that like you're flipping books and it's right in front
of you? Top down? Are you talking top down?
Something like that, yeah.
Like aiming like this if the book was right here. It's a stand easy, but if you want a ghetto solution, you got two options. Put two short boxes on top of each other and take a clothes like a clothes hanger or whatever, and then you can sit your phone on it, and then it won't pick up the hanger, and it will shoot through the gap, and then you just weigh it down. Buy a stand, but I have old stand that I snapped in half, and then I just put it on top of my short boxes, and it just sits there and films down.
So it has to be your phone, not like a. I mean, I got those.
My phone's on a stand, but it's like this, aimed down.
He only uses a phone. You Tony, you can use a phone, you can use a regular camera, whatever. I've done both. So like in my garage, when I do stuff that's going to be shooting straight down, that's video wise, I have a small tripod that's up on a shelf, and I have a camera. I can mount my camera to it and point it down onto it. Whether you use a tripod, you can use a stand, you can jury rig something, any number of things that you want to do.
Yeah, man, I have two of those Logic. I mean, I use a 922 Logitech, whatever cameras, and I have another one.
You got a webcam.
Yeah, so I mean, there's got to be a way to mount that. I mean, people do it all the time, and I don't know how they do that.
Sure. Oh, sure. There's some people who, well, a lot of them have, they have thread. Like both of my webcams that I have a thread on them, so you can put it onto. So you can just put it onto a tripod, and then whether it's a small desktop tripod or whether it's a big one on a swing arm or whatever you want to do, then you can position it how you want. So like I have one over here I could do that's actually got a phone clamp, or I can use a camera in the middle of the night, and it's on a swing arm. So I can actually position that swing arm however I want if I want to do top-down shooting. Now I haven't really used it for that, but I could, and then just feed that video then into your computer as a second cam.
Right.
That second cam.
Okay. All right. So, because I mean, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, people do shorts, and I want to do shorts too. And I try to do a short with the Comic Tom stuff that came from June, you know, and because I mean, it's $5, and to go live to film something like, hey, I got this. It's kind of a.
Yeah, no, it films as well. So for
so
a short, sure.
I tried to do it, but it was on a stand. It was too far away. I didn't have the thing right, and it's like. People do it like they just put books here and they just do this for a short to be perfect.
Not to mean to cut you off, but I'm gonna walk away from a camera. Does my mic sound okay, Rob?
You're loud and got plenty of signal. That's no problem.
And I'll get
over. Okay, that's all I was wondering. I didn't want to blow your eardrums out because I was gonna walk away and leave my stuff unmuted. Well, but yeah, don't be like me and Jury Rig it. Just go buy a stand. Order one.
You kind of did blow me off. I'll get over it. You know.
That's fine. That's fine.
We do it to Tony all the time.
I mean, okay, so I'll try to figure it out because
you can just Google the top down ones.
Yeah, you can use a top down that mount, like I said, tripod or whatever you want, or swing arm something. Or some people will use like a stand like this, right?
Yeah, that's what I was using.
You could just put the books in, and then you. Well, again, you'd have to put the books. If I was going to do this, I would have like when I do it for Comics Curing Cancer. Like last year, we had a second cam set up. I had the cam mounted on a tripod, a small desktop tripod. The legs are only like yay big, but just to hold the camera in place. And then it was pointed at a fixed point where I had the stand set up, and we could just drop in the book there, and it was always fixed in the exact right spot.
Stupid question. How close was that stand to the camera?
I think I had it like 18 inches.
Okay, so it's really close.
I had it that way on purpose because I wanted a really tight shot.
Right.
But you could have it further if you wanted it, or yeah.
I had it, but it was way too far away. I screwed up because I don't know anything.
Yeah, it just depends on.
Old Wolf, I had to refilm a video 6 times. 20 some long minute video. I refilmed like 6 times yesterday because I don't know how to film top down. So no worries, don't feel bad, bro.
Okay.
Just play around with it. Get it to work for what you want.
I literally put tape on my desk because I was sick of it. In my most recent videos where I have my collection or whatever, where I'm filming top down, that was the first time doing it. The first couple times I filmed it, I had weird glare. They were out of frame, so I was like, screw it. I'm just gonna put tape down, keep them in frame.
Well, those are things you definitely have to do. Is you have to be cognizant of what glare you're going to have, right? Yeah. Especially if you're doing top down. You have to have all your lighting off to the side. You don't want to have anything directly overhead. And then, when we did the stuff for Comics Curing Cancer, because I knew we were moving a lot of stuff throughout the show, I did put a little bit of painter's tape on the tripod to hold it in place, make sure it didn't get nudged, whatever. But yeah, you want to know if you're going to do a consistent shoot, and if you're going to have a setup and you're going to do it regularly, then yeah, having stuff marked is always a good way to go. My desk in the or my workspace in the garage that I use I use sheets of pink butcher paper that I would normally use when I'm cooking brisket. So, but I use it to cover up the countertop that I use, because the countertop was nothing but exposed particle board. But it allows me also to put some light pencil marks on it, where I can mark a spot that I want to have something for frame when I do shoot something out there with where I put my tripod is a little bit off to the side. But
okay. Okay, so it's not as hard as I think it is. No, so I'll just keep experimenting on it, I guess. But it's like I see people do it all the time. They got they got this here, and they just like got the picture and it's like doing this, and they're just flipping things over.
Oh, fuck, I like that Phantom Stranger. You need to send that shit to me. You don't need that.
No, I just
you
picked
don't
it
need
up.
that.
This is the last issue of DC Superstars, and it has
awesome. Well, I need it.
On there.
Now you don't need that. I need that.
But they do this, and it's like boom, boom, and it's like, how do they do that? I don't
love
know
it. Monica Rambeau, Captain Marvel, 2-in-1.
Is that what you want?
No, I have it, but you had it, and so it's decent taste. You have decent taste.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, chances are that most of them are either using a tripod or some other mount on an arm or something, which is allowing them to get into position and hold the camera straight down like that. Yeah. So it's not moving.
I always go with the idea that things are harder than they really are, and that's why
they can be if you want to build it yourself.
Yeah, and that's what I usually get panicky and I don't do it. So it's like,
what you got to do first is go to the junkyard, go find some World War II era car, cut the metal off of it, take it home, have it stripped, plain, grind it down into dust, then take that dust, heat it up into a forge, into a mold.
Hey, don't laugh. My father worked in a steel foundry. I know.
Oh, look at the link that Papa sent you. Get that.
Yeah. I'll keep trying at it. Oh, and I just want to say that I know I said that today's Only Slabs was a good show, which only makes me more afraid to do it when I do it.
Oh my God, Tony, you got to do it. Just do it.
Yeah. Never worry about the books that are shown. I mean, first of all, Sunil is a professional speaker. So
yes, and he does it so well.
That's why he's so fun to have conversations with. But look at for every guest that's like that, we'll have a guest who's not, and it doesn't matter. It's about getting to know you, not about comparing you to others.
Yeah, but there's a story to all this stuff, and I don't know if I have the stories. I'm going to show you. Oh, I show you the stack, right? The stack is right.
You'll be surprised at some of the books you'll have, and some of the books you may not have as much of a story. Sunil has a lot of story because and especially in this case, he's got really big books that he's had to do a lot of things in order to get those books, because it's not like people don't just have. He's not a guy who, like he was trying to say, I don't have $20,000 laying around. I can just pick up a book whenever I want. No, he has to acquire books that he then, or sell books if he had. And when we listen to the stories before, the stories that he had about, again, selling, these are like books the books he sold to get the Superman 1 were books that he had sold like multiple other books in order to get those books that he sold for them.
Let's just clear it up right now is that the better books you have, the better person you are, and you keep that correlation.
Then I suck as a person.
That's right.
Oh my God!
You've got clearly people that are better than you.
Just collect a bunch of spawn. That's all that matters.
And it has a direct reflection of their possessions.
I'm just afraid people are going to really find out that I'm totally a hack. And then,
but why are you a hack? Like, what? How can you?
He's got imposter syndrome. Just calm the fuck down.
I was gonna say, why do you have fucking imposter syndrome? We're comic book fucking collectors, okay?
Tony, I worry about every show I go on.
Take an
All
edible
right.
and just do it.
Yeah, Tony, just sip up the Crown Royale and go to town, baby.
I know.
Well,
You know?
I actually,
No, drink something
I tried
better.
another one. I was sipping this. That's almost gone.
sorry.
So I
I'm
stopped
sorry.
looking. But no, I honestly, it's like no, I'm being honest with you guys because I'm always trying to be honest.
There you go. Papa's going to be on in 2 weeks.
There you go.
All right.
You're not a hack.
Papa's going to come on.
Well,
Everyone will have forgotten
Collect
about
what you
Sunil.
love. You collect what you love. Well,
Right.
what's fake about that? What's shitty about that? What's
Because I see a lot of people who have a focus. You know,
Good for
I have
them.
focus.
that's not you, bro.
That's not
Not
me.
me either.
Bang,
you
bang
like to be
only,
heavy.
bang only.
Hey, guess what,
Marvel.
old wolf? Hang on. I got you, bro. Today's show was one of the best shows I've ever seen, but 90% of those books mean nothing to me. Like all those old Superman books and everything, they're incredible. But to me as a collector, they do nothing to me compared to seeing like maybe a new foil modern or like a new Spawn or something like that.
See, I'm
So
totally
don't ever, but I'm just saying, don't ever feel like scared, to do your thing.
I'm like totally opposite. I like the older stuff more than new stuff, and I think I
Right.
buy the new stuff. I like because of the covers, maybe more than.
I figured out how to adjust my volume, Rob. Sorry.
Oh shit.
The squeal's still there.
Yeah, the squeal's awful, but I know
No, I'm
I
just,
can't know. I don't know how to tell anybody enough. Never worry about your episode, compare it or trying to compare it to anybody else's episode. We have had so many gamuts for every episode that we've had where you can say, "Wow, I don't know how I could follow that." There's somebody else's episode where you go, "Oh, I can do better than that." So you're just doing, and either way, you're still thinking of it wrong because it's not what
a
it's about.
competition. It's
That's right.
reflection of what you love.
Just because we're all judging you doesn't mean.
okay. All right. I'm still gonna be there, right or wrong, bubble or not. I don't.
Yeah,
you know,
no. Here's
I'm gonna
the
be there.
truth. Here's the truth about Only Slabs. The Archangel Gabriel watches, and that's how you decide who gets into heaven.
I ain't getting in there. I think the top tier of me is purgatory. I'm gonna hit purgatory and never get past that.
Well, too many two rocks.
Okay, purgatory is kind of like a bus station that you go. Okay, you can tell it was an multiple.
I thought we already were.
Yeah.
What did I come back to?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So Pop's
No, I
gonna be
think-
in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
All right. What I want to know is, okay, so you got your slabs already separated from all your other slabs? Why not? The day that he gave me a date, I went through all my 2 boxes and went and pulled all my slabs, and they've been sitting there for already since then. So
Great.
that's how tap I am. So all right. So when are you going to pull your slabs?
Probably the night before.
I have guests who pull them like as we're like 10 minutes before they're still pulling slabs. I have guests.
That was me.
I
cleared the whole wall so that no one could look at the wall and guess what I might be doing. I cleared it all out.
Oh, I pulled all my slabs, and I'm going to go through every slab and put notes on them. That's in my head.
Yeah.
I'll be on.
Yes.
And then I have,
so I don't go, and it's like,
and then I have guests like, Sunil and Ken who send me pictures of books weeks and weeks in advance of here's what I'm going to do. Do you want a full list? I'll bring, Ken sends, when Ken, Sabat and Ken comes on, he sends me a damn Excel sheet with like so much data on it of what he's showing them all. I don't need to know what you're showing me. Just show up and show it, brother.
all right.
We're easy. You guys overthink it way more than Chris and I.
I overthink everything.
Yeah, no,
Right.
dude, I show up and I'm just, it's show and tell. Come on, man. That's all it is. It's show and tell.
I play whenever you want to say.
Can I? You guys know
You
that
don't
I've
wanna
been
get
on.
involved
Are you
making a
guys
mess, yeah.
familiar with the show The Hunt?
Yes.
Sure.
No.
Okay. Well, I'm going to show you. I just got this tonight, but I went to McKay's to look for books, right?
What's McKay's?
McKay's
store.
is a used media store that has like video games, collectibles, books, comics, media of all shapes and sizes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Second hands. I'm on the hunt, and it's like a wrestling thing. I fucking found
Oh my god!
Oh, Bailey belt.
women's championship. So I'm just gonna go on next time, and I'm just gonna be like, what? What?
You're gonna hang it over your
Nice.
shoulder every time you're on.
This is so stupid.
What's great,
So stupid.
That's
Well-
that is so awesome.
what's great about that is Bailey's actually the current champion.
I don't even know who it is, but I got one, and it's fucking hilarious. $75.
She was born just down the road from me.
All right. All
Yeah,
right,
she's from San Jose, California.
Simeon, Unruly. Look, I got this for the
Hey.
hunt. Unruly, I found this for the hunt. $75. Women's champion. I'm gonna come on there and just be like, "What?"
I'm
Be like, "I got
champion,
my champ."
bitches.
I know.
Bitches.
Go on there and say ding dong hello.
Okay, is that her little saying?
Yeah, it was one of her things for a while. It was ding dong hello.
All right, I'll do that. Oh my god, it made me laugh so hard. They said it just came up today, and like I told the chick what it was for, and she's like, "Well, this could not have gone to a more perfect person." I was like, "Thank you, thank you." So yeah,
What you got out of that was that she called you a perfect person.
Mm.
That's all you needed to hear. Was that part of it? That's good to go.
and I said, "You're right," and I left.
Give me my
knowing
belt.
it.
Give me my belt, bitch. I'm going.
Oh my god!
I need to hold my pants up. Now what you got to do is find a set of pants big enough for that to fit through the belt loops.
Give me my
This
belt.
is so fucking. I cannot believe this shit. Oh my god, so funny.
Well, congratulations. Some women fight hard to get their championship belt, and
Not
some
me.
go to a secondhand media store.
Some go to McKay's.
Bailey to belly.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty fucking pumped about it, and I think it's hilarious. And like, never in a million years would I give two shits about this.
Have a look
for
at the private. Sorry, have a look at the private chat, Tony.
Private chat. Hold on. Go on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he did it a while ago. Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, it comes
That's
with it.
that's what I have. You know, that's okay. I don't the round base. I don't have. But if you put a clamp on that,
Commemorative.
That particular one that
Commemorative.
you're seeing there, Tony.
Yeah.
It comes with that base. That base it's a desk. It's just a freestanding desk one.
that's literally what I have for my camera. For my mic. I apologize. My mic right now.
Yeah. So
But,
it's
okay.
So it's just like a desk lamp. Sits on top of the desk, and bam, you're done. Then you can adjust the swing arm.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know the difference. I imagine replicas would probably be more expensive.
Thank you.
It'd be like all real metal and
Yeah, this is just kind of still.
Thank you.
awesome.
I'll look. That's something I want to learn how to do. I want to set up. I need a setup for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's just ask fucking YouTube it, Google it, go to YouTube and like.
Yeah,
There's,
I did Google it. You know something? I saw a video of 12 different ways to doing it. They had wood here and there. They had friggin'.
Can you
this,
not
that, and the other
focus?
thing. They had to build things. I'm like, what the hell?
do you get overwhelmed with choices?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I'm literally building a box. I want to build I have a TV that I got used TV, and I want to put it outside, but I don't want to bolt it to my
Is this
house.
like a title? Is this called a title?
It was before you put that cover on. Okay, so and I you know how much I've been researching to make a cabinet with a lift in it. I bought the lift a year ago. I haven't built the box. Now we're building the box. I had to find multiple designs, I had to measure it 3 times, and it's like everything always has. I always have a fear I'm gonna like fuck it up
For storage?
That's all.
You know, to build a cabinet, to have a lift in it, so I can have a TV that comes up, and so it can be outside and not bolted to my house. It's a simple box. It's literally a simple box. And
But you get performance anxiety?
Yes,
Just
but I
hire
still
somebody
have
to do
kids.
that,
I
man.
don't know how that
Hey,
happened. I
hey,
still have
Just
kids.
Pay somebody to do
his
that.
wife.
So
Yeah, just
you
get
know,
one. Just order one, dude.
no, I don't have the money for that. I have 2 kids in college. I'm freaking dragging ass.
I understand that one.
Yeah. I knew
Oh,
Rob
wait,
chime in
wait,
with
no,
that.
I don't. One of them graduated. That's right.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah. Now they moved right back home.
I'm trying to pay off my mortgage in a year. Then after that, then I can buy anything I want. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's not because for me. I don't want to screw it up for the person who I'm on the show with. So I don't want to ruin it for Rob. If Cliff ever invites me to his morning show, I don't want to screw it for him.
Well, you'll be fine. You know, you should just be yourself.
I am myself. That's why I don't want to screw it for you.
You're trying to invite
That
yourself.
reminds me, Lady Fantastic, when do you want to be on my morning show?
There you go.
Just message me.
Look at that.
It's a yes. Just we'll arrange the date, but it's a yes.
I have to.
It's a no from me, Cliff. By the way,
I have to organize you and Rob and Mark and Tony. You know, the people who give a shit about me.
Yeah.
And
dude, I sent you.
Like,
what am I, fucking chopped liver?
Well, what time is it for you when it's 10 a.m. here? It's like, what for you? 2 a.m.
I watch every one of your uploads and comment on every single one.
They're on the East Coast. They're roughly 12 hours ahead.
It's about midnight.
Oh my lord!
Hey,
look, see,
Cliff,
Fizzle's waiting for me too.
If you ask, I will be there. Just ask Rob. I'm there 4:30 in the morning for Only Slab. So if I'm there, if I'm asked, I'll be there. I've been on live shows at like 2-3 o'clock in the morning sometimes. Like I've co-hosted Only Slabs once. Like that was at 4:30 in the morning. You know,
my dream collaboration on calling it Crisis on International Earth, right? And I want you, and I want DVH, and I want Rob, and I want the guy from Argentina, and
Ignacio, the guy from Argentina.
No, I didn't even think of Ignacio. I'm talking about the guy I found in Argentina.
Oh,
because he's like, how did you find me? And I was, because I'm watching them, they're all in Spanish, right? And I was like, oh, the algorithm, and they're all like, el algoritmo trabajó, and I'm like, yes.
Algorithm's a whore.
Ignacio D'Amelio.
Yeah, it's like I actually got a message from Izzy. He's like, oh, you know, I want to try and get you on either the Monday or the Wednesday show or whatever like that. And I'm like, well, I have next week off. And he's like, oh, well, I'm booked up for this week or whatever like that. I go, yeah, I know it's close, but it's a bit hard because whenever you guys do your main lives, I'm always at work, so it's always hard unless I've got a public holiday or I've got time off or something like that. But yeah, I sent you the link already, Vogsy. Yeah, it's always hard.
6 o'clock every Sunday. Come hang out.
The early days of when Rod was around a lot, Rod the Rican.
Yeah.
And he was doing Lame or Frame. He kept messaging me like every single week because he did when he used to do his shout out show, he shouted me out. And then for about 6 or 7 weeks, he'd message me every week, oh, can you come on Lame or Frame? Can you come on Lame or Frame? And I'm like, dude, you keep asking me and I'm honored, but I'm always at work.
Yeah.
When you're doing that show.
Hey, just to let you know, in August, I'm not sure of the date yet, but I'm going to be doing another sipping. So if you're up for it,
just don't do it on the same time as Spidey'S Outback, and that's fine.
What time is? I do it on Fridays. I do it on Fridays.
Oh yeah, well that's all right. No, okay. Yeah, if I'm around, yeah. If you're doing it late, like if I'm home from work, then I'll jump on, sort of thing.
Yeah.
That's why you quite often will see me on CJ's Insomniac like later in it, because if I'll get home from work, I'll have dinner, and then if it's still going, then I'll jump on, sort of thing.
There you
go. Just, 6-7 o'clock at night or whatever for me.
Cliff, have you ever been on you haven't been on a sipping show, have you?
Cliff.
Well, what? Because I wasn't sipping, but you and others were.
No. If I do a sipping show, I don't care what you sip.
You just have to have a drink. It doesn't have to be alcohol. You can have a coffee or a
So what's
water.
that
Or...
going to be? You, me, MadSpidey, John's.
Oh no. Other people jump on. People jump on. But I'm just saying,
we have to sip.
Yeah.
You're a bad influence for John. You get him drunk.
Yes, I do. I get everybody.
And it's hilarious.
Let me tell you about Mr. Comics for Kids. He doesn't need a bad influence. Let me tell you.
Oh, come on.
Right? No, it's fine. No, I'm just saying he's his own bad influence. I'm just letting y'all know.
I'm an enabler. I am.
He's naughty.
I admit it. But it's like it doesn't matter what you're sipping, as long as you're sipping. You're in the community. The topic is usually open. I don't usually have a topic.
It's another hangout.
How all you people get in my room?
Hey, how you doing? You invite too, Robs. I usually put it in the if you got me checked as a
drinking.
I usually put it in
The world
the chat.
looks good to you.
Always jump on.
Yeah. As long as no schlongs.
So today my mom went to go visit my little sister, and they call me FaceTiming, and my mom is drunk floating in the pool at my sister's with like a chicken float, and like the chicken float has a head, and like if you like bend it, it goes like it was ridiculous, dude.
That's awesome.
She's like, I'm white trash. Woo! And I'm like,
Some people try to avoid getting that moniker.
I know. She's like embracing it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, mom, enjoy it.
She never drinks, so she had 2 fruity drinks, and now I'm sure she's like passed out at my sister's.
Good for her. That's even better.
Because she's like all of like 5'1" and 120 pounds, so it's like, oh my god.
Something. If you're old enough, I mean,
I know she needs it. She's wound tight. This bitch is wound tight.
She earned it. She earned it.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
She had to put up with you.
I know.
I will try to say that nicely. Thank you very much.
She was like, I'm dude. But you know where I get it from? That bitch. I love my mom.
And she loves you too.
Should we put books into the giveaway bin?
Yeah.
Yes, we certainly should.
Give it away,
All right.
give it away, give it away.
Here's what we're putting in the giveaway bin. I'm putting this in my last copy.
Nice.
Scorch #1, the Silvestri and McFarlane cover.
Silvestri.
Hey, I don't have that one. That's a good one.
Oh, the other way.
I know them. They're X-Men.
Yeah, something like Rise of the Power House of X. I don't know.
Yeah, oh my god.
Yeah. David Nakayama. With Transformers Universe #2.
Oh, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice, very nice.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Sorry to
Hey, Bugsy.
Vlogs.
Battlestar Galactica issue 1.
Very nice.
Black Goliath issue
Another
1.
one.
That's sick. I like it.
That's nice.
That's a tougher book to find in nice condition.
Captain America 198.
What the hell?
Jack Kirby, baby.
Don't worry, it gets even better. But here's some die-cut Punisher Warzone.
Yeah. Love that.
You have it?
Interladies camp.
Yeah, I've got that.
Okay.
That's a good one.
First Thunderstrike.
Yep.
Newsstand.
Some 90s goodness.
Mm-hmm.
First cameo of the New Warriors.
Yes. I got that one.
Good book.
First Lady Deathstrike in costume.
Mm-hmm.
Newsstand.
She goes hard, man. She don't play.
Wonder Man issue 1.
Is that coming out as a movie or a series or something? Is it still?
I think
I think the character is showing up in something. The first Doppelganger.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. Infinity War crossover. More Court of Owls.
Cameo of the Court of Owls.
Court of Owls.
First name Rita.
I love that book.
I cannot believe that. You're such a crazy man.
Who's kidding?
And
Like a
first,
Oh, come on.
first Terax the Tamer.
I
Yep.
still need that book.
Well, there's a giveaway I heard.
Yeah, but
So that's
you gotta win, and then you gotta get it pulled. So the chances are very low. But it's not what the show's about. The show is
And
about.
Robs, how do we get
got
into
plenty of
this
good,
giveaway?
got plenty of good pulls off that show. Plenty. All right. I've been at this for months. I got in all the months that I've been watching that show. I got one pull. I've seen you get like 5. I don't want to hear it. Cry me.
I won.
Hey, Cliff.
I won 3 weeks in a. I won 3 weeks in a row until today. So
Yeah,
I
so
got to
did I.
shout out Rob. Much
Spidey,
love.
can I show something?
Yeah, of course you can.
Go right ahead.
Cool. So I won Trev the Shipping Guru's 2-year anniversary, but he threw these in. I'm gonna show the main thing I won, but he threw these in. He knows I like the female covers, so we got Marville.
Oh, that's nice.
We got Power Girl, Foily.
Of course.
Gotta love the boob window.
Yeah, exactly right. Poison Ivy.
Oh my.
That's nice. Something a bit different, but it's nice.
Yep. Wonder Woman.
Uh,
And then I just need the Wonder Woman because I already won the Superman from another giveaway to get the connecting covers. We got the Batman.
Night Watch.
Very nice.
Exactly. And then the main book I won, CBCS. This is my first slab. As you guys know, I'm like a year into
Aw.
the hobby.
Your very first?
Yep. Spider-Man Gen 13, 1996, 9.8.
Oh, sick.
9.8.
That's a fun crossover. Those crossovers
Very
are
nice. Very
cool.
nice.
So,
And then the back's cool too.
I got my first slab ever from Rod the Rican.
Yeah, I won mine from Trev and it means a lot. So yeah, that's what I wanted to show.
Very nice.
My sister told me I had to go to a con with her, and then I ended up buying a slab at the con, and that was my picked up two slabs at the same time. So I'm not sure which one we would consider my first, but one of them was Wolverine #1 and a 9.6 limited the limited series #1.
Yeah, the Frank Miller.
Yeah.
One.
And then the other was 9.8 Guardians of the Galaxy #1 first appearance of Taserface.
Taserface.
But I have none of those books anymore. I got rid of those slabs. I know where the Wolverine slab is. I have no idea where the Guardians of the Galaxy slab is.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least I knew where it went. It went to the Wolverine one went to the Comic Viking.
Did any of you guys collect or read Strange Academy? Did you guys like that?
Yeah, I have the
Never read it.
I did collect the series, but obviously I didn't read it. So
I heard it was great, but I have the full run.
You do have, or you don't?
I do have the full run.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Multiple copies.
Yeah, I'm trying to piece it together, but yeah, it's really good. I'm trying to get I think what is the one that's first gas lamp? I think I have the second print.
Oh, yeah, that's
issue 15, maybe.
Yeah, because it was like 16 issues. I think it was like
18.
that was like the last.
I think it was 18. Check me if I'm wrong though.
I had to look. Bring it up.
And then
I jumped on late. I tried to grab the first issue, but I missed. I could only grab like a 4th printing of the first issue. But I ended up finding out that my fourth issue was an error variant. However rare it was, and it was just random that I just happened to find it.
Yeah, there was
back
18 issues total, and
I think Gaslamp was 15. But I can't
14. 14 is the first full appearance of Gaslamp, and 13 is the first cameo appearance of Gaslamp.
Okay. The issue when the parents and the guardians came. Oh, that's issue 9, I think. Which one you're talking about aggressively? I'm pretty sure, like when the parents visit. I think that's issue 9.
Issue 9 is first appearance of Queen Blyther.
Have they actually done anything with the kid characters since Strange Academy or not?
Well, they've done a couple different versions of Strange Academy.
Like Finals, and then like Death of Doctor Strange. There was a Strange
They're in
Academy.
Blood Hunt as well. They just popped up in the new Blood Hunt series. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dr. Doom's the new. Doom's going to be the new Sorcerer Supreme, and he recruited the whole Strange Academy people to help him and stuff.
So the first time Doctor Doom becomes a Sorcerer Supreme is in Doctor Strange, Volume 3, Issue 34.
I'm going to check that. I'm checking that right now.
I'll tell you, actually, the Strange Academy for issue 1, even for those, I mean, I have two. The only raw copies I have are fourth prints, but the only first prints I have are like Scotty Young exclusive store variant and the Comic Mint Peach Momoko variant and the J. Scott Campbell Comic Mint exclusive. Otherwise, I only got like second and fourth prints.
Yeah.
Am I?
The issue 3 is also a hard one because like that was like the first. Was it issue 3 or is it issue 4?
Yeah, it
I think
is. I'll show
I think
you.
it was issue 3 that was the first one when they came back. It paused for the pandemic, and then they came back. But
are you talking about Strange Academy?
yeah, the pandemic like happened like after the first couple issues, and then it
They're
paused.
super hard to find, and they're so rare. Like issue 2 and 3.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was like issue 1 came out, then the pandemic paused printing, and then issue 2 was the first one back after after the pause.
And that Art Adams one with Dwight Dormammu is a really coveted one. I can't remember if it's issue 2 or 3.
Well, he did variants for every single issue of the original series.
I'm out of here, guys. Much love. Have a good night.
Good night.
All right, brother.
Later, bros. Much love.
What's Pop got?
What?
Venom.
He's showing his he started the contribution to C3.
Oh, sweet.
Nice.
Here's the picture.
That's right. Austin LeMay got the Virgin variant Peach Momoko #1 from me. Proof that every once in a while I do sell something.
Very nice.
So,
Coming along nice,
Rob, you're looking for people to give for the next one?
Absolutely, yeah. We started putting. I dropped today. There was a little short video that dropped reel on Instagram, and then there's some other stuff. But yeah, it's time to start for collectors to please start looking through your items and seeing what you got. If you have items or something to donate for Comic Screen Cancer, because we are less than 3 months away from the event. The event this year is going to be October 4th, 5th, and 6th, and we can't raise $50,000 without your help. So reach on out to us.
Awesome. That's all. I mean, I did a thing of 24 hours for another.
Yeah, I remember you and I talked about that.
Yeah, I asked you about that, and I appreciate that the info you give me. So, but that's a lot of work you guys are doing. It's awesome work.
Yeah, it's a year-round thing now for us, really, because we have different aspects of what we're doing. Because we're already, we've already raised a decent amount.
15,000.
No, it's like I think it's. Let me see where it's at right now. It was just under 15,000.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that today, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, now we're over, so it's $15,045 right now we've raised so far.
Boom.
So that's you think about that. That's pretty damn impressive. So yeah, I mean, what was really cool is I can't say it enough. Between what's really helped is the art book has helped. The big time collectibles with their donating the cost of production for that Sonic the Hedgehog 69, which of course copies are still available. Also, there was a the Scotty Young Appreciation Facebook group, the guy who's the admin there, he put together a small little auction of books for their group, and they raised $1,187, which then they donated, and they let the Megan, who runs the Stupid Fresh Mess, which is Scotty Young's corporate entity, and they matched that, so they donated another $1,187, which was very cool. So special shout out to Scotty Young, who's a huge supporter of Comic Screen Cancer, because not only have they not only has he matched that with almost $1,200 donation, but then he's also pledged that they're going to send us every single one of the big Marvel books that Scotty Young is doing right now. He's going to send us a copy of every single one of those books, all signed. So we'll have a full set signed by Scotty Young that we'll be able to auction off.
And Cliffy's going to buy it for me. Right, Cliff?
Cliff, he ain't buying you nothing.
Cliff ain't buying himself shit, let alone anybody else.
I was going to say, I'm like, have we seen my bank account numbers? It is negative.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
Love you, Cliff.
I love you too, baby.
And
have anybody seen the Captain America trailer? Yeah.
The Captain America trailer?
Yeah, I've seen that and watched the Agatha trailer as well.
I haven't watched either.
I'm so sorry that I'm more excited about Agatha. I'm like, give me Catherine Hahn. Give me that screaming gay boy. I want this. Show me Wicked.
What'd you say? Squeals like a girl?
Yes.
We'll go back to that one.
Oh man.
There you go. I dropped in the chat. If anybody's interested, you can pick up all your C3 exclusives at djlinksbigcartel.com. 100% of the sales goes to the American Cancer Society.
For the cause I was doing, I'm in awe how you guys can get all these in a row. How you've done this. It's so awesome. Just for that little thing I did I was like in total panic as usual, and people helped me out. But you guys have everything. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, they're Old Wolf. They're great.
Well, there's a couple of tricks. One, this is now our third year that we're doing it. So each year we've expanded it a little bit. We have 3 people running it, right, and each of us has a specialty, right? So there's certain things that like DJ Links does, there's certain things that Mark does, and there's certain things that I do from a contribution standpoint of everything. And we have meetings to coordinate stuff, and so throughout the year, and that's how it goes. And then we work with the partners, and we get, fortunately, it's a fortunate and unfortunate, right? The unfortunate bit is that everybody has a story. Doesn't matter who you talk to, everybody has some story about cancer affecting them, their family, immediate family members, or friends. And so it's a super relatable cause. We're very fortunate that because it's official campaign for the American Cancer Society, and we can have people donate directly through their portal, it helps to lend the credibility in a world where there's so many people trying to take money from you. It's very easy for us to be able to go, yep, here's the portal, here's this, here's the name and number of people at the ACS you can talk to who are that I liaison with, that are my representatives. Yeah. So it makes it really kind of cool from that aspect. And so we're just able to, and with that, people want to get involved. So we get, last year Comic Mint was helpful in donating art and a book for us to sell as an exclusive. This year, Big Time Collectibles goes like, oh, what? They did they did a little bit of, it's funny because it's like a little bit of like they did that? Well, then I'm going to do a bigger book.
Sweet.
Yeah, because the first year the Cardboard Crazies ran, we all donated to him, and then he donated straight to the American Cancer Society. I think the first year you did it, Rob, was the second year you did the same thing, because you didn't have the
no.
Year.
So the first year he just had a GoFundMe page, which
that's right,
which limits, because you have to trust that the person's doing what they're doing. But still,
Right.
Yeah.
he set out to raise $2,000 and he ended up raising $8,000.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
After raising that $8,000, the American Cancer Society then got involved and took it on as an official campaign. And part of that was because, you know, one of the people who worked a lot with Cardboard Crazies on that was the Rogue Trader, and the Rogue Trader's wife works for the American Cancer Society. Up until this year, middle of this year, she was the person that I liaisoned with. And that's how I ended up into this, was because the Rogue Trader is my comic book presser. But
which is excellent. He does an excellent job.
Yeah. So once Chris couldn't do it anymore, and I took over, and then I got help from DJ and Mark, and then, you know, we set that goal at $10,000 that first year, and we ended up raising $25,000. So then last year we set the goal at $25,000, and we raised $51,000. Now I'm not setting the goal at $100,000. We set our goal here at $50,000. Now we got to get, that's a big number to hit. I have no gumption of thinking we're going to double that money, but
no, but I think you're going to make more than you did.
I think we have a good chance, especially one of the things that we're trying to do this year that's different is we took a lot of feedback. Last year we had a fair amount of original art, and the people who buy original art are not always the same people who buy comic books. So, especially the big money guys. So this year we're splitting off the art auction into a different auction on Saturday, and we're working with some of our artists trying to get a lot more original art in, so that we can have those original art, have that one night, and then have the comic books another night.
It's genius.
No,
we'll see.
Because
it also stops you doing an auction for like 8 hours straight. You're doing like 2, 3 or 4 hour stints instead. So you're not getting burnt out by that, especially being like the last event on the last day. You just absolutely wrecked for like a week afterwards.
No, I just like that cause that I had, I would like to do more for it, but it was don't get me wrong, John helped me out, Bearded helped me out, people helped me out because we had different shows. I had Gray twerking on the show, but that was a lot of work, and I like to do more, but I don't know if I could do it by myself like you guys do.
Yeah, that's why when you were asking us all in the in the live streams, like, this is what I want to do, how do I go about it? And that's when we all jumped in and said, well, John goes, oh, I can do this, and Greg's like, I can do this.
I think I raised a little over $5,000, which was great. Yeah. I went in like not knowing what the hell happened, right? So, and I thank everybody who helped me out.
And we got to know the family that you you base the charity thing on, which they're all fantastic and lovely people as well, And it was like you did a really good job, Tony. I know you had a lot of help, but you did a fucking awesome job.
The biggest thing that's really the challenge is getting information out there. Right. So we communicate, we have a group, we have our circles that you have influence in. And so we really rely on those overlapping spheres of influence with how we try to market everything that we do. Yeah. And it's really how successful we are really has to do with the sharing of the messages, having people reshare messages, because if I post on Instagram, just because I have 1,000 followers doesn't mean 1,000 people see what I post.
True.
The way that they send out messages is very kind of restricted, and it kind of goes. So you're relying on people getting out there over and over again, sharing that message over and over again, so that way it gets out to more and more people.
Yeah. I do appreciate everyone who helped me out. I really do, because that was, and to you, Rob, and DJ and all that stuff because you guys do a great job.
Thank you.
I'm gonna hang out, guys.
Yeah, same. I got to bounce, but I had fun hanging.
Yep.
All right, I'll get in contact with you soon, Caroline. I want to do it in the next couple of days. Hopefully, you're free or whatever.
Yeah, hit me up. Just message me. I'm down.
All right, awesome.
Good night,
Thanks
guys.
for joining, guys. Take it easy, Kyle, as well.
Night.
I
Take it
gotta
easy,
leave
Kyle.
in an hour anyway. I got work early tomorrow. But I've got an hour.
Hey, man's got to work.
There we go. I don't for a week.
Shut up.
That'd be nice.
That would be nice.
I'm not going to be doing anything, but I'm probably just chilling. Hey, Christina.
See ya.
Chilling.
Oh, Christina. She always says hi to me.
Yeah, I'm.
Oh,
I'm
do you
really good
feel
friends
special,
with Christina.
Tony? You just want the attention, don't you, Tony?
Oh, all the time. Can't you
Especially from the lake.
I'm such a needy person.
Oh,
No,
chilly.
All
Oh.
right. Oh.
So, who is your next guest, Cliff? Or you haven't got one yet?
Super Slabs is next week.
Cliff,
Super Slab.
when do you? I hope to make it someday on Coffee and Comics.
Yeah,
I don't. You know, I do, but I don't because he tells you have to find 5 books of a certain subject.
No,
Oh,
you
God,
pick the
no.
subject. You pick the subject.
Okay, I'd probably pick Batman because that's my favorite.
Yeah, exactly. You know, so like it's not that hard. You pick the subject.
Oh, it didn't work for me. I have the iPhone effects too. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you got to
I
hold it
liked
up
you
longer.
better.
You got
I
to
liked
hold it
you
up
better.
longer. You can't do it, Tony. You're on a webcam, you moron.
Oh, okay.
I love
There
it.
you go.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
I have the power.
Oh, you got a sword? If you got a sword, you pick it up like that. That'd be so awesome.
No, I got rid of my collection. Sorry.
I have a sword, but I don't talk about it much.
Joe, Cliff, I will pick titty books. Why are you picking titty books now? Where did this come from?
Oh, is he gonna be on your show?
Oh yeah, I guess so. He could be on my show, and yeah, sure. Let's bring titty books. I already made the warning disclaimer video this morning that says mature content, viewer discretion advised.
Awesome.
So I did that this morning for me and Scotty, and then we immediately started talking about anal lubricant. So
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
God.
Water soluble. What it's sometimes spit does not, doesn't do the job.
yeah, but you also have to keep a water bottle next to the bed.
Yeah, you mentioned that. You
Yeah.
did mention that. Nobody, did anybody watch this show? Nobody realized what was
Rob joined my show much later in the
Oh,
broadcast.
missed that. Yes.
So
I was with. I didn't wake up until 6:45 in the morning my time, and then I had to do things. I have to look pretty. I have to do things.
We don't know, Christina.
please, I can't wait to do the Men on Comics segment with Freaky again.
Yeah, when I met Loowee at Heroes, I'm like, you better mention me next time. He's like, I got you, man.
Still remember.
It's terrible. I'm going to destroy you.
Please do.
I still remember Vogs from my day working at the Lowe's that I was at. Aisle 14 was the home for wire pulling lube.
Oh shit!
That stuff is nasty. Have you ever used it? That stuff is nasty.
No, but but I just remember very large bottles of lubricant and the sign and the sign on that row aisle said like the description because they pick certain items that are on that row and I can't remember everything they put on there, but amongst it sounded like it wasn't the electrical aisle. I'll just say that.
So when
It sounded like it was more like an Adam and Eve store aisle as opposed to
Yeah, I did a parody today. I'm doing these parodies called Vogs Vlogs, and they're gonna be like 20 seconds long. And I did one where it's like, Vogs Vlogs, working in the garden center today. Hope it's a good day. They're gonna be just random BS crap.
I kind of love it.
Yeah, it's new. I'll send it to you, Cliff.
Send it out. When you're pulling cable, you can't do more than 3 90-degree angles, so you need the loop to get it through. But when you get it to the end, it gets all over the place. It sucks.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I deal with electricians all day, every day, so I'm used to selling big bottles of lube right out in the front counter.
Nice.
It's actually like a real big bottle, and it's blue.
Does it have a nice thin applicator so you can?
Yeah, it's got a nice pointy teat on it.
There you go.
Just for you, Tony.
Nothing wrong with nothing better than a nice pointy teat.
I'm just saying, it's not bad. It's not bad.
But they mainly only use it for big cables like mains cables and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or if it's as you said, if it's long runs, it's undergrounds going through like cable pits and things like that, and if you got like a winch system and things like that, it's quite often easier just to sort of,
20 25 pair is kind of small, but if you're doing a 100 pair, you need it because it's like huge, and you have to lube it through the thing.
Hey Rob, who's your guest next week for Only Slabs? Do we know yet?
You muted, Rob.
I always know.
He knows, he knows until like he hasn't got any guests left.
I know through September right now. But the answer to the question is there is no actual guest next week. Next week is our mid-year special. It is
cookout.
I'm going to be doing my cookout, so it's a pre-recorded episode. It is Rob and Chris top 5 pickups this year, slabbed pickups. So similar to our end of year where we did our top 10, this will be only for this year, for the first 6 months, slabbed comics that we picked up this year, what our top 5 is. And then that'll be airing at the regular time. It'll be a premiere. So Chris will be in the chat. So with the live chat that's going. And there is a giveaway that happens during the show. So
is this the pre-recorded one you talked about?
Yeah.
My Only Slab showcase is the end. Okay, guys, that was it for Only Slabs.
It's also in brackets, aka watch Chris lose every year.
Vog, that would be called Only Slab, as opposed to Slabs.
Yeah, that's
Hopefully
the show
I
that
get more slabs soon. That's
the show that Remy and I did when Rob would
that
have a
was
break called
you
Lonely
did.
Slabs.
Yeah, Lonely Slabs. But in this case, because he only has one, it's Only Slab.
Yeah, Only Slab.
Or just Lonely Slab.
Lonely Slab.
Give us
a spoiler.
Can you show that
Rob
one again?
wins.
I missed it. Can you show that one again?
Oh, my first slab.
It's one of the
there you go.
crossovers.
I won it from Trev, the shipping guru, his 2-year.
Sweet.
Yep.
I'll give you the hit spoiler, Joe. They're all slabbed.
My blood.
Which meant some of my books, some of my pickups, some of my really big pickups this year weren't eligible because they're at CGC right now.
Oh no.
So I couldn't do my Werewolf by Night or my first Werewolf by Night. I couldn't include Ghost Rider #1. Trying to think what else was not. I had to exclude. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
So in other words, you'll definitely win the end of year one then.
Oh well, if it was a competition, I'd win the mid-year too. But don't worry about that.
Chris always says it is a competition, and I always lose because that's what usually happens. Like Chris has picked up some decent books though.
No, he has. But when I pulled out my #2, he's like, "Oh, what the hell? If that's #2, what the hell is?" Because he forgot about some of the books. He forgot about some of the books I picked up, and he was just like, "Oh, jeez."
Yeah.
So,
I see today's episode of Only Slabs is already at 290 views. That's
It was a
incredible.
great show. It really
really
was a great show. That he was a great guest. He was, you know, he was talking. He was funny. He brought out stuff. He was a great show. It was
He does like to talk. But yeah, his first episode. You should go back and watch his first episode. Like that
Well,
was
like he
amazing
said.
as well.
That's what he said. You know, Simon. He's a professional speaker. It's
Yeah.
what he does for a living. Is come in and talk to people, talk to groups and stuff. So it does make it a lot easier, you know, to tell stories, especially to be able to do about things that he's interested in. And it's you know what's really interesting is because he's been doing it for a while and he's done so many trade ups and you know stuff throughout time. Those become really interesting stories because he's dealing in some of these big books, but he doesn't necessarily have the big book money normally. So it's how do you get there? Those stories become interesting because those of us who also can't afford a $20,000 book, it helps you to understand how could I actually acquire one? Well, I can't acquire one. I have to make sacrifices, temporary sacrifices. I have to sit there and go, okay, I'm going to go ahead and let this go, let this go. And, you know, do those types of things. So
yeah, I'll just sell my first Thor and my first Fantastic Four and my first Hulk and whatever. It's like, come on, dude, just rub it in now.
And his first Iron Man.
Yeah, and his first Iron Man. It's like, dude, just let it go.
That little talk about how he had a 3.0 Avengers 1 and did
he had sold it,
3.5.
bought another one. Well, he had the 3.0 Avengers.
Yeah.
He sold it as part of his stuff to get the Superman book, but then he reacquired another Avengers 3.5, which 3.0 first.
Yeah.
And then he saw a 3.5, so he sold the 3.0 and got the 3.5 for less than he paid for the 3. Sold the 3.0 for, and then found the 4.0.
And then he flipped.
Yeah.
Whereas I just look at it and go, I just want a copy of the book. I don't care if
exactly.
And like he's had 3 within a space of like weeks or months.
You know, sometimes those books are like that, where you're like, I just want this, and I'm happy with it the way it is. That was how I was with my ASM run, getting my 1 through 100. Was I just want to get through it, and I didn't care about certain books. Well, now that I have them all, there are certain books that I've gone through and I've gone and looked at and go, well, maybe we could upgrade this one. Maybe this one, and this one. I could start to look, especially as the market is coming down, that I could look to upgrade those books. You know, like I did that with my my ASM 41 or 40, the first JRJR book. I upgraded it, so the other one is now in the pile for Comics Curing Cancer,
which is posted on the IG page.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which is also going to
Rob loses money.
Yeah, I haven't figured out this resell it back to make my money back thing, but
losing money all the time.
And that's my problem is that I can only get the bigger books by doing payment plans and stuff like that because I refuse to let anything go.
Hey,
that's my
I've
problem.
done that
I
too.
can't do that.
It's called layaway.
Yeah, I've done payment plans before.
Yeah, I was born in the '60s, so in those days everybody had a layaway, and that's how
you didn't have credit. Most people didn't have credit cards.
So you did a layaway. You went every week, went in there, gave you money, and then you walked away. And next week you came back and gave you money, and then then you got your whatever you laid away. And so that's how it is. There's nothing wrong with layaway.
Yeah. So if anybody's got a Spotlight 5 they want to lay away for me, please let me know.
I did. When I got my Spotlight, did I?
No, you bought that at Heroes.
No. My Marvel Spotlight. No, my Marvel Spotlight 5 I picked up from Nerdy Girl.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I picked it up along with
Iron Man 55.
No. I think it was Fantastic Four 48. I picked those up together. But I know I did a payment on like my ASM 2, and I know I did payment on my Mystery in Space issue 1. But those were like I just split them in half. I said, I'm gonna give you half now and give you half in 3 weeks. And
oh god, yeah, and that's the thing. Like as I said, with this big comic book deal, I had to do that because I'm like I don't have 3K just sitting there, waiting to splurge or anything like that. I'm just like, if you find the contacts, you're lucky enough that they'll do that. You don't have to. You can swear all you like, Tony. It's all right.
No, I just saw that Cliff sent me. He literally did strip his whole wall for the only slab.
Yeah,
I know, but I've said it before, and like I'm interrupting. I'm stopping the flow. Keep going.
No.
Tony,
Keep going, Tony.
I sent you that video because in hopes that it would make you less stressed.
I know, but I watch Rob's show even on Fridays. I mean, I watched it. Like it's and it's like you guys come in and you guys goof around and stuff, but you guys know your shit. You guys talking whatever, and like that's cool. I would love to jump in, but I couldn't hang. So and then like you want me to be on show, and I'm like, fuck yeah, I'll do it. But it's like I don't.
You know what there is? Some of those things it's called research ahead of time and prepare for the show. So I mean, the Friday morning hangout stuff like on Legion, no, that's just kind of gumming it, shooting the shit sometimes. But like Izzy asked me to be on his show, and I was like, oh, his debate show. Well, what's the topic? And he's all, oh, there's gonna be like this 8 topics. Well, 8 topics, that's a lot of research ahead of time.
Exactly.
And I'm like, oh, I don't just walk into a show like that without being prepared. I mean, so I need.
It's a miracle I won my first week, and I don't know why he went into so many topics for episode 2, and he had 3 guests. I'm like, Phil's Treehouse was just gonna be annihilated.
I went on Wax show. It was so bad he's never put it on YouTube.
Oh, wow. Wolf, he's never put mine up either, and I thought mine was great.
I thought he used to do them live. He recorded yours?
No, he's talking about the 10 questions one.
Yeah.
Oh.
He hasn't put up the 3rd season yet.
Yeah, hasn't done anything, has he?
Yeah,
I haven't seen anything out of
you know what show I'm
he's
trying
just
to get back
cultivating.
on is
I ate a stick of butter.
I was on Gary B's 1011. I want to be on his hot seat show.
Look, Whack is on a break. See, Papa's got us.
They have been doing lives again though. They've been doing lives again the last month.
Have you been watching about what they're doing about Simple Simon and that guy who's racking? Who they're going back and forth. The guy called him feral. He calls him a dork, and they go back. You ever see that yet? Oh, hold on. I'm on it.
Is he speaking English? No,
yes,
okay.
yes.
I think he's trying to speak Australian. He's trying to speak Australian, but it's not working.
Well, because he's talking about Simple Simon, so he's trying to speak Australian, but it's going downhill.
Oh, you haven't, because we talk about Whack Comics and him and
Tyler.
Yes, bring it up on the show because this has been going back with Simon and this other guy. It's funny as all hell. I'm surprised you haven't even talked about it. Well, you don't even know about it, MadSpidey. Simon.
I'm just trying to think. I haven't caught up on any of their live shows lately, so.
You missed
Hey, Katie. Hope the house is back in order.
Yeah, Cliff, I'll definitely have to be on your coffee.
If my ass ever gets to Kickstarter, I'm getting Katie on the hook immediately. I'm like, girl, you need to be on the team. You need to be my Kickstarter specialist. I'm like, come to me. She did not say no to me. I know she did.
Yeah, she did.
Oh my God, did she really? I'll be like, I need you on the team. She's like, no, Cliff, it's too much.
Oh, okay. So you're still having problems. Yeah, because we were doing a K-pop goes down under or invades sort of down under.
Be careful how you say that. Yeah.
I know. we got a whole group of Aussie guys, and then Katie to do a live stream or whatever like that, and then we had to cancel last second because she ended up having some weather problems and she got a lot of leaks in the house, unfortunately. So
Time to help people customize and see.
I think I've seen.
Oh my God!
that
Just
video.
trying to talk talent. Yes. Do it, Katie. But if not, my beefcake.
I'm waiting till Madam's comic. I can't wait to get Madam's comic.
The one she posed for?
Yeah, Lucy.
Yes. I'm looking forward to that.
When is she posting those to buy? Do you know?
I do not know. I know she was just at the Rochester Con, which was 5.5 hours away from me, so I could not join her last weekend.
I bet you wanted to go.
I did want to go, but I gotta save myself for Terrificon.
I saw Gary B caught up with her.
Yep.
Gary B and
Matt Woods.
Matt Woods. Where's my coaster or drink? Trev. Matt Woods.
Repeat, Cliff.
Oh, see, that's what I said. I was gonna say, if I do a Kickstarter, you gotta be on my team. I need you. I saw what happened to Alan. I can't have that. I need you on my team.
How does somebody do that? Get not the Kickstarter, but get a variant with them on it. You know, some people get them on the cover.
So you want an Old Wolf, like an Old Wolf exclusive, basically.
Yeah, why not?
So are you talking about Madam's cover? Because this guy created this Lucy comic book, and he happened to be looking for a model, and through the interwebs found her and was like, "Oh my God, this will be perfect. Can you do this and that?" And she put it together, made it happen. He took a bunch of photos for her, and she became the variant.
Awesome. Is she selling them?
I think she will have copies to sell. If I understood the whole gist of it. But if you look at Comics and Coffee with Cliff, I think episode 3, she is my guest, and she appears as Lucy.
That's a hit, everybody. Let's all go over there now.
Did you find out what you were looking for, Tony?
No, I'm looking for something else. So I'll send it to you before Anthony, because it's funny as all hell. Well, actually, let me do this. Let me do it.
You're not talking about the 2 Aussie zero shits thing.
No. Simon and some other guy have been going back and forth. The guy saw a video of him at the Melbourne show, and has been given the and do you know what that means? Aren't you on vacation?
Yeah, hence the beach shit right there.
Okay. So somebody's giving Simon and giving the old
so it's giving him a hard time.
Yes. And he called him feral. And then Simon's calling him a dork. And it's been going back and forth.
Oh,
and
yeah, I do know what you're talking about.
Mark.
Okay, yeah.
How's vacay?
So far, so good, man. So far, so good.
It can't be that good if you're over here with us.
Part of vacation is doing what you want and relaxing. Check.
Love it, man. Love it.
Plus Mark's addiction is his community. So there you go.
There you go.
He is our resident hype man.
He's Jeff John's resident hype man.
That would be an honor. I'm his estranged high school best friend.
Yes.
It's been fun. We just got here yesterday. So just chilling, swimming. Went to Books A Million, little book hunt today.
It was a hell of a hat you put on today.
Someone's got to do it, Rob.
Did you are you just away for the weekend, Mark?
What did you say?
I said, are you just away for the weekend?
Week.
A week? Nice.
No, if you're trying to case his house, he's actually right there in his home.
It's funny you shouldn't bring that up, Rob. I'm away for 10 days, and I dare someone to try.
Uh-oh, Pops is there. Stay away.
Click, click.
Yeah.
Pop
If
was
you're
like, I'll
lucky.
be right back.
If you're lucky, you get that warning.
Yeah,
I'm just thinking there's medieval
Granted,
shit waiting to catch you.
I'm on my once a year trip, and I'm still in my home state. So this is a state where
And to think you were off this week on a vacation, you could have come to California and had barbecue.
bro, it took how long it took me to get here? Like, it took
An hour?
4 hours to get here. I'm pretty much in another country.
4 hours to get there. In 5, you could have been here.
We stopped and ate lunch on the way, or it would have been quicker.
I said, okay, 5 hours, you could have been here.
We just go straight east, bro. We just go straight to the coast.
You know, Mark doesn't like traveling too far.
Yeah,
not at this age.
But my barbecue.
Yeah, I would travel across the globe to eat Rob's barbecue from the back.
Mark has Godzilla watching his house.
Oh, yeah. Now that you mentioned that, look what I picked up today.
Uh-oh.
So I paid an exorbitant amount of price for this just because it's badass. Like it's legit, like a collection of some of the greatest, but it includes specifically the Bob Englehart Godzilla in Hell story, which like you could just get completely lost in this thing. The painted art all the way through is just absolutely spectacular. Let me get this.
Oh wow.
Hell yeah.
Like it's just Bob Egerton is just amazing with his painted work. It's just I haven't seen anyone else draw or paint Godzilla in such like a timeless, detailed, horrific, beautiful way.
Oh, I didn't show Mark.
But I got it for Finn.
Can I see the
Spidey,
cover?
I
on
need
that?
some
I
more.
missed the cover. Can I see the cover?
Oh,
It's called Unnatural Disasters, collecting legends, Godzilla in Hell, Rage Across Time, and it's got like James Stokey art all through it. I mean, like look at like the Stokey art on Godzilla is insane to begin with. It's Dave Watcher, Ulysses Farinas, Simon Gale, Chris Malley. There's tons of like the big ones, the big hits that he's had.
Mark, I won my first slab last weekend.
What are you going to do with it?
Keep it.
Good answer.
Crack it.
Won it from Trev.
I saw that in the theater.
What?
Godzilla versus Mega Godzilla.
The original?
Yeah.
In the 1950s?
No, it was a penny. You went in for a nickel, and you watched the movies. I was less than like 10 years old.
Oh yeah, it probably didn't release here the same time as Japan either. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so 1950s then, yeah.
Yeah. I saw a bunch of when I was a kid for a nickel. You saw all the King Kong movies and the Godzilla movies and stuff like that. It was cool.
When King Kong came out, you probably saw it for a penny. 1933.
No, and not those. But
you probably had to break a penny in half. All right, that'll cover me.
There you go. But okay. But anyways, you used to go for a nickel and you used to watch all those movies all day. They didn't kick you out. They didn't kick you out like and you could sit there and watch it again.
I'm not saying this in try to make a slant at your age, and I know that these things predate your age largely, but did they ever show like serials or anything before the picture started like they did in the earlier times? Because you're not far removed.
They used to watch
serials.
When I was a kid. I watched Charlie Brown, and it came in before the movie type of thing.
Yeah.
They did show things beforehand.
Yeah, some of those old serials are some of the coolest content. Like whenever someone says like when you might be critical of some of the content we get today, and people rebuttal with, well, it's better than nothing. At least we're getting stuff. I'm like, no, it's not. We've been getting stuff consistently as early as 1940. Like that's when the superhero live action DC Comics Marvel started on the silver screen was 1940, and it hasn't stopped since. But some of that stuff back then is it's ridiculously impressive. Like not even just for its time, but just in general. Like the first Captain Marvel Shazam they did, the old black and white Batman, Captain America before he had the shield on silver screen. It's just
that's a little bit for my
the
time.
Captain America. He was.
Well, I know it's before your time, but
it's not
I'm
even
sure
the same
you're
thing.
aware of it though.
He was a district attorney with
yeah.
Some of that stuff got serialized, like it.
Yeah, the serial. That's what I'm talking about. The serials. He was a DA, that Captain America. And he's like,
you remember the
Green Hornet? I was watching some of that serial on my way out to Heroes Con. So that's what I do when I go on my flights. I like to download the old serials, and I watch them because they're like 5 hours or something of stuff. It works great on a cross country air flight. So I was watching Green Hornet on the way out there. I especially like to watch all the old Flash. No, this wasn't Bruce Lee Green. This was long before that. Yeah. But I was watching I like all those old Flash Gordon serials, the Buck Rogers serials. I love those.
I love the Green Hornet one. If you remember the Seth Rogen movie that wasn't held in high regard, like one of the big kickers at the end was when the end after everything's over, you see him you see him try to drive away and chase him, and they drive right past him because the car it turned white. As it U-turns, you see it change back to black. They did that same special effect in the 1940s, and they did it because in black and white you can use light tricks. They just shined super bright lights on it and moved them down it till the black reflected to look white. It was super cool.
I just love the car that they use in that old serial with the engine noise is like so sound like this Hornet flying at you.
Yeah, well, that's it.
They turn off it's like the siren going off so loud, and it's like every time they come near a bag, all right, turn off the sound of the engine so that way we can sneak up on them.
And then the headlights doing the effect and everything. And
I just like I mean all of the things that with the Green Hornet was they made him like an ancestor, like a grand
Lone Ranger.
Yeah,
he's Britt Reed. He's the great grandson of the Lone Ranger. That's amazing.
I thought that was cool.
Oh, that's his backstory. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
That I love that he's like the he's putting out as the head of the newspaper. He's putting out rewards for his own identity to be discovered. So I was like, why would you think that he's putting out money to try to figure out who he is? It's like what a great way to.
In the radio show, they had to make his what is his name? His partner there.
Your name is Tony.
Cato.
They had to make him Filipino at the time because they didn't want to make him Asian because of the time.
Filipino is Asian.
Yeah,
they didn't want to make him Japanese.
They couldn't make him Japanese or whatever because of the time.
Right.
Your name is Tony, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And your name is what? No, okay.
Thanks for reminding me.
You got to help the old fart sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yes, you do.
Oh, damn. I got confused for a second. Remember how I used to spend my evenings before this was I used to be playing video games all the time. The guild I was in was called the Old Farts. Because we didn't allow anybody under 30 in the guild, and it was all so you had the Old Farts of the Republic and Old Farts of the Empire, since it was a Star Wars game.
Oh, that's awesome. Imagine, I can just imagine, Rob, let me see your birth certificate. I don't believe you.
And then they had the ship. The guild ship was the Sneaky Squeaker and the Silent but Deadly.
That's perfect.
Nice.
What the hell was that there?
Did you guys hear Spaceball 2's is supposedly coming? I said, Mel Brooks, you better survive throughout making the whole
Forget
thing.
that. I'm more concerned about what he does with it, because I was not impressed with History of the World Part 2.
I'm with Rob on this one.
I think we're past the point of needing to expect to be impressed with the relevant humor and delivery of a 98-year-old man, and more just thankful that he's working and staying alive.
The problem is that those things are great. The type of humor that they were using, they're not going to write
that type of humor today.
Yeah, they can't.
They would get canceled. Yeah.
They can't, which is a shame because it was great stuff, and it was just it was for fun. It wasn't for
to be mean.
There was no political correctness back then.
Yeah.
It was just open slather. It was fun. It was all men in jest, and it was awesome.
Look, I enjoyed it.
The sheriff
but
in the air.
by our arguments is great for you if you weren't one of the marginalized groups.
What are you trying to do, Mark?
But in the case of what you're referencing, Blazing Saddles, that's where that's all in, that's a time era piece and intentionally done to call out how insane and stupid
exactly. It was to show how it was. It's not to hurt. Like if you take All in the Family.
Ooh, Carol O'Connor.
Yeah, I mean he was a person, but to show things and show how things weren't right, or whatever. It wasn't. That's what it was for. It wasn't to just to say something nasty or whatever.
Right.
It was just to show the times and how things weren't right and stuff like that. That's what I got out of it.
It was smart writing. They didn't have to tell the audience anything. They just showed you the two different sides of the extreme at the time. You had Archie and you had Michael, and you had them butting heads from different vantage points, and it was up to the viewer to get a reaction out of that and move forward.
And eventually oftentimes put Archie in a situation where at the end he learned something about the way that his, and maybe it wasn't a whole attacked, maybe it wasn't a wholesale change, but he'd go, okay, well, not everybody. Okay.
Right. And it wasn't just with Meathead, it was with Edith too. There was times when he didn't respect her or something, and then she would come up to him, and then he would learn something. So it's like we don't have that today because there's nothing. I don't know. You can't really learn anything. Everything's always vanilla. Like sometimes I don't know.
Well, here's the mail. It never fails. Oh, sorry.
Everything's vanilla. So you don't want to hurt somebody's feelings.
My son and my wife this morning left the house at 7:00 in the morning to drive 2 hours to get to someplace further up north in Sacramento to go see a train. And then
a real train
came back. Oh yeah. It was like, God, what? It's apparently it's some really historic. I think it's the largest operating
like steam engine or something. Or...
Yeah. It's one of the big boys or something. Let's see if that's the wrong profile.
When I woke up for the second time, Beck was gone because she's gone to the big con that's on. She's helping one of the booths to run the show because he couldn't get anybody else. So she got roped into it. So she's at a con at the moment. So I told her to hunt for books for me. I told her to hunt for books for me, but there's I don't think there's that many vendors there this time. I think there's only like 2 there this time. I don't know how busy it is either. The Bicentennial Express. Oh, lost Mark.
It's a 4014 Big Boy.
Oh my!
Oh my!
Yeah, you had Clifford Big Boy.
I thought you had him at the numbers. I was like, damn, Cliff is like, I like those numbers too.
Only if he said
Big Boy on Iron Horse. Yeah, baby.
Only if you said 69.
God.
Oh,
that even says Big Boy.
That is. You said it
now,
before.
see, I would have half naked men hanging all off of that and do a photo shoot. It'd be great.
You know what? Hey, Spidey, you know what Cliff would say? I'd tap that.
Would he really?
There's other ones, but yes, I don't know. It's like I guess it's a big deal.
Yeah, there's a lot of people there.
Is your son into trains or something? Or?
He has been since.
Oh, what happened to
Get that
Rob?
finger
Cut
out of my
himself.
face.
Model trains are interesting.
Rob cut himself off.
Model trains are interesting.
Was it Thomas and Friends on Ice?
Yeah, he's
Close
a
enough.
useful train.
Hit the wrong button.
What were you saying?
He has been since he was a wee lad.
Oh, cool.
I was saying model trains are cool.
Hello,
The
Bubs.
electric ones.
Oh my!
The only trains I'm interested in is going to leave Boggs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Bethany.
That train, would that be a circle jerk? Well, or what is it?
That might be how it starts.
It's a Cliff a jerk.
Who's the caboose?
The Union Pacific 4014 is a steam
Yeah,
locomotive.
Cliff, who's the caboose?
It's part of the Heritage Fleet. It's 4-cylinder articulated 4844 big boy type built in 1941.
Wow.
So
I just say it
locomotive
depends
was
on what your expectations of the role of the caboose are.
God damn.
All given, no taken.
so it's part of as a 1941 train. It's been it's all been restored and everything else. So I guess it's for those people that are train enthusiasts. It's kind of a big deal, I guess.
Yeah.
There's no Sheldon Cooper here.
Yeah, Sheldon would. Well, my brother. Yeah, there is here. It's my son. But, hey, whatever. They were excited to go see it. So,
yeah.
Well, I think my wife was excited just to spend time with my son, and my son was excited to go see it.
That's the main thing. That's totally the main thing.
It's family time.
But at least you'll understand. You can appreciate it. Going someplace far travel, because Australia is also a big place. But those poor English guys and stuff. When you say, "Oh, yeah, they drove 2 hours to go to see a train," you did what?
Whereas it's funny
trains.
you mention that. It's funny you mention that because there's actually a train museum, literally about 20 minutes drive from Beck's house.
Nice.
But the thing is, as your kids get older, they don't tend to want to hang. So if you can spend 2 hours going with your kids someplace to spend time with them, it's a bigger thing.
Yeah, and I'm 30, and I tell people spend time with your folks while they're alive. You'll regret it if you don't.
You're only 30?
Yep, I'm a young pup.
You're only a baby.
You're that old?
I get underwear older than you.
Yeah, I am. I know. I get past as like 18. It's funny.
Actually,
I want to say the reflection off your head.
Okay, hold on. All right.
So I got my parents coming over for dinner tomorrow.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Is that okay? But now I look like hey. I gotta get a telephone book to put underneath my ass so I can sit higher.
For Vogs, in case you're wondering, a telephone book was something they used to send out to all the residential houses every year.
There's two colors, right? There was white,
yellow pages.
Yeah. Yep. I know.
We haven't had white and yellow over here.
If you live in a huge area, I did not. So mine was one book. There was a yellow.
Okay,
there was a
Bethany,
yellow
I'm 29 and a half. I'm almost.
And there was stuff in the front that had to tell you who to call if there was a fire, there was a gas leak, all this stuff. There was all that information in that. I was like, that was awesome.
White was residential and yellow was business.
Yep.
Oh, the good old days.
What are you drinking, Old Wolf?
You want to see what I'm drinking?
Oh God. Here we go again.
I'm trying to drink this slowly. Okay, here you go. Oh,
nice. What's your channel name? Is it Old Wolf?
Old Wolf 65.
Old fart Tony.
That's exactly what it is.
I'll sub you.
Thank you. I'll take all you. I'll sub you too. How about that?
Awesome. You'll be
you won't watch any of your content, but
you'll be my.
Why do you say that?
You'll be my 800th subscriber.
You got 800? You have 800 subscribers? Well, screw
Yeah,
you. I don't even have that much. And I'm
I
gonna
was gonna say, I don't either. I'm like, Boggs is putting some time in. Jesus.
No kidding, huh?
I was going to say, Tony's been on YouTube for like 20 years and he hasn't even got that many.
No shit. Okay, hold on. I gotta.
Hello, can you guys hear me still?
We can hear you, we just can't see
W
you.
vlogs. Hold on. Okay, hold on.
Yep, that's me.
I'll do it. Hold on. I'm gonna vlog.
That bourbon looks like it was made at home in someone's garage.
Oh, that big W?
It's it has like sports icons under it.
4 icons under it.
Has 4 balls under it. Just look for the balls.
Look for
Yeah,
ball.
it looks like this.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'll keep looking for it. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, thanks, Spidey. Really, you're not wrong.
Oh, the last one's got a bat and ball, but it's mainly balls.
Oh
Yeah.
my.
Yeah, I've said balls like 5 times the last 3
I
seconds.
know,
Stop
but
making Cliff aroused.
you said bat and balls, and I got very excited.
Hey,
Yeah,
can
of
someone
course
just put
you did,
his thing in
Cliff.
there. Pop, you get over 1,000. So I'm lucky if I get like 5. I don't know how many I have. It's always embarrassing.
Yeah, don't worry, Tony. I'm struggling too. I haven't even hit 600 yet.
It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, but I do regular content. You don't.
Yeah,
that makes it even worse.
I put something once a week, and it's lousy. Okay, so somebody put
Nothing
why
wrong with
don't
Trainwreck.
you put some? Since I can't, why don't you people put their
Yeah,
stuff?
I
in
don't.
the chat?
You can't even run your own channel. I'm not giving you admin rights or moderator rights.
Okay, I can understand that. I'm okay with that.
I don't know how to drop my own link in there. Someone's
You
gonna have
can't do it either. I don't think. Hang on, give me a sec.
Who's and what's and where now?
Old Wolf's trying to sub to me.
Okay, I just subscribed.
Yes, 800.
800. I don't know how many I have. I don't know I have.
It's only Spidey. It's just because he feels bad for you. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, I got 605.
Nice.
There you go. So you're still doing better than me.
So, you think Beck's gonna come back with any books, Spidey?
Nah, I doubt it.
Thanks,
She won't. She won't have time.
much.
She'll be at the booth, probably the most of the time. So I don't think. And she wouldn't even know what to look for. She'd only look for Spawn books for herself.
That's funny. Why did she like Spawn so much? Just cause?
Yeah, it's just like she's got a couple of favorite. Like she's a big Marvin the Martian fan. She loves Marvin the Martian, so she's got a lot of Marvin the Martian stuff. But when it came to comics, Spawn was her thing. So
I need to go to Heroes Aren't Hard to Find. That's 30 minutes from me. It's the one who put on Heroes Con. I need to find a Ren and Stimpy comic one day.
A what?
A Ren and Stimpy comic.
Do you want the variant or do you want the one that's just the regular?
I'll just take a regular.
he wants the regular. You idiot.
You
Sorry.
idiot.
Sorry, that was a bad. I can't do things. Like
Idiot, Stimpy. You idiot.
that. Awesome. Thanks, Bubs.
Where is Bubs? I'm surprised he hasn't hopped on.
There's probably UFC on.
Oh, you know what? I just realized. What day is it? Oh, no. He had his con today. I thought it was Friday. He had the con today.
Oh, he
Wonder how
might
he
be.
did.
He might be selling.
I wonder how he did. I know he was trying to sell.
Oh.
Yeah, he said UFC, baby.
Yeah, I thought as much. All right. Awesome, Dave.
I thought I had a number 1, but I didn't. I got number 8.
Number
Have you
8
got
of
dead?
what?
Have you got Dead Man's first appearance, Tony?
Yeah.
Oh, you do. Yeah, no, it's just.
It's in that pile right there. Hold on.
Oh, it's in your pile of slabs. No, don't give away your biggest book that you're going to show on Only Slabs.
Oh, right here.
No, he wouldn't have one of those, Joe. Only Tony would know what that book is. Oh, and a 7.0. Very nice.
Yeah.
What's a yarn man?
Yarn Man. Oh, no, you're going to give Tony a heart attack if you don't know what Yarn Man is.
You don't know what Yarn Man is? It's like one of the greatest comic books ever that people need. Every comic book collector needs in their collection.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Honest to God. Seriously, you never heard of Yarn Man? I literally tried to get that.
Nobody's heard of Yarn Man except for like you, Simon.
You remember a few years ago I tried to get everybody to buy it?
Yes, I remember.
Just
to prove Yarn Man?
Yeah,
Yarn
is in like a ball of yarn. Yarn.
No, he isn't. He's like the Thing, but made out of yarn.
That's ridiculous.
I was trying to give the analogy of the first word, like ball of yarn is in Yarn Man. Yeah.
Really? You never?
He's part of the Savage Dragon universe?
Yes. Well, actually,
we all remember. Yes, Bubs. We all remember.
It's like that South Park episode. I remember.
You're gonna give Tony a stroke. Because you even got Simon a copy, didn't you, Tony?
Huh?
You even got Simon a copy, didn't you?
I probably did.
I think you sent him one when you sent him the T-shirt.
Huh, interesting.
Oh yeah. Signed too by Dave Simpson, Dan Simpson.
What's his weakness? Cats?
Okay, so he's part of Megatron Man. All this stuff with Kitchen Sink Comics. There was Megatron Man, which I don't have a slab, so I didn't pull it out. It's in there. So, and he's part of that universe.
Mm.
But come on, look at that guy. That guy's awesome.
Nobody cares, Tony.
I got it.
It's like that. It's like that scene from Jurassic Park. See, no one cares.
You guys are killing me. Okay.
I'm killing myself slowly. It's okay.
Come on, everybody needs a Yarn Man in their life.
Do we really though? Tell me.
You do. Take it from the old guy.
Okay.
Yeah, the excitement is palpable, and the dead silence
Hey Cliff,
says it all.
I'm planning a trip to Long Island sometime in the fall.
September?
I don't know yet. I know I said September, but I'm not sure.
Is that where you are, Cliff?
No, I'd have to trek down there at 7 in the morning to go say hello.
So where are you?
I'm in New Paltz or Poughkeepsie. I'm between there.
All right, I didn't know. So sorry.
I've mentioned it before.
Not to me.
Oh yes, to you.
Okay.
Because I remember that whole thing where I was like, "Come down here, grab me." Then we go and meet Cup, and then for Cup we go to North Carolina.
Okay.
You forgot Izzy.
Izzy flew. This is for Road Warriors, baby. Road Warriors.
Yeah, I know. I did get to see Cuppy's Airbnb, and that was dope.
I'm sure it was.
I bet he doesn't have a Yarn Man either.
Nobody cares about Yarn Man.
So it would look great on his wall, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that just?
I need Steve to visit us, and I need actual Dracula to come visit us.
You should go. Wait a minute. If you're there, why don't you just go to Terrificon?
I'm going to Terrificon.
When are you going to Terrificon?
This August.
I'm going Saturday.
And I'll be there Friday night.
Oh, so I'm not going to see you.
Well, you'll see me Saturday.
All right. Well, I'm going Saturday with my son.
It's a date.
I'll have you on my hit list.
Okay, so I'm going to get. I will give you an old wolf hug.
35 seconds.
An old wolf hug is a kiss on the cheek and I grab the cheek. I grab your left cheek.
Oh, baby, that's just hello.
That's Bueller. That's what I did when I went down to the MegaCon. That was the hug. That was the hug. A kiss on the cheek.
Oh, I bet he loved that.
Yes, he does. I got a
Spidey, can you pull up that comment for Tony?
Which one? Maybe. Cats. No, but there was everybody should own a yarn man.
What's his weakness? Cats. Yeah, exactly, Jeff.
I mean, why? What's the difference between having a yarn man and having, I don't know, a Fantastic 4-1, other than the hype? There you go.
Fantastic 4-1 is good.
That's the hype. Wait a minute. Have you read a Fantastic 4-1?
No, I have not, but I still want one.
Okay, so it's good because people tell you that it's good.
No, it's because I like Fantastic Four.
Okay, so how do you know you don't like a yarn man?
Because you like it.
Oh, that's fine. Well, my thing is it's a comic book. It's the hype. People give it a hype, and because of that, it's value. And from there,
didn't you get it on the somehow get it on the top 10 list?
I got it on Comic Tom.
Yeah.
You didn't know what it was.
Guys, I need to get ready for bed. I have work tomorrow. See you guys. Thanks, Spidey.
No worries, mate. Soon. Take it easy.
Love
hey,
you guys.
What's wrong with the pocket cheese? What's wrong with the pocket cheese? I'm pocket cheese. All right, I'm gonna be going pretty soon too because I got a busy day tomorrow. But I had to.
No, you don't, Tony. Don't lie.
Okay, my wife has a busy day and she's gonna drag me along.
Okay, that's understandable.
So you got me for a few more, but yeah, that was my thing. You take a book nobody knows and you hype it up, and it becomes something. And that's, to me, that's like every book. No, I'm not judging any book. It's like this is awesome, right? X-Men 1. People are gonna buy X-Men 1. It's the hype. And that's why. So you take a lousy, not a lousy book, but it's an independent. So it's not everybody's cup of tea. You take that book, you hype it up, and it becomes something. And people were buying that book for $20, $30 on eBay. For what? Because people are talking about it, and they put it up for $20, $30, and people were buying it. So that was my thing, and ended up on Comic Tom. He didn't know why he had it, but he had it, and he was talking about it. A nothing book.
Because you started it.
Yeah. No, not just because I started, because people talked about it. It has nothing to do with me. The experiment was getting a book out there that nobody knew. People hyped it up because somebody said something, somebody said something, somebody said something. And
somebody's got to be starting something. They got to be starting something. Too high to get over. Yeah. Too low to get under. Yeah.
She told two friends, and she told two friends, and so on and so on and so on. And then it ended up being something for a flash in the pan, but it ended up being something for an instant. That was the experiment, and it worked.
You were happy. You were happy for those 2 minutes.
Exactly, because I proved my point.
I mean, you make a good point.
So for 1 week, Comic Tom will say number 3 is X. Okay, and so it spikes for whatever reason. I'm not saying because of him, because it's on what are those? There's
speculation show sites, so everything.
It spikes, and then 2 weeks later, it goes nowhere. Right, but for that instant, it spiked because somebody said it spiked and something about it. It spikes, and then you've said it before. It's going to be in the dollar bin, pretty soon. It's true. They spike for no reason other than somebody saying, "Hey, check this out," and then later on you can get it in the dollar bin. So I wanted to prove that I could do that with a nothing book. A book that I got as a joke when I turned 50. Somebody gave it to me as a joke. Cool. Let's start something. Let's make an experiment. Let's see if we can make this. Nobody knows who Yon Man is.
when it comes to Yarn Man and Tony, you know it's going to be like that, Bubs. It's going to come around at least once a year.
Yeah. Okay, shut up. You know, I want people need something to hold on to.
I'd still rather have an FF1 though.
Rob, of course, I would too. I would too. Rob, I'm sorry if I'm boring you. I apologize.
No. I was just tired.
Yeah, I'm going to go too. All right, I love you guys. I really do love you
too.
So
all right, Tony.
I'm just babbling. So
babbles are fine.
Yeah, that's what I do. I just get drunk and talk for no reason.
From Babylon.
That's okay. I just found Vogs on Jig's Kingdom right now live, and I wrote in the chat, "Vogs, you cheating whore."
Really? He's there?
He said he had to go to work. What he really meant was, I need to go work.
But he has to
go work on a bigger YouTube channel.
So where is he right now?
He's on Jig's channel. Jig's Kingdom.
Jigs is on.
See, you're gonna abandon us for Jigs.
No, I love Jigs, and I would hop on, but I got shit going on tomorrow. So, love you guys. Appreciate you, Robs. I'm still scared as all shit. I'm telling you,
you're gonna do great, baby. You're gonna do great.
Okay.
It's about the story, not about the books, Tony, and it's about you. So you'll be fine. You can tell a story.
Don't worry.
Can I be drunk during your show?
I don't know.
He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to answer that.
Can I be sipping whiskey during your show?
I don't know. Can you?
I know I can, but is it okay?
So you have the so the answer there is yes. You have the ability.
Oh, okay.
No, you're asking for permission.
He didn't ask. He didn't say may I.
Right.
He was saying
I can.
So he was asking it whether or not he had the ability to do something, not asking for permission to.
Right.
I can't answer if he has ability to.
Well,
this is something look at. My teacher in 5th grade was a grammar Nazi. And this was a thing that we all got driven in our heads because every time we said, "Can I go to the bathroom?" she would say, "Well, I certainly hope you can." And when you started to get up to leave, so where are you going? To the bathroom. I didn't say you could go. You said I could. No, you didn't ask, "May I go to the bathroom?" You just asked if you had the ability to do it. And I assume that you do.
So may I have an alcoholic beverages during
your
our
boss?
show?
I'm not your boss.
Okay. Just to make sure.
Not knock yourself out. Not
literally. You're an adult. What do I care?
All right, but it's your show.
But like Tony, I believe in you. The books that you picked out for the show, you obviously know why you bought them, right?
Yeah, but I have a very short-term memory, so it's like, you know.
So
I know.
alcohol will enhance that.
If you had Invincible Iron Man 100 and it's a 9.8. You know why you wanted Invincible Iron Man 100 and why it's slabbed and why you put it in the pile, right?
You know what's great about the slabs is they have notes on them.
Awesome.
Oh, Rob, no. Only for fancy people. Only for fancy people.
Okay.
No.
I
CGC literally puts notes on the label.
A lot of my stuff is CBCS.
Well, CBCS puts notes on the table.
Okay, great.
Label.
Yeah, you want to.
Even Halo puts notes on there, and there are nothing.
No notes. They did me dirty. Back of the label.
Because
I have a lot of those.
Where we got a fresh face on the panel.
Do I? Oh, okay. If I
fresh.
All right, I'm not leaving. Leave now.
You have to. You don't leave, or you have to leave.
I don't know if I can leave now because it'd be really rude that you just hop on unless they see you later.
Oh, you can stay.
I'll stay
have another drink.
Yeah, have another drink.
Okay.
Rob, Cliff, hello, Papa.
Hey, Bobby.
Bobby. I only pour myself a short one. Okay.
No MetroCon, no Metro Comic Con, Dave. You didn't bother. Yeah. Nah, I didn't think so.
Too much. I've got SDCC next week, so it's like,
that's right. Yeah.
Oh, is there a medication for that?
Yeah, there is. It's called getting some more money from selling comic books so you can buy more.
I get it. That's something I have to learn how to do. Is really sell. I
need to learn how to do that shit. It is never in my favor. It is Hunger Games out here, and I'm getting my neck snapped in the cornucopia. It is bad.
The first step is you have to have books that somebody wants to buy.
There you go.
There's
Exactly. And the
always
thing
books
is,
people
when
want to
you
buy.
buy, when you're the one buying them, in my case, right? When I'm the one buying them, everybody wants them. But when I'm ready to sell shit, nobody wants.
What do you got to sell, Cliff? Let me know. What have you got to sell?
Don't worry, I'm gonna put up some stuff soon. I'll be like, come save my life because I'm drowning over here.
Hey, should I sell? I have multiple sets of X-Force 1.
With
Now-
the Deadpool card.
Unload that shit with the GW Briggs because they're gonna go right back to the dollar bin in a hot minute.
So what's a good price for them?
Rob will buy them and put them in the giveaway
five
bin.
copies because you
How
have
many?
to have the Deadpool.
It's the only one that's worth it is the one with the Deadpool card. That's
right.
it.
So I
Rest
have,
of them.
so if you get
dollar.
5, you get the Deadpool. So what's the price I should charge for 5?
$3.
For 5.
Okay, $5.
No,
Well,
I
how
would,
many-
if this one the whole set, I would charge 30 for the whole set.
They're still in bags. They're still in bags and everything.
Of course they are. Look, how many copies do you have that you want to sell?
I literally have 4 full sets.
How many copies do you have that you want to sell?
I would sell at least 2 sets.
Okay, so 10 books total. Is that what you're saying?
Spit it out, Tony.
For $2 a piece, then?
Hey, I'm your hucklebearer.
Rob loves putting X-Force 1s in the giveaway bin.
Yeah.
See, if you want to do that, I would just give you a set.
I'll buy them. I don't care. I'll give you $20 plus shipping for 10 books, 10 X-Force 1s. I don't care. That sounds good to me.
All right, maybe I'll give you a call. But honestly, because like what that number 1 like is like $15, whatever. But if
I don't know that they go for that. Trust me, I pick them up all day long for less than $5 a piece.
Yeah,
that's why, and it's a staple of my giveaway bin. Although we haven't given away a copy for a while, I need to plant. I probably need to plant a couple more couple copies in there.
All right, I'll give you a call.
Is Torek in there as well, Rob?
There were. I don't know if there still is. I know that I've given away 2 copies of Turok recently.
You gave one away a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. I don't think I have. I don't have that many copies of Turok, but I had a couple recently because the guy, one of the products that I reviewed, the guy sent me several Turok 1s as part of his mocked up as part of his product that he was doing, his self-grading thing. So
I've got mine. It's personalized though.
Yeah.
By West Coast Dave Engers. He just gives these things.
Oh, yeah, you had to mention Turok, and then Mark will pop back in, of course.
It's the Jiffy Lube exclusive. One of one.
A Jiffy Lube exclusive.
Oh God. So how is prep for San Diego going, Dave? You got all your notes and stuff ready, and
yeah, I've never. It's my first one. I've never been, so I don't know what to expect. I'm expecting not to have decent comic book dealers there. Like, I mean, it's supposedly
you can expect a lot of smelly people. You can expect
always
crowds, and you can expect to have to queue.
He's mainly going for a panel, though. He's doing a panel.
I'm doing a panel,
but I really have to queue.
I'm actually.
He is in the panel.
You are the panel. Yeah.
I am the panel. So someone's going to hopefully queue for me, but we'll see. But I'm trying to see if I should get in Hall H just for that Marvel one. Let's see. Now they're back, but who knows? Apparently,
yeah,
it's like,
because they didn't go last year, did they? I think they.
You just remind me. Bart Sears is going to be at Terrificon. I'm going to have him sign my Turoks.
Yo, the Terrificon lineup is explosive.
I got two of all the people. I've been going through my whole freaking collection. Well, who am I going to have sign? No, I'm not going to have a sign. It's driving me up a wall because I want to get it. I want to make sure I get it done. That's how mental I am.
I don't even know how I'm gonna approach all these people. Jim Lee, I'll be lucky if I can get near him. You know he's gonna be the hottest thing there. Chris Claremont, probably. Greg Capullo, hot. Mark Bagley, hot. Jason Aaron, probably.
Yep.
Mark Wade, got to get to him. Scott Snyder, he's, I mean, it's insane.
Kupalo and Snyder might be together because they were one time when I had him sign something for me. They were side by side. I don't know about now though.
So Sylvester McCoy will be there. Freaking Doctor Who. Michael Rourke is gonna be there. That's gonna be some shit. CB Sobieski is gonna be there. Scotty Young is gonna be there.
Yep.
Brian Azzarello, Eric Larson, Walter Simonson, Charles Soule, Steve Epting, Tim Seeley, Stephanie Phillips, Terry Dodson, must have him. Philip Kennedy Johnson, must have him. Adam Hughes, must have him. Howard Chaykin, right on. Cammie Garcia, Jim Starlin, Clay Mann, Louise.
That's a massive lineup.
Yeah.
Are you actually going to think? How long will you stand in the line for Jim Starlin?
For Jim, well, I've met Jim Starlin, so he's okay. You know?
You and him are like this?
No. He's like in real life. He's just Pip the Troll, dude. Be ready.
I mean, one of the books I have back there, I stood in line for 4 hours.
Yes.
Would you stand in 4 hours for any of those guys? You talked you.
I might stand 4 hours for Jim Lee.
I had stuff for Jim Lee. I had to pay extra for him for a whole
Wouldn't pay a dime because I see him. He go Fan Expo in San Francisco the day after Thanksgiving, and there's nobody there.
Really?
Heroes Con, there was no one there for.
Yeah.
When he came to, I think it was it was Boston.
I'll be back.
I had to pay extra to sit in a group for him to sign things and stuff like that because it was, and the line was just to get into there. It was, but that was years ago, so maybe it died down. Maybe, I don't know.
For who exactly?
It was for Jim Lee.
No, dude, it ebbs, flows, spikes. Right now, I think we're on a spike.
Yeah, so it's like, I mean, I'll look to see if I have, and I got a shitload of stuff for Jim Lee.
I got a shitload of stuff for all these people. I mean, it's crazy.
I know. Have you seen my wall of proverbial fire? If this wall goes up, my house goes up. Have you seen this thing? I mean,
oh my!
Whoa!
It's quantity, not quality. So
it looks like a good start.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was gonna say
those are all slabs, right?
I wish. Slabs are behind me.
Oh, that's adorable.
I know it's not as good as yours, but it's cute though.
My slab collection looks like your front wall you just showed a second ago.
Yeah, no shit. I believe it. That's what I'm saying. It's cute.
Mine is slowly getting cuter.
Dude, you got a wall. My wife won't let me do that.
Well, dude, I'm in the basement,
Yeah, so am I half the time, but that's called marriage.
Well, you know how Cliff got around that? He chose not to get married.
Ah, there you go. No, I can't do that because that was the best thing I ever did. I can't choose to that, but you take the good with the bad. Yeah, but I gotta find stuff. I got some stuff, but
I'm trying to think. I do have some Al Milgrom Avengers. Ooh.
Yeah, there's like one in every two, isn't there? From the 200s.
Yeah,
like the fill-in artist.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about. I have some ones that are like at work. Like I may get my Avengers 232 CBCS signature series from him.
Hey, do you ever do this where when you go get some sign, but you get something just oddball? They see that's what I'm doing now. I find something oddball that they did to sign.
Yeah, like,
You guys ever do that?
I try.
Because I mean, everybody will come up with something they're known for, but something they did years ago that nobody even knows about. You find it, you for them. So you guys do that, right? I mean, that's not something
Some people do. I mean, Mark did it with all his amalgam books. And the I've done stuff like I like to go some of these guys. And I like to grab the 2099 books that they worked on.
Yes,
when I do this stuff, and it's great because sometimes it sparked some really good conversations with folks that they go like, oh yeah, like when I did Keith Williams signed Ravage 2099, he went on this big long story about getting to meet Stan Lee and work with Stan Lee for the first time and all this stuff. It was really kind of cool.
Well, that's what I guess he's going to be at Trificon, and guess what? I'm going to pull my Ravage 2099 and have him sign it.
There you go. Probably the first one he signed in 3 years when he signed mine.
There you go. I made my note.
I'm an amalgam man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's cool. I mean, they must get people in line going there and having all the popular stuff they know they can sell or whatever, and they sign. I mean, I stood in line for, I can't remember. Doesn't matter. But the guy had a 2-wheel friggin' cart, and he had him sign stuff like throwaway friggin' there was an article something in some paper or something, and he stood for 20 minutes for him to have the artist sign something that was throwaway. You know what I'm saying?
But in the grand scheme of things, if you're looking for value and not like quick flip, it's going to be in that kind of stuff. It's going to be in the stuff that there's not 1,000 things signed of. Like when I met Stan Lee, I didn't even get him to sign a comic. I got him to sign an action figure, a vintage action figure, because it meant a lot to me. And also,
Right.
I've never seen another one signed. Like the very first Hulk toy that I got as a kid, I got one carded and got him to sign the clamshell on it. And when I meet all these legends and this stuff, I think what do I enjoy the most? And some of my earliest memory with comics was the Marvel versus DC and the amalgam stuff.
Mhm.
That's when I was getting into like reading as a kid, and not just reading, but comprehending as well. I was going in the shop all the time with my pops and everything. So those mean a lot to me on a personal level. I have my copies from my childhood even and stuff. And when I met Al Milgram, we were talking about Speed Demon that he worked on, and he was signing it, and he was talking about how it looks like a good reader copy. I'm like, yeah, because I got it as a fucking kid, and I've had it just tossed in a stack in my room and bagged and board later in life and stuff like that.
But that book was loved when you haven't had them.
Yeah, it's not beat up to shit, but it's not like a 9.8 copy either. You know, I didn't, even as a kid, I knew not to abuse my comics. But it still looks like it's been read. You know, there's not abuse, but there's use on it.
No, there's love in that. It's not abused or anything. It's loved. You actually bent it. You actually read it.
Yeah, when I showed JR Thorion, like I walked up to the table and set it down, his reaction was, wow, I haven't seen this book in ages. When I met Howard Mackey and was handed him the book, he said he hasn't seen them. The only time in like the past couple of decades that he saw that book was when he was in New Mexico doing an event that they had reprinted the book in Spanish for that event. So
Which
the
book
people
was
that
it?
were there were able to pick up the book there and get it signed by him. But he hadn't seen
Which book was this?
Speed Demon.
Okay.
Yeah. And when I met Jose Luis Garcia Lopez, I got him to sign Doctor Strange Fate, and Kevin Nolan right next to him, who did the colors for it. When I met Dan Jurgens, I got him to sign Marvel versus DC 1 through 4. Palmiotti, got him to sign Super Soldier. All the legends were all working on Amalgam in Marvel versus DC.
Yeah. I just love when you take a book that they haven't seen in years.
Right, that's
the best, and they sort of like
Mark does that all the time. Didn't you take like Jim Steranko's first work?
Spy Man.
Yeah.
Then the fucking magician went on to try to tell me, like, you know why this book's special? And I said, yes. And then he goes on to explain it to me, like, bro, I know that. And I told him that. It's like, I know that's literally why I brought it to you.
I had him sign a book, and he was like, but he was, and there was a young girl behind me, and his focus was not on what I was giving him, but on the girl behind me. And it was like, okay, thank you very much. And he's like, to the one behind me. I was like, okay, all right, thank you very much. And I just walked away.
Thanks, you jerk.
And then I went to.
This is one of those as well from Heroes. Alan Davis, he hadn't seen this in years. This is his first Marvel work ever on cover, and he was telling me the story. He did it at that exact same size.
That
is
not awesome.
Very well drawn. But it's his first artwork, and he was like, "I've not seen this since it was printed." Like
exactly, that's what I want to give them. You appreciate them because if you see them something that's just over printed and like everybody has, they get bored with it. But if you get something that, oh geez, oh thank you, I think they appreciate that more. That's. All right. Okay. I got to go. See you guys. Love you guys.
Sure?
Love you,
Tony. What if you didn't come?
I don't know if I love you that
Tony,
much.
what do you, real quick, but like how you're talking about bringing stuff they haven't seen a lot, what do you think about how they upcharge to sign the books they see all the time? Like I'll sign for $10, but if you bring this book or that book, it's $20.
Well, I think that's because they're bored with it, and they know that everybody's going to give. If everybody has this, yeah, But if you
like Secret Wars 8, there's like an upcharge to get it signed.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if everybody's going to give them this, yeah, upcharge it. Why not? What the hell? But if you're going to give him something, this was something. Justice from No Good Comics. His father did this. This is an article. I got his first one he did for either DC or Marvel. I'm going to bring it to him. And if they don't see, but if nobody knows the history of what he did, and they're just taking something popular and showing it to him and having for him sign it, yeah, of course, mark it up. What the hell? But if you took
that comment, it's more about flippers now, I think, more than anything else.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. We allowed this, unfortunately, this infiltration, and now everybody suffers.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a popular book that you have them sign it, it's like, yeah, you're gonna make money on it. Give me extra money and do what you want. If you take the extra time to find out something that they just started with. Yeah,
but they'll still charge you. This is so there's a couple of people that I know that upcharge, to your point, Mark, around key books that are in their wheelhouse. So Richard and Wendy, they charge $100, I think, for Fantasy Quarterly one, but they'll do $10 for any of their own Fantagraphics stuff. Oh, not Fantagraphics. Is it Fantagraphics? No, Warp. So they'll sign their Warp books for like $10. The first one's free, but if you bring a Fantasy Quarterly, it's $100. So yeah, you could do that. You could do it. They could certainly do it, and then that stops the flippers. To your point, Cliff, because then suddenly it's like they've got to make it. But the thing that was interesting from Heroes, I started thinking, there's no point now, especially with JSA, actually bothering with a witness, because you're paying, let's say you pay $50 for a witness signature, you can get it signed for $10 or even less if you and just get it authenticated. And what does it cost? $20, $25 to authenticate it? So you're saving $20 right away.
For now.
That's
the discounted rate that they're introducing the whole thing with. And the rumor that has been out there was that it's going to be $45.
Right. Which then you may as well get a signature series, right? Well, yeah, if you top it up with this Secret Wars 8 because $100 as opposed to say 25 or 10 or whatever, then yeah, it stops that whole.
I stopped
That's what
doing
I mean.
witness stuff on getting witness and stuff like that because I got tired of going and getting a witness and trucking over there to go get one and everything else. I just started
Unless it's CJ.
With the JSA thing, are y'all just more prone to just say, screw it, I don't need a witness, I'll just JSA it since the labels look good?
Well, I did that before with CBCS, so I don't really care.
Yeah.
The clear choice is no longer CBCS.
Yeah,
Tony, you're going to be on only slabs, you said, right? Tony?
Excuse me?
You're going to be on only slabs, right?
Yes, on August 10th.
Are we going to be seeing primarily CGC, a mix, or what? Or
I have a mix.
I've never been a company snob because most of the stuff that I buy already graded.
Yes. No, the reason why I have CBCS is a lot of stuff. A lot of times I have stuff that's already signed, and at the time they were the only one verifying signatures.
I've got a handful that I send in for verification, but the majority of the time when I'm looking for stuff, I'm looking to get it already slabbed. If I don't own it, that is. I'm not looking for a raw copy to submit myself. I submit plenty, but it's just stuff that I've already had, kind of thing.
But there was it's my thing, not facts. It's just me. I see that CBCS was grading them harder than CGC.
Yeah,
and that
so
wanes.
I appreciate it. I might have got a lower grade, but I saw it as in a more exact grade. You know what I'm saying? Because
I took my caliber when I first wanted to test out CBCS years ago. I did a handful of things. Like I took a first Deathstroke that was in a low grade, but it had massive spine roll. Like the staples were all the way on the front. So I sent that one in for their cleaning and pressing service to see how they would do. I just sent like a variety of stuff just to see how the services would go. And one book that I just kind of put in there with them was Caliber Presents #1, the first appearance of the Crow. And it was a clean copy, and it came back a 5.5. I'm like, there's something wrong with that. And I already knew CBCS at the time was kind of had the reputation of being a stricter grading company. But that's the only book that I've ever CPR'd. I had it cracked. I sent it to a personal presser versus one of their companies, and I had it submitted to CGC. It's now an 8.5.
There you go.
Because I think they misgraded it to begin with because it didn't. It was. I knew something was off, but
right.
Yeah.
But I think that's kind of that might still be true. But I've seen times when you can say the same with CGC that they were grading harsher at this time or that time.
Yeah, I had a book which I'm going to show, and I cracked it to have it signed, and it was originally a 7, and when I get it back, it was a 7.5, and when I get it back and I sent it to CBCS, and it came back a 6.5. And I'm like, I didn't crack it open. I cracked it open, but I didn't bend it or anything like that. It was just signed, and it came back grade lower. So I don't know. So I always thought that they grade harder, a more actual. No, actually, the 10th would be 2 days before my birthday.
So you might get a new book as a present to show. Maybe.
I'm not saying that. I'm not looking for any gifts or anything. But yeah, August 12th is my birthday. But thank you for thinking. Thank you.
You're going to be 78? 78?
59. You don't look 59, do I?
You don't act 59.
Oh, I don't act like I'm not even close to being 50. How are you supposed to act when you're 59? I feel the pains. I feel the everything. But how are you supposed to act when you're 59? Is there a book saying how I'm supposed to act when I'm 59?
No, you act like the way you want to act.
Exactly. I mean no harm. All right. I love you guys.
For the 10th time.
Good night again.
My personal goal when I heard you say you were going to leave was just to start specifically asking for your opinion on things to see how much longer we can keep you here. Just so you know, it was 8 minutes.
Tony, how many books have you pulled for Only Slabs?
You on your thing you said about 20, 25. You want me to count them? Hold on.
Yeah, please. Drop your comments in the chat, folks. Questions for Tony.
23.
He'll be here for another 2 hours.
I pulled 23, but I might add another one.
Add 2 more. 25 is a good number. That way there's a solid halfway point.
That's not even.
Don't confuse him, Mark.
How's that dude, I've been drinking, but I'm not that bad. I never get that bad.
What are you sipping on?
Okay, I'll show you again.
I hadn't seen it at all.
How's last week as well?
Oh, yeah, that pairs well with Rob's hot sauce.
I know. I literally want to get when I do my hot wing challenge. I want to have some of the hot sauce. So I need to know how much it is to get it to me.
I'd have to make some.
Don't make it just for me, but if you do make some,
that's what I'm saying. Is I'd have to make some, and I haven't. I just got done making a batch of barbecue sauce. I just made the regular stuff. And actually, this go round, I was pretty lazy because I didn't have enough of brown sugar. So I've done in the past. I've made brown sugar bourbon barbecue sauce, and I've done honey bourbon barbecue sauce. So this time I made brown sugar honey. So I mixed honey and brown sugar for my sweetener because I had not enough of either to do nothing but.
So yeah, you're gonna make some of your was it RFO?
The fire FYR.
Okay.
Fuck you, Rob.
Fuck you, Rob. That's it. Are you going to be making some? If you do make some, I'll buy some off you.
I didn't make any of it.
Tony, how far away are you from Rob? Because I seen you hanging out with John not too long ago.
Oh, I'm in Massachusetts.
Oh, you're goddamn.
I went to California for with my wife because I met John physically in Florida when we went.
When did you meet him spiritually?
Oh, all the time.
Oh, you just lit up, my man.
But anyway, no, seriously. So I met John physically at MegaCon, and we found out that his wife is Scottish, and so is mine. Oh, she's from Canada, but from Scotland. Okay, so so they have a Scottish fest in California, and you gotta keep me talking, and I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah,
anyway,
we have one up here. Ironically, they hold the Scottish Games and Festival in Dublin, which is ironic.
Oh no, we didn't go there.
I said we had one up here.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so we went to the Scottish festival. They had, I don't know where it was, but it was close to John in January.
In the desert.
And so we got together. We went, so we went down for them, which was cool because I met, we get to meet his family and everything, so it's cool. I'm in Massachusetts, so we're not very close.
Did you get to throw the caper?
Yeah, I can't see they were throwing telephone poles, they were throwing rocks, they were throwing these big keychain things. Yeah, I wasn't doing that. I was throwing back whatever else I could buy at the bar.
Well, I was for the longest time. So my son, his name is Brennan Scott Morse. So you used to always say, Brennan Scott Morse. You throw the baby cave further than any other baby. And it was the running joke for a long time. I was so proud when he went away to World Jamboree for Boy Scouts. There was a Scottish Games area set up, and he went over there and he got video of him throwing the caber for me, so that I finally had video of Brennan Scott Morse throwing the caber.
Did he flip it right? Did he flip it?
Well, it was a smaller one that they had. It wasn't a full size one. Yeah, these are Boy Scouts. They're not even adults yet, but it was
Yeah.
still it was fun.
It was one girl. She was like she did everything. She was flipping the freaking telephone pole. She was throwing the rocks. She was like, oh my god, and she was flying. It was like, and she was kind of cute too. But it was like, it was just awesome. Doing
Did you show her what was up your kilt?
My wife was there. If you know,
Damn near killed him.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
that would have killed me. That's for sure.
Y'all talked about the Captain America trailer at all?
We glanced over it earlier. Well, not looked at it, but somebody mentioned it, and then it never went any further. But yes, it does look very, very nice.
How has no one talked about it? That shit looked awesome. I'm not saying it's going to be awesome, but
yeah, we've established that Sam Wilson is Captain America, and that he recognizes that there's the Thunderbolt Ross looks different, and he has a shield and he throws it, and
while he's flying,
he can fly.
Fuck
That's what we've established. And
I've said this since after Endgame. Like they need to rush Sam Wilson to the forefront. They lost all their momentum with this character, but this was Disney's biggest misstep post Endgame, was doing a silly little TV show that context wise for the MCU didn't need to happen. Like, I'm not mad that it happened, but they should have, after that TV show, had this movie ready. Had this movie ready.
Did you see it, Tony?
Need to go, Tony. Tony, you might need to go.
Oh, fucking out of here!
No. I wanted to hear what Tony thought about the trailer.
Did you see the trailer, Tony?
Yeah, I saw the trailer, and my only thing is they didn't show the new Falcon. Right?
Oh yeah, that they introduced who's going to be.
They introduced him on the TV on the TV thing, but they didn't show him on the new one in the trailer. They did. There was a glimpse, a quick glimpse, but you didn't.
I thought all the Falcons.
I don't remember who was going to be the Falcon on the show. I watched the show, but it was a couple of years ago, and I wasn't that impressed. Who was going to be the Falcon?
Cliff, who was the natural? Who was that? Who was the second Falcon, Cliff?
It was that Hispanic guy.
Exactly. I can't remember off the top of my head.
They introduced him. They introduced him during the TV. Not the TV. Well, I'm saying TV, but it was
Disney Plus program. Yes,
Falcon and Winter Soldier show.
Yes.
Joaquin Torres.
Yeah, he was just a military guy that was the character was introduced not as the Falcon, but just
okay.
If you know that he's a Falcon later in the comics for a brief time, you'd be like, hey, that's that guy who puts on the wings later.
Right.
Oh, I got you.
So you think that we should promote his first appearance?
Mm-mm. I think they did.
Red
I think they
Hulk
did
one
good for a first trailer. They showed us everything that we knew just from what we've gotten so far. And then they teased us with a Red Hulk foot. That was
right at
more
the
than
end.
enough. That was great for a teaser.
Mm.
And I'm quick to shit on Disney and stuff, but I think they did their job right with that trailer, and I've been excited to see Sam Wilson, goddamn, get his time with the Shield for a while here.
I think that the entire success of this next Captain America film hinges completely on the CGI ability to create a believable Red Hulk mustache. If they can't do the General Ross mustache looks like horse shit, then the whole movie will be unwatchable.
There's no mustache.
No Justice League.
There's no mustache.
They should have the super mustache.
Yeah.
That sucks. You mean Harrison Ford's got no mustache in this?
Did you see the trailer, Bubs?
No, I'm trying to avoid it a little bit.
The trailer actually that's the running joke.
Do you remember in Iron Man 2, the opening scene is Tony going in front of the committee, and we as the viewers see that they have recasted James Rhodey.
Yes.
And they call James Rhodey as a witness, and he comes walking in, and it's showing his body but not revealing his face. Tony gets up to turn around, and you see Don Cheadle, and he goes, didn't expect to see you here. And Don Cheadle's line was, well, it's me, get used to it. And then they move on. It was a little nod, just getting a little meta, like beyond and like addressing the fact we recast. And they do the same thing for William Hurt's Thunderbolt Ross in the opening of the trailer. Falcon gets called into the office. He walks in and his first line is, "Oh, I didn't recognize you without the mustache." And Ross's response is, "They said lose the mustache or lose the election, so here we are." And then it cut.
No, wait, hold on. You just said that wrong. You said that wrong. It wasn't Hurt. It was the other guy.
Harrison Ford.
But
Yeah.
still,
William Hurt
We knew
was
what
the
you meant.
original one, yeah.
So in other words, they had so little confidence in the CGI of the Red Hulk that they decided to ditch the mustache.
Or
Harrison
Ford didn't want to grow one.
Oh,
Yeah, he's at the place where he can.
Hey,
he can make
no,
those-
he's not. Kidding me, for Disney money? Give me a break. They threw some money at him. He'd grow that damn mustache,
Dude,
or he'd wear a fake one.
I think that they need Harrison Ford way more than Harrison Ford needs them. They're trying to get good graces with the older crowd that's written off Disney.
Harrison
stuff.
Ford
I
still
don't think
makes Star Wars
anyone is going
residuals.
to go see this movie because it's a Harrison Ford movie. I
Hey,
don't think
could
that
be
exists.
true, but
at
I
this
didn't
time.
think anyone would watch Monarch: Legacy of Monsters because Kurt Russell was in it, but they sure as shit did.
That's different. I believe Kurt Russell fandom is stronger than Harrison Ford fandom at this time.
It might be. It might be.
Hey, I'm out of here.
No, you're
Love
not.
you
We have
guys.
another question. we have another question for you.
Last thing. Did you watch Legacy of the Monsters, Old Wolf?
What?
Did you
Monarch,
watch
did you watch
Legacy
Monarch?
of Monsters, the TV show with Kurt Russell, the In Godzilla Universe TV show that came out this year?
No.
In the American Godzilla universe.
Yeah, American
Oh.
Godzilla.
Monsterverse.
You know,
Not-
it-
not
it-
minus
if
one.
I did, even if I did, I'm still saying no because I have to go.
But what if they did another version of Big Trouble in Little China and recast? Using
I would
Harrison
love
Ford?
that.
baby.
I would love that. That's one of my top 10 movies.
Hey, Tony,
Big Trouble.
it's all in the reflexes.
Yes,
But wait,
it is.
I watched a movie that could rival potentially Big Trouble in Little China this morning. We were driving. We had a 2-hour car ride. I went ahead and I threw down a movie. I told my wife this morning, she's getting ready, and I said, we're going to watch a weird movie this morning on the way in, because that's what I do on cons. When I have a long trip to a con, I
We're gonna
download
watch a weird movie tonight, dear.
I download a movie and I watch it right all the way through, all the way to the con. It's always some
You just
weird
kind of
thing.
listen while you drive, or you on a plane? I'm not understanding.
I'm driving to the con. I watch the movie while I'm driving to the con because I'm that
That sounds-
good of a
that
movie
sounds
watcher
safe.
that I
Yeah.
can do that while driving.
You ever
That's
do
how
that,
good of a
Tony?
movie watcher I am.
No,
So-
stop.
Hold on, Tony, you
ass all night.
gotta find out what movie he's talking about. This is a crazy setup.
I watched Hell Comes to Frogtown,
Not familiar.
and you're not, but you will be, because you need to watch this movie. It's on Tubi. It's free on Tubi. I watched it on
Yeah.
Amazon just so I could download it.
Hop
But-
to it, Mark.
Hell Comes to Frogtown. It's a Roddy Piper movie.
Yes.
Roddy Piper
With actual frog suits.
with actual frog heads. It's fucking
1988.
bananas. So I'll give you the quick gist of it. Okay, here's the quick gist. Cliff, you're gonna love it. You're not gonna love it.
Tony,
you
you're
might
gonna
love
love
it.
I just read it. This is crazy as
Yeah,
fuck.
here's how it goes. This is, and I haven't read anything, but Tony, you got to hear this. So here's I'll make it quick. I promise. I'll make it quick. So it basically, it's post-apocalyptic. It's, think Mad Max, kind of like that, right? Post-apocalyptic, and Rowdy Piper plays a man who accidentally impregnates like this guy's daughter, right? So he's got brought in by the new government, which is just almost all run by women, because like 67% of the male population got wiped out by the war, right? It's all, nuclear bombs. And the nuclear bombs also sterilized most of the men as well. So this guy's a new national treasure, even though he's a scumbag, right? So this guy is a new national treasure because he has the power to impregnate women. So the government takes his thing and makes it property of the U.S. government, or the new government, whatever they call it. And his mission is to impregnate as many women in the wastelands as he possibly can.
But he has
But
to
there's-
rescue them.
Well, there's a catch. Well, first of all, that's his first mission, is impregnate as many. But then they find out that there's a whole clutch of these like holy roller women who are like from a cult kind of thing, where they are bred to be meek and good, serving women, because of this time, most of the women are pretty rough, right? So they're like, hey, we need to go rescue this small clutch of women, is like 5 women. We need to go into Frogtown, which are the mutants that live in their own little town who are starting an uprising. We need to go over there, quell the uprising, save the girls so that you can screw these 5 women and get them all pregnant. That's the movie. And then he wears an iron chastity belt that is radio controlled by a woman's earring. that if he gets too far away or deviates from the mission, she zaps his dick with her earring. And then also
You put your wife through this.
if he gets too far away.
And you did this while you were driving?
It's great.
He didn't need to pay real close attention.
Like his dick has a small C4 charge, and his dick will explode if he gets too far away from his handlers. It's fucking great.
It's the new Suicide Squad.
It sounds like a film.
Rowdy Piper. Hell Comes to Frogtown. It's
Tony,
called
are you in? Are you in for Hell Comes to Frogtown?
You gotta be in.
I'm in now. I think I'm gonna watch it with Finn.
Oh, it's awesome. Well, it's a little bit of nudity involved, as you might
I'm not
imagine.
watching it with Finn.
It's definitely rated R. Because basically every woman that finds out that he's fertile, they all basically try to jump his bones. Every woman.
Do they feed him well and give him vitamin shots? Because
no, but he complains about stuff like that throughout the movie, but ultimately he does his job for the country.
Oh,
yeah.
of course he does. All right.
Good stuff.
On that happy note,
I highly recommend it.
Papa had a question
The
for you.
official time is 25 minutes. 25 minutes so far.
who's got another freaking question for me?
Papa did.
It might be 26.
Yeah,
Don't leave. They're gonna. I know. I already said yes. They will. All right. Hey, again for the 5th time. I love you guys, but I love my wife more, and she's gonna give me shit. So see ya.
Right. Hey, watch Hell Comes to Frogtown with her. It's called Hell because the guy's name is Sam Hellman, and he goes by Sam Hell.
What in Sam Hell?
Yeah.
And does he give him hell?
Oh yeah, like you remember, Rob. You're probably the only one old enough to remember this. You remember Commander Cody, like the musician. So,
oh my god,
his anybody else remember Commander Cody? That's what I thought. So, Commander, it was a musician called Commander Cody. Anyway, who do we lose?
Tony
left.
No, we also lost Cliff.
And Cliff disappeared.
Wasn't a fan of Frogtown.
I guess not. So Commander Cody. So anyway, the bad guy's name in this is Commander Toady.
Of course. Of course.
Good stuff. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Hell Comes to Frogtown. Yep.
I'm gonna go do the
Featuring
dishes.
Yarn Man.
That's good stuff.
That sounds like fun.
See you in Frogtown, Cliff.
Thanks for joining, Cliff.
Mm-hmm. Oh, did he join your membership? Are you monetized yet, Spidey?
Hell no. Oh, I gotta try and go for the 500 subscriber thing. I can do that one. I'm eligible for that now, but I haven't tried it yet.
That one's good because you could do member only streams and things.
I won't do membership stuff.
You don't want to do a paper friend? Simon's having a good time with it.
No, I think there's enough. I wouldn't do enough content and all that sort of stuff to be able to do that sort of thing. So
your watch hours should be there though, right? Like they're there.
Oh, it is for the 500 thing. Yeah.
Is it?
That's finally ticked over the 3,000 hours. But
if you get the 1,000 subscribers, then you've got the watch hours to qualify for that too.
No,
right?
not for that. No.
All right.
I'm sitting at the moment, I think about 32 or 3,300. So I'm still about 800 hours away from the full one. But nowhere near the subscribers though. No. My hours grow faster than my subscribers.
Yeah.
Because of this stream.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because it's
that's yeah. Like you look at the
people that watch it every week. So
because of this stream.
Yeah. You're doing great though.
I'm trying.
Keep up the slightly above average work.
No, just average.
Oh, it's just average.
Yeah, it's just average. Just leave it there. don't give me too much credit here.
I thought you were on this. All right, I got you.
So weren't you doing a show selling books? Bob?
Yes. Yeah, I got to get with both of you guys.
Yeah, we
Weren't you
didn't-
needing some Alpha Flight, Dave?
Yeah, we didn't touch base. We should. So yeah.
Yeah, you were supposed to send me a list of the Alpha Flight numbers you needed.
Actually, while I'm here, while I've got you,
you haven't got me.
Live!
Wait a
What is
minute. That looks like
Oh, is
something
it-
a kidney came in. The hell
Oh,
is
that's one of
that?
those. Is that the
Oh,
vigilante
these are
ones? Yeah,
great.
it's the vigilante cases.
Oh,
That's so overkill.
Yeah, it's an Australian company, isn't it, Dave?
yeah, it's just down.
Yeah,
the road
they
from me.
do like our version of the BCW black boxes, but you can get them in like different colors and stuff.
So it's Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi.
Yeah.
Well done.
All right.
You're welcome.
Might as well
Rob,
do it.
me and you collabed on that. I'd fist bump you, but for Mark's
Right
ear-
through right through Mark's head.
All right.
You heading off, Rob?
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go do the dishes and get out of this chair. I've been in this chair a lot today.
Mhm.
And,
Get into the lazy boy.
I know what you mean.
I have to do so. I have to actually prep some marinade for the fajitas I'm making tomorrow.
Oh, fajitas.
Yeah. So,
Hey, Rob,
beef
did you
and-
tell me you
beef
had
and steak.
carpal tunnel?
yeah, carpal tunnel and tendonitis.
Mark left.
And Mark left.
Yeah.
You got carpal. Okay. I wondered.
Alpha Flight, that's
I
what's
thought
doing
you
it.
had said you had that. So I had my first twinge of it like a little over a week ago. It
Mhm.
fucking hurt. So before that, no offense, Rob, but it doesn't bother me if you take some, but don't take a lot. I always thought carpal tunnel was a real like bitch kind of thing. Like I was like, oh God, like really? Every time I see somebody bitch and whinge about carpal tunnel, it's always some old lady with a hair bun and fucking a self-knit sweater and a fucking cast on her arm. And she's like, oh, my carpal tunnel acted up. I can't do your reports today. I'm like, bitch, get back to work. So that's how I've always felt about it. And then, not that I felt that way about you, but I don't work with you. But just like I have no problem with smokers until I got to work with one. And I'm like, you fucking get back to work. So anyway, exactly. But anyway, I felt my first twinge of it, and it fucking hurt, man. It sent shooting pains every time I would rotate my wrist over a certain degree. Holy shit! I thought I was gonna shit myself.
That's why he has one of those special maces.
It's a vertical mouse. Yeah, sort of like yours, but mine's a little more vertical.
Yours is more vertical, so I went with this one just to see if it would start to help.
Two-piece keyboard
too. Yeah, I got a bunch of pads, and I'm making do. Look at my
Yeah.
big floppy. Look at that.
Yeah, no, see, I got actually the carpal tunnel is the least of my issues. It hurts, but I've gotten used to constant pain. It's the tendonitis because I've got golfer's and tennis elbow plus tendonitis in my fingers.
Mhm.
And so it's like for me every day the scrolling and stuff is constantly aggravates the tendonitis in my fingers. The elbow stuff, I've lost 65% of my hand strength.
Oh damn.
So the medic from California standpoint, California declared me permanently disabled, but 0% loss of functionality. So like I can do everything still. I haven't lost motor control, but I have constant pain and I have reduced strength.
So you got a cannabis card. I understand.
So it really sucks. Is like there are certain things like
What I just
opening
heard.
up-
Everybody else hear that too?
I live in California. We don't need a card.
Right.
But
Used to need a
yeah,
card, and you got
sure.
one when you needed a card.
But it's like the worst part is like the tighter my hand, the more I constrict my hand, the less strength I have. So like opening jars and stuff, like I can do if it's a big jar, I'm okay. But like small stuff, I got like no hand strength to do any of that stuff anymore. It's I can barely basically. That's why look my fork, the fucking these big because using a regular one hurts. I can't use chopsticks anymore. It's too painful. It's too I don't have the dexterity for it any longer. stuff. But I know Papa's telling me, go cry me a fucking river, you fucking sorry ass son of a bitch. And I, you're true. Everybody, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But I'm not complaining.
Wow. Well, when I thought of I think you might be the only man I know that has this little bitch thing. So I was like,
here's the thing. I remember very clearly. I remember very clearly when I first had it and I was going to workers' comp. I was at the hospital and I made some post about it on Facebook, right? And the first person to chime in was my former drill sergeant, and he chimed in. You fucking what a pussy! you went to the gynecologist and you found. I was like, oh Jesus, thank you, sir.
I'm not telling nobody but you and whoever watches this. The other 4 people that watch this show weekly on a regular basis. The watch hours.
Hey, yeah. Well, don't forget the rewinds. That's 12 people.
It's 12 total. Yeah, but most of those are Simon to see what time he. He's clocking it all. Yeah, I got this little thing.
It's mostly Remy going back looking for things to clip.
Yeah, it's a clip, exactly.
I believe if I got a full vertical, it would be better. This is like a semi.
Let's go.
But I'm happy with it so far. It did make a big difference. Immediately, I could feel the difference.
Yeah,
and I do feel like
because the rotation is the
And maybe I caught it early enough. I mean, I started treating it within a week and a half. Already had a new mouse, new keyboard, new pads, and
it does help taking breaks and all these other things. Like I have a permanent medical restriction that I'm supposed to take a break every 15 minutes. Or
oh god, how could you get anything?
I'm sorry. I'm supposed to take. I haven't actually followed my medical restriction in years, but I'm supposed to take a 5-minute break every half hour.
Okay.
From keyboarding and stuff.
That's tough.
I was just like, I don't have time for that shit.
You're a sucker for punishment, Rob.
Well, so the issue originally came up at a different job, my previous employer, and my workstation there was really, really bad. Matter of fact, I was like on a corner desk, and my arm. Part of what was the problem is my arm was resting on the edge of the desk, and that was kind of aggravating. That was kind of pushing in and causing issues. But now it's the point, like, even though like this is a corner desk setup, I don't have my stuff in the corner. Everything's like on an edge because I refuse to be stuck in corners anymore and that stuff. I've spent a lot of money on ergo equipment and or workers comp does type stuff. So
I also found that moving my mouse pad further up my desk, like further away from me, and straightening out that elbow a little bit, like to where it's at least 90 degrees and not like I usually use it back like here, straightening it out,
trying to keep your arm in. That was the thing that I miss is I miss not having the 10 keypad, but removing the 10 keypad allowed me to bring my mouse in closer to the stuff, so that way I'm not winging out there.
Yeah.
The other thing that's super been helpful to me is this keyboard, and
it's separated.
It's separated in 2 pieces, and the reason why it is so much better for me, is simply as a larger individual, even with an ergo keyboard, I have to bring my arms together.
Yeah.
In order to type. This allows me to actually have my arms spaced at the actual width of my body, so I don't have to do that. And then because it's programmable, I was able to program page up and down into some other keys on my left hand side, so I can be mousing and I can use the page up and down to scroll without having to run the scroll wheel, which has really helped me a lot until I get to certain programs at work that require me to use the stupid fucking wheel. But
don't you have a wheel on your vertical mouse?
I do, but still that motion, that's a repetitive motion that gets aggravated in my tendonitis. So using the up down arrows, page up, page down arrows helps a lot.
Do you use a mouse pad with your vertical mouse?
I do at work. And here I sort of do, but this is on a keyboard drawer that slides out, and it has a separate built-on mouse Does
it have a
table
wrist
or
rest?
oh shit! I can't really kind of make this. Oh, if I can.
Does it have? Oh, it does have a small wrist rest.
Yeah, and it's a different height than the keyboard there, and I can put it. I can adjust the angle of that pad and everything else. So
yeah, what a shithole! You need to clean up, Rob. It's terrible, just terrible. So embarrassed to be your friend right
yeah, you saw the giveaway bin book down there.
now. Well, cool. I appreciate you helping me because I really it fucking hurt, man. I was so pissed, and then I had to drive that weekend, long drive, and then just driving hurt because I drive like this, and every time I turned left and my arm would twist over that way, it fucking hurt. I was driving with my hand like this, one hand and the other hand just up like that. This sucked.
Yeah, I got a cabinet full of various wrist braces and arm braces and stuff for all that stuff when it really starts acting up. But for the most part, I've gotten to the point where I can just live with it, and it's bad because I get used to pain, and so when something does hurt, I don't understand. I don't know.
You never got the surgery either because they talk about if it gets bad.
Yeah, no, because I didn't get it because they said, well, we could do it. And it'll help your carpal tunnel a little bit. But the problem is a lot of your issues is the tendonitis is worse than my carpal tunnel. And so but the tendonitis, they can't fix surgery. The surgery. So they're like, oh, I mean, they could try, but it usually doesn't work. So he says, so realistically, the amount of time that you would be out of work and have to recover, he says, you'd probably be better off just taking that time and not touching a computer for 3 or 4 months. And I'm like, yeah, that's just not going to happen. Forget it. I'll just suck it up and drive on.
Okay. Makes sense. Well, I appreciate it. I didn't mean to keep you up any later.
You're not keeping me up. I just got to keep me from doing the dishes. So keep going.
Sorry for the dishes. The dishes need you. They need you, Rob. They need you real bad.
It's not that nobody else can do it, but nobody else can do it right.
Yeah. Hell comes to Frogtown, Rob.
The problem with me having to load the dishwasher, you got to load it right.
Yeah. I got you.
Au revoir.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you. What a nice fellow that Rob is. I don't care what Papa says about him. Good guy. Good guy, that Rob.
So I just sent you the list, which is good. I can't remember what the other titles you mentioned were.
Micronauts and ROM.
I've got both.
You got all the new ROM stuff too? The newer ROM?
Yeah, I'm not really that interested because he's got fingers.
I didn't know.
Yeah, I like him when he had mittens.
Okay, fair enough.
The original ROM has mittens. It's as simple as that.
I'm with you.
Doesn't.
All right.
It's a bigger area from which to hold his weapon.
Do tell.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'll check tomorrow. See what I got in the old boxes.
What else you got?
Spidey, I think there's about 5 or 6 spawn variants in there.
Yeah, have a look for that for Beck. And I know you said there was some other old Marvel books in there, some Bronze Age Marvel books in there, and I was sort of wondering what was in there. Whether
they're kind of going fast. I'm down to like some Marvel 2-in-1s, and I think I've got some Iron Fist and Power Man.
Oh yeah,
2-in-1s. Okay.
I got some 2-in-1s. I don't know. They were flying out of the boxes today. It was a good day. So
okay. They're all high grade too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. God damn it.
Yeah,
well, at least it's good for you selling them.
Dave's a high grade snob.
That's okay.
Completely.
I like those guys. They
I'm
pay
a
double or
low-
triple for the same book the rest of us are buying for. I got no problem with that.
I'm a low grade snob. That's because I can afford low grade easier than I can.
I do like low grade. So I had a dealer come over my table trying to buy my Silver Surfer #1, and he was like working on a price, and his price evaluation was fair, but at the same time, I'm like, he was also trying to do the same thing with my Hulk 180, and I'm like, here's the deal. There's a floor to buying this book. I don't care what the condition is. He's like, well, it looks like it's about $100 per point, so we can move this, we can move that. I said, no. I said, once you get to there's a bottom floor where no one is selling this book below this price.
Mhm.
So I'm not dropping below that just so that you can make money when you sell it to someone at the normal price. Like, go kick rocks. But nice guy. But go kick rocks.
That's why you're going to give it to me for $100, aren't you?
I'm sorry you were cutting out.
What is the one? What grade? Is it raw?
Huh?
Is it raw?
Yeah, it's raw.
And what grade?
Which one?
The Silver Surfer one. Is that what you
I'd
have?
say it's got a near spine split, a near complete spine split. It's only holding on by like 2 inches, maybe 2.5 inches.
Right.
So I would and it's got some sun fading. So I would estimate it at about a 3 max. Not even. I think realistically it's probably a 2, 1.8. Depends who's grading it, where they got laid that morning.
Okay, I'll give you 150 then. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that, but that's not going to cut it. Now, but I understand for you that's a lot because then you got to tack on shipping and costs and all that stuff. So I mean, I get it.
Well, $150 would be about 220-ish Australian, roughly, and then probably another. Well, sending one book would be about 30 US in a Gemini. So
If you did do
about...
it though, Bob can send it to my parcel locker. I'm picking up next week. And then
he could either do that or he could send it to Rob, one of the two. So
yeah,
but he's not gonna be able to do a price that I can afford unless I pay it off, sort of thing. Because Silver Surfer one's been on my list for probably 10 years.
Well, I'll send you some pictures of it, and it's got the price tag right on it.
You've showed it to me. You've showed it to me.
Oh, okay.
Because I remember you said you picked up a second copy.
Yeah, but this is my original copy. I kept the second copy, and this is my original copy.
Yeah. So it's like because it's complete, isn't it?
Yeah, it's complete.
Yeah, the book's as long as the book's complete, like
it's got a nice date stamp on it too. It's pretty nice copy. I like it.
Like realistically, besides because there's certain books that I exceptionally want. Like I always talk about I have a stupidly long list, but apart from the 3 Spidey books that I still need, books like Spotlight 5, Surfer 1, Surfer 4, Fantastic Four 48 and 49, and a few other books. Like they're the ones that I have always wanted before YouTube, before doing this other sort of stuff. They've always been books because like besides Spidey, like Ghost Rider, Surfer, Punisher, Wolverine are like my favorite other characters.
I need a Surfer 4. That's on my list.
And
I wouldn't mind a 48, 49, FF 48, 49, but I definitely want a Surfer 4.
Yeah. The Surfer 4 is actually a really rare book to find over here. I've only ever seen it once. It's a super rare book over here. And Dave's about to go, oh, you mean like this one?
What do of it?
In like a 9.0 or something.
No, I have it in 7. Those Silver Surfers are ridiculously hard to
only in a 7.
Only in a 7. Don't have a Surfer 1.
Jason's got a Silver Surfer 4 for you. Hey, I might could trade you a Silver Surfer 1 for it, and then you could sell it to Spidey, and then I can ship it to Dave, and then he can get it from the parcel. Did this just happen?
I feel like I've just been no.
I feel
like it was a 4-way trade.
I'm not selling my 4 because I'm not getting rid of it.
No, you missed the point. Jason has a 4. Southern Comic Geek has a 4. I'm gonna trade my 1 for his 4. Then Spidey's gonna buy the 1 off Jason, whatever he wants for it, right? Then
whatever.
Well, the point being that he has nothing in it except a traded book, right? So he might be a little more playful with the cash. Then I'm going to drop ship it to Dave's parcel locker, and then Dave's going to pick it up when he goes to New York and bring it to you. Hey. Everybody wins but Dave, who just has another book to carry.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you've been to Frogtown, Bobby. You know you have. Shut your hole.
Oh, I think I'm gonna have to watch it now if it's available on our because we get cut down versions of all the streaming services. So Netflix and and you know, and all those sort of things, we only get like certain percentages of the full range. Like Netflix, we only get like 60% of the full content that's available, which sucks.
That's just wrong.
It is.
You live in China.
No, you don't get it at all in China.
Oh, my mistake. Well, if you're real charismatic, you might. What? All right.
Well, I gotta go because I
just got here.
No, I did. Of course, and so did you. But I gotta go. I got things to do.
I love the T-shirt, by the way, Dave.
Yeah, thank you. This is from the US. Like it. It's good. Barry Windsor Smith.
I wish I fit in medium. I'd have all kinds of cool shirts.
You're right, it's medium. But you know what ends up happening with these? They're so cheap. They end up you wash them once and then they shrink up.
And your muscles rip out of them. Yeah, I know. Same thing happens to me.
They shrink up, and then the transfer starts, coming off. And
yeah.
I've got a whole bunch of new T-shirts waiting at the parcel locker for when I get there.
I signed up for that Funko Pop Club or whatever on Amazon. So they say that the shirts are actually pretty decent quality, and the sizes are real, like American sizes, if you will.
Oh, if you get the collector core boxes that have the T-shirts and stuff in them quite often, they are like I have maybe 2 or 3 of them. And like they're like really decent sizing, and they are really good quality shirts.
Yeah. So I signed up for that. So I'll be getting a new T-shirt every 2 months. So I'll be overrun with T-shirts that look like a child would wear.
So you get extra bub size.
Absolutely. That's what I asked them for. They asked me to send a picture of my crotch. I don't know why. I mean, I sent it because I already had one loaded up on the phone. Yeah.
All right. See you soon.
Run big. Good. I need him to.
Thanks, Dave.
Good night, Dave.
No.
Good to see you.
No, not the prison view.
Ding, ding. Behind bars. How much longer are you going, Spidey? What's the story? What's going on here?
Well, as I said, I'm off for a week, so as long as people are willing to hang out, if people want to leave, and I'll just cut it. And I'm surprised you didn't go on Jigs, actually, seeing that your cohort Perry's on there.
Well, I am under contract over there, but just to show them that I got fuck you money, I showed up here.
The poor man's channel.
That's right. I do what I want, when I want, every time I want. Here I am.
That's it. But hopefully, I'm still staring at this goddamn box, and I want to open it so bad.
Is that the one from the collection you've been paying off?
Yeah. It's,
you opened it?
I'm going to do it on a live stream during the week.
No one's going to watch that shit. Just open it, enjoy your books, and then do a haul video.
The whole video. It's like 80 books, dude. I'm not going to do that on a video.
Obviously, you're going to separate them out. But do me a favor. Don't put part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, part 8, part 12.
No, I'm doing one stream only to go through the whole box.
That's a terrible idea.
Why?
Because you're only going to get the same fucking 12 viewers that you get on these things. And there's no sense in that. When if you post a video that says, let's say there's a Werewolf by Night component and put, Werewolf by Night haul, Bronze Age keys, whatever in the title, a little thumbnail, that will get a shit ton of views. Then
the problem with that theory is, like, even though that's an awesome idea, don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking it. There's only really 4 like proper keys in there. Everything else is mainly run fillers and just really minor keys.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, you don't have to. If that's what's true for the Werewolf by Night run, like let's say there's only 1 key in the Werewolf by Night.
It's all Silver Age. There's no Werewolf by Night in there, but I know what you're sort of getting at.
All right, you got me. But for the ones that have the major keys in it, I would reference that, and then or just put picked up, whatever. You get the idea. You'll get more views. Because you're only going to get the same fucking 12 views for that mega haul. And most people are going to drop off. Your watch time is going to be shit because they'll either fast forward around. You only get when it's actually playing, not when they're skipping. And then you're also, after book 20, they're going to be like, fuck, great books, mate. And fucking bounce, or do the Las Cruces and he'll name the first book you got, the middle book you got, and the last book you got. And say, those are my favorites. And he'll fucking bounce too. And when you've lost Las Cruces as a watcher, you got problems. So that man watches anything. So yeah. So
Yeah, no, I was sort of like, and to be perfectly honest, I actually thought about doing that. I actually thought about, okay, well, I'll do maybe between 2 and 4, maybe live streams to do that. And then I thought, nah, fuck it. I'm just going to do it all in one fucking hit because I'm
because laziness wins the day. Just say it.
No, not necessarily that. It's anxiousness. I'm anxious to get into the box. I only
That's my
remember
point.
like some of the books that are in there.
You don't even understand. I'm trying to help you because you're saying you're anxious and you want to get into the box, and I'm saying get into the box now. Not literally now on stream, but when you're done with this tonight, crack open the box, rebag and board some of them. I'm sure they're going to need it.
No,
So
he rebagged and boarded
Oh, he
everything.
did. Oh, perfect. Oh, then you're perfect. So break into the box, enjoy the books, separate them into categories by title roughly, and then start filming videos on each one. And then dropping videos on each one of those, even if it's only 4 books in that title, it doesn't matter because you cared enough about these books to collect them. So someone's going to enjoy that. You're going to enjoy filming and talking about them, and you can do better content on 4 books than you can rushing through 80 books. You're going to get tired of them by midway. Like it's just
I won't get tired of it. It's like when I did the live stream, like when I was opening up all the stuff from the auctions.
Yeah.
And Simon wanted to, because I knew there were some books in there for him, which I still haven't got from him yet, which he's probably bought 20 times over by now. Like, because Rob's still got some stuff, but that, like, every time when I used to get the boxes from Todd, he would jump on and we'd go through, and they were like boxes that had probably between 30 to 50 books in there. And I used to get decent views. Like, I'm not talking hundreds or thousands of views, but I'd get, like 100 views, 150 views or whatever. Like, a lot of people would watch on the rewind, and they'd go for about an hour to an hour and a bit. So
it's your channel and it's your life.
Yeah, I know. Like, I do.
I'm just saying,
understand.
if you feel the urge to crack into it tonight, you're going to end up with more videos, more views, and you scratch the itch to look in the box. So I'm just trying to present you a way that you can get everything you ever dreamed of, and you'll still do some shit live stream in a week, and you can show them all again. They're like, these are the books that I got. If you guys haven't watched, but there you go. It's not a shit live stream, but you know what I mean. Just a whatever live stream you're doing, you can show the books. You'll be on 5 or 6 other channels all week long, and you'll be like, look, there's a book I showed in my haul last week. Go check it out. Here's the keys out of it, right? I mean, you can do that. So.
But that's the other thing is a lot of besides the 4 books, a lot of them I don't know. I can't remember or don't know whether they're minor keys or not. I did them as run fillers, like to try and fill up gaps in a lot of my like Silver Age runs and stuff that I have. Because the whole lot, I think about 80 to 90% of it's all Silver Age.
Yeah, but you're excited for those run fillers.
Yeah.
You're so excited you can't stand to not open the box right now. So all you got to do is film a video and transfer that excitement for how good it's going collecting that rum. And people, that's what people want to see. Like I'm subscribed to all these people because 2 things. When they pick up a book, I like seeing the excitement in their face.
The reaction. You're a reaction junkie.
I mean, not like their reaction of, oh, I just got this book. Oh my God. But just seeing how happy they are that they own the book now. It doesn't have to be like a fresh unboxing. I don't care about that. Just that what they appreciate about the book, why they wanted it, what the little story, it doesn't have to be a long story, but a little story behind the book is why they got it, right? As opposed to any other book they could have bought that week. And then also an extra thing, I also like CGC unboxings that go poorly. Like something about that. Just seeing somebody really hoping for a 9.8 and get a 9.2 just, makes a little demon in me happy. And then,
such an asshole.
That's probably not right. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. But the other thing that I like is just, when people show things that I've never seen before and I instantaneously want. So I like seeing people being passionate about what they've collected and why they've collected it. And then when they show something that I don't have, I'm like, ooh, maybe I want that. And if they can infect me with the passion for it, or something that I would have been passionate about, but I didn't know it existed, like that's the best. So that's why I watch
watching only slabs week out of week. You like,
yeah,
you could say Rob sort of like, oh, I didn't know I like that book. Oh, I'll just jot that one down, sort of thing.
Absolutely, that's what he's doing.
So
So
that's
anyway,
why
really,
I asked. That's why I asked Caroline, and I said, look, if somebody wants to do it with me, and Caroline's like, yeah, I'd love to do it. I'd love to see what you got, and that's the other reason why I wanted do it the live stream format, is to bounce off somebody like, oh, didn't you know that's blah 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 or whatever.
I like that, but I don't like that, and here's why. And no offense to Caroline specifically, although she is one person that does this quite often, and that's that the person who's watching you open books inevitably gets tired of watching somehow. And after about 10 books, they're like, well, let me show you what I got this week.
Yeah.
And she'll do that. And others do it too. So I'm not like citing her out specifically. I'm just saying that when you have someone else on, they're like, oh yeah, let me show you my copy. You know, oh yeah, well, I've got that too. Oh yeah, I remember when I picked that up. And then you got to hear their fucking 10-year-old stale ass story. When yours is brand new. Yours is the more exciting one because you just got it. And no one's going to be more excited about these books than you.
Instead of showing 80 books in an hour, it ends up going to 80 books in 2 hours or 3 hours.
Right.
Yeah. That's probably the one thing that I'm probably a little bit hesitant on, is something like that happening. Like, I'm not saying
it will happen. You have to listen to somebody's fucking story, and not that you won't appreciate it and like it, but it's just pulling you out of that euphoric state of enjoying the books and opening them for the first time, and it snaps you back into Caroline's closet, where she's like, "Look at this book I've had for 4 years, just like yours." You know, not that she would do that, but just as an example.
I know what you mean, though. Yeah, like people's attention span these days, and that's why it's the shorts generation now. Like everybody just wants short content, but but it is.
I'm getting kind of bored with this conversation. I got to tell you. You want to talk about anything else?
Exactly. There you go. Bobby's stories are fresh.
Bobby's stories are fresh. That's different. Bobby's got the fresh stories.
Yeah. Well, I got to come up with a title, come up with a thumbnail, and all that sort of crap. So
look, you're already thinking like you're just fucking lazy. You're already like, I got to come up with a title, a thumbnail. I'm like, you got to come up with 8 titles and 8 thumbnails. He's like, no, A, and I'm dreading it. Fucking exhausted just thinking about it. I got a week off. I don't know how I'm going to get this thumbnail made.
It'll take. Well, saying I used to get Simon to do all my thumbnails will probably take me a week to fucking do a thumbnail.
Oh man, Las Cruces is here.
He's always here.
He's gonna leave a message. I enjoyed the talk about the thumbnail. Have a good one, guys. That's great.
Oh god. Yeah. Nah, it is what it is. So, but yeah. I don't know.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I'll come up with something. So.
I believe in you. I got trust in you. You got this.
One box, one stream, one thumbnail, one this.
Knew it.
That. Laziness. Yeah. But there's nothing like live stream reactions though. Like, it's all good and well for somebody to do pre-record and then go, oh no, but I'll edit out my face because I didn't look excited enough. I'll edit it out and do a new bloody face, and
I don't know. I don't do that.
I've heard of people doing that. It's like, oh, I don't think
so, but my this wouldn't be the one I'd start with if I were you, if you're not keen on that. I mean, I do one takes generally, and the only time that I do a second take is like, that first 30 seconds of a video where you're like, hey, YouTube, how's it going? And then some fucking noise happens. You're like, oh, I forgot to turn on the mic, or some bullshit happens. I'm like,
or somebody yells out to you dinner time or something.
Yeah, their phone starts ringing and it's call I gotta take. I'm like, there goes that fucking, that's over. And I don't splice anything together. I just ditch that and I start over. And usually, but if I'm at least a book or two in, I just keep fucking rolling.
Yeah,
like, I don't care. And if something happens to the phone, I just ignore it. And if some shit crashes in another room, I'm like, whatever. It's too late to turn back now, folks. We're on this take. We're rolling.
Yeah. And that's I'm the same. Like, besides having like zero editing skills whatsoever, like I'm literally just dragging and dropping. I just like doing it straight off the cuff.
Yeah. I enjoy that. It's just a conversation, and shit happens, and I say things that are wrong sometimes, and sometimes I won't even correct them. Like I used to go back and be like, oh wait, I said the wrong book number, and I'll put a little fucking asterisk at the bottom and see, yeah, fuck that.
That's right. We need a video of Bubs out.
Well, there's plenty of them. I got little 30-second clips all on my hard drive. Just
the gag reel. We want the gag reels.
They're horrible.
Oh, I love gag reels. That's always the first thing I watch on a DVD or a Blu-ray. I don't watch the movie. I watch the gag. Like if I've seen the movie before, obviously, so
Right,
I'm not getting any spoilers. But go to the special features. First thing is the gag reel.
Mm-hmm. That sounds like a plan. I'm gonna get right on that. There's a couple of old movies with gag reels on them that I always liked that I used to watch, and they'd come in at the end.
You're googling gag reel for Frogtown now, aren't you?
No, that sounds dangerous. I gotta tell you, it sounds like something you shouldn't Google.
Hey, Joe.
What's up, Joe?
Yeah, that might be a little too dangerous. I think
it's a bad idea.
I need to see if that's available. I'm interested in this.
I'm telling
D grade Rowdy Roddy Piper.
Hell Comes to Frogtown. You're gonna love it.
It's gonna.
If you like real campy, crappy movies, this one's good.
I grew up on like late 70s through to 80s and even early 90s, like ninja and martial arts type campy movies. And things like that, you know,
we
like
got stuff like that going on. There's some sword play too. It's
American Ninja and Ninja 3: The Domination and Pray for Death and all that sort of stuff. Like that stuff was cool to me.
You're gonna love Hell Comes to Frogtown. It's my pick of the week from 1988. Hell Comes to Frogtown.
I'm pretty sure I have. I don't think he's the main lead, but I'm pretty sure I have. Because he's done a few movies.
Yeah.
Rowdy Roddy Piper. I think I have something. Didn't he do a movie with Rutger Hauer?
I don't know.
I think he did a movie. Was it Wanted Dead or Alive or something he was in? I have something on DVD I'm pretty sure he's in.
I have the John Carpenter movie. He was in where they're like obey and, you know, stay docile and all that stuff. It's pretty good.
I need to... I'm curious now, actually. Actually, would it just be under Roddy Piper in IMDb?
Yeah, sure. Roddy Piper.
Roddy Piper, there we go.
Yeah.
They Live, yeah, that comes up. Let's have a look. Filmography.
Yes, the actress from Frogtown is also in Conan. That's right, the blonde. It's the same girl.
He's got 174 credits as an actor.
Well,
what the fuck?
Well, it's because everything in WWF was considered.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
So that's not fair that they put. Papa, we're not saying anything. That's not my fault. I'm telling him why the IMDb is broken. That's all. It's no shade being thrown here. It's just how that they shouldn't do it, but that's how they do it.
You did a movie called Fancy Pants?
If you say so. Like every time they do a special, not the regular matches, but anytime there's a special, a televised special, you get an acting credit on it.
Yeah, it pops up in IMDb. Yeah.
They should fix that. That'd be like saying if you went on like Hollywood Squares or something, they would count that. And like, that's not a real, they didn't act. They just went on a game show or something, you know, but they do count stuff like that.
Yeah. Cyndi Lauper, The Goonies Are Good Enough music video. Yeah. Like, you know, they put that in there.
Yeah. You need that. You need that in your acting credits. A Cyndi Lauper video. Hey, if it's the one I had, I would want to be in there. But, you know.
Yeah, all the early stuff is all WWF credits.
Yeah. Hey, Ted DiBiase was at the con I was at today. The $1 Million Man.
$1 Million Man.
Ted DiBiase.
That's when I actually used to. Oh, there we go. Hell Comes to Frogtown. Yeah, that's when I actually used to watch wrestling. We had to go to the local Blockbuster or video store or whatever like that. And when I used to actually watch wrestling when I was a kid.
He was good. He was there. Everybody was lined up to see him, and he was super friendly. Sometimes they're not as friendly as you'd hope they would be.
And yet he'd be the one you'd think.
Right. Like
so
when a heel is there, you're like, oh, well, he's not being friendly because he's in character, right? Because he's kayfabe or whatever. So when it's a heel, it kind of makes sense. but sometimes the heels are really sweet and nice, and then the heroes are jerks, or rough or gruff, and you're like, there's no reason to act that way. So
yeah, well, that was a bit like what's the name? Like William Shatner. Like everybody thinks, William Shatner, he's a legend and this and that, whatever else, and you've seen him on reality shows and all this. He's a super nice guy and all this stuff. In life, he's an absolute douche. Like he's literally a money grubbing douche. He came out here only once, and all he was doing was you'd line up because Beck got his signature, went up to him, and literally grabbed it. There you go. That was it. You try to say hello, I loved you in blah blah blah, whatever like that. He just grabbed your thing to sign it next. He's an absolute douche.
Like heel or hero, there's still people. Maybe they just need a Snickers bar. I almost got in a fight today with someone that needed
somebody trying to.
Somebody needed a Snickers bar. Just another vendor. Me and a vendor almost threw down.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it was like a bloody patron or something was trying to buy a book at like.
No, it was just a vendor being a jerk, and they were their whole table. It was like 4 of them at the table, vendors at the table, and they were just acting horribly, and I got up in their face, and it was rough.
Oh, they being assholes to customers, and you just said, "Hey, dude, like pull it in a bit or something."
No, they were being assholes to everybody else. Like they were just leaving their shit in front of our table. I'm like, why are you? I had left a cart in front of our table. Like, what is this? What are you leaving a cart here for? Like when they were loading and unloading their table, like loading their table. They just pitched the cart right in front, like just wheel it over there in front of our table. I was like, what are you doing? So I went over there and I'm like, hey, there's other vendors over here. You can't just leave your shit there. I said, and he's like, that's not my problem, bro. I'm like, hey, is that where you got the fucking cart? Because I don't think so. Because we were in a hotel. So I had like one of those big giant, like where you carry luggage, through the hotel on the cart.
Oh, yeah.
So I was like, that's not where you got it, right? He's like, no, I got it up front. I'm like, well, then you can take it back up front. That's not my problem. No, I'm fucking leaving it there. I fucking let him have it. I told him, I fucking called him every name under the sun and made a big scene and fucking.
Oh, God.
I told him.
Yeah, it almost happened.
I told him, I said, you are going to fucking move that cart. And I just gave him, I called him a prick and I was really hateful. And then went back to my table and I was just fucking fuming. And that went on for like 5 minutes, just me being pissed, trying to calm down. And then he came over with another guy and apologized and then moved the cart. And then, but they were having trouble. Like it was bad, and there was other shit going on. Like they had taken someone else's table next to them. And then they had to move somebody because they had her table. And then like later in the convention, they just had a bad day. Like Bobby's saying, they were just having a fucking bad day. And then they started screaming and yelling, like literally screaming and yelling about the promoter and how the con was shit and everything was bad. And then my table was right by the doors, like the back doors, if you will. And they had they were locked. So you could go out, but once you got out, you couldn't get back in because they're locked. And to signify
like an emergency exit door sort of thing.
And to signify that, but they were glass, so you could see. But to signify this, they had a sign literally on every door. And there was like 5 doors.
Bobby won't let it go.
Hell yeah. Bring hell to Frogtown on these motherfuckers. Yeah, I will. And there was literally a sign on every pane of glass in the door that said the doors are locked. Like that's what they said. So these idiots go out there. One of them goes out there and he comes back. And I didn't know what the hell was going on. I was busy trying to make a sale. And I turn around and I see him on the other side. And these 2 women are walking towards like the door. It was like a corner, right? And then they were going into another part of the hall. So they're going this way. And then he starts banging on the glass and pointing. And the ladies are like, just two ladies, like normal women, like customers, And they're like, hi, what do you want? And he's like, I'm a vendor. He starts screaming, I'm a vendor. I'm a vendor. I'm a vendor. Let me in. I'm a vendor. And they're like, what? I don't know what's going on. So my wife opens the door for him. And then they opened another door, like 2 doors. And then he comes in and he blows past the women and starts like fucking cussing them out. What the fuck you just looking at me for? Why didn't you open the goddamn door? I'm like, motherfucker, chill out. They're just people walking through here. They don't fucking work here. They don't work for you. So now I'm getting in an argument with that guy who was another guy from the same table. It was a different guy, but he was like a gym bro, he was like one of these fucking guys. And I was like, I don't give a shit because I was telling my wife, there's only 2 kinds of guys in the world. There's only 2. A guy who's afraid to take a punch and a guy who isn't. And that's it. That's the macho bravery extent of men. There's a guy who's scared to get in the face. There's a guy who's scared to get punched in the face, and the guy who isn't get scared to get punched in the face. And you don't have a mouth like this being scared to get punched in the face. So, if it happens, it happens. I'm not like, no, like there's, you know what I mean? But there's guys out there who are literally never been punched in the face. They're scared to be punched in the face. And they're always a little bit more meek and more calm and very, agreeable and whatever it takes to make sure they don't get punched in the face. They'll do whatever it takes, and I'm not that guy, but there are guys like that.
Jonathan.
So these guys didn't seem like those guys either. So it was pretty close. Like it was coming there, and it was 4 against 1. So it was going to be interesting. I was probably going to have to take a punch in the face at some point. I was going to dish a few out too, but yeah, it got pretty bad. So finally they fucking left. Like right after he got let back in, and he was cussing and throwing shit around on his own table, throwing shit around his own table. And then they loaded up and left. So they left the con like 3 hours early. Yeah.
Probably not to that extent. Probably because it was done diplomatically, but like I mentioned, like Beck's, helping out at a stall that we quite often, help do set up and close, and occasionally she might, work the whole Sunday or whatever and things like that. And she was telling me when she got back on Friday night, because they do bump in sort of, you get in there about lunchtime and you can stay till like 10, 11 o'clock at night if you want to. But she gets late. She tells me that apparently from where the booth is, and now the booth that she's at, it's all like framed art and stuff like that. And I'm not talking about like little things. Like I'm talking
I got you.
Like big stuff.
Yeah.
And he usually gets he usually gets 3 sections. So he actually buys 3 sections, puts art through the whole 3 sections, but on the outside walls as well, because it's like the carpeted sort of temporary walls. And what had happened is the stall directly, because he was on an end, so he had one side of the wall on the back of the other stall was one of those like t-shirt type places that hangs like the yellow faux chain up with all the t-shirts and all that sort of stuff. And they started putting the yellow chain up on his side of the side wall.
Oh, yeah.
Where he will usually hang like at least 2 or 3 pieces of art. So, that's where their booth is.
Right.
So you can see it. But he also had, usually when you have the booths, they quite often will have the long header cards on the top of the booth so you can see what the stall's called.
Mm-hmm.
They never have one on the side, but he actually had one printed up and he had one on the side as well. So you could tell it's his booth. This is the end of his booth. But they still started putting the chains up, and Beck's like, saying, look, you can't do that. It's not your side. Where the wall stops, the middle gap, that's the
center,
end of the wall.
That's
the center of it. And they're like, oh, no, we're right, like that. So she went and told the guy that owns the booth or whatever like that. And then obviously he went around, had a few stern words with him. And then about 2 seconds later, the chains were taken down and all the stuff was taken down sort of thing. So it was obviously like, he's not a violent person. He's like a 71-year-old dude. He's a spry as shit for that age. Right. And he's been in the industry and he knows everybody and anybody in that sort of world. But yeah, everybody knows who he is. He's been around for a million years or whatever like that. But obviously he went around and said, hey, dude, look, you need to take this shit down. That's my wall, not yours, motherfucker, sort of thing. And but if I had been there, I get impatient and I'm a bit of a hothead. But I won't start fights or anything. But I'll be like, dude, take that fucking shit down.
When I went over to talk to these guys the first time, I said first I didn't go over there hot-headed. I mean, I was pissed, but I was holding it back. I felt like I was holding it back.
You did the proverbial bit your tongue sort of thing.
Yeah, and I said, hey, we're a vendor over there. You ditched that cart over there. And it was the second cart they had ditched over there. Another guy from that booth had already ditched a cart over there while we were setting up. And I was like, that's shitty, but we weren't set up yet. The con hadn't started. So I'm like, whatever. So we just kind of moved it to the side. So then this guy comes and he ditches another cart. It was a second cart. And at this point, it's like, I don't know, 30 minutes into the con already. And you're just fucking ditching the cart in the middle. We got customers everywhere. You're just fucking ditching it,
Oh, so this is not even setup. This is during the con.
Right. Well, the first one was during setup. So I kind of let it slide a little bit. But the second, because maybe he didn't, whatever. I was letting it slide. But the second one was during the con.
Yeah.
So I fucking lost it.
That's definitely
But I went over there and I just said, hey, you dumped your guy dumped one over there earlier, and now you dump one over there. Do you mind taking it all the way? And that's when he started immediately. It's not my problem, bro. Not my problem, bro. You can't just keep repeating the same thing to me because I know how to make that stop. So you know what I mean? I know how to fix that problem for you. So yeah. Anyway, this sucked. But I got over.
What were they selling books or something else?
No, they were selling fucking video games. It was video game sales, and they had 4 tables by the time it was done of video game sales, and I'm sure nobody was buying it. They were just pissed, talking to each other, probably hopped up on Badger Milk or some shit. Fucking gym bros. They're just talking like 2 gym bros, a fucking dirty ass hippie. And it's like 2 gym bros, a dirty ass hippie, and like a fat gamer dude. Like that's what we had. One of those fucking 25-year-olds with a beard out to here. What the fuck? Like, you've been growing that shit.
He only leaves his basement for the con.
Yeah, he smells like Mountain Dew and Doritos and sweat. Like, what is this shit? So that was the one I was arguing with because he was the one that dumped the second cart. First cart was the hippie, I think. No, that was the fourth guy. There was the other gym bro, the taller one. He was the bigger one. And I was like, one of these guys is going to take a swing, so I got to be ready. It was 4 against 1. I was like, here we go. Here's some shit. My wife over there at the other stall. I'm like, really?
Yeah, they got to take a swing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh god! Either that or the old windmill.
The windmill. The power of the windmill.
Oh god! Yeah.
I don't know if Cooler held. I think that they, at some point, they almost just wanted to tell why they've had such a shitty day, and that's why I was, Bobby was talking about. You never know what kind of day people are having, and I was like, that's true, and he. I think at some point they finally, the main guy that I was yelling at, he finally was like, "Oh shit," Like,
we believe it, John.
Good, that's wonderful. So I think he just finally was like, "Oh shit!" Like this got out of hand, and this guy's really fucking pissed, and I am being an asshole at some point. So I'll apologize. And then they stood there and fucking tell me their whole fucking life story that morning about what a terrible con it had been. And I'm not even listening. I gotta tell you, I wish I could remember because I wondered why they were so pissed. And I was like, oh yeah, he stood there and told me for 10 minutes, but I wasn't fucking listening because my blood was boiling and steam coming out of my ears. And I was like, and all I kept saying was, and he was like, oh, I'm sorry, it's been this. And I was like, So you're gonna move the fucking cart? Are you gonna move the fucking cart? That's what I told him. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna move it. So you buy comics, and I'm like, oh fuck, here we go. He keeps talking. I'm like, hey, you gonna move the cart? And he fucking moved the cart. Finally, he was, yeah, I'll get this cart moved. Good, move the cart. And when he went back to his booth, he went the other way, the long way around. I was like, that's better. Fucking go.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've seen some weird, like doing quite a few bump ins and even closes and stuff. You see some weird shit, happen. Like, especially during close, you can definitely tell the people that have had a bad con because they'll start full pack up like half an hour before the show finishes.
Oh man, they'll pack up 2 hours before the show finishes around here. They didn't wait that long. They'll start packing up. And and it's in the contract wherever you got to stay till the full extent of the show, but people don't give a shit. If it's a bad con, they're like, I'm never coming back here anyway. Fuck them.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely getting at it. Like, yeah, you see people just like throwing shit in boxes and throwing trolleys around and shit like that because they're just like they've had such a bad show and they're like, why did I pay like $2,000 for this fucking booth and I sell like $10?
Yep.
And it's like,
and they have everybody's another person to blame. You know, the promoter didn't promote it right. This table sucks. The lighting is bad. It's never because they have shit things that nobody wants to buy. Yeah. That's never a reason why they had a bad day at the con. It's always a whole laundry list of other things that made this con bad, but it was a good idea to sell all this crap nobody wants. This con was bad. And like, oh yeah, whatever. So,
and I think that's probably why the comic book dealers over here that do like not the fairs and the little sort of little comic shows and stuff, but the big cons.
Yeah, not the Simons of the world. I'm with you. Yeah.
That's not a big con. That's the little fairs. But the big cons, like Supernovas, your Oz Comic Cons and stuff like that. That's why you don't see many comic book dealers there, because obviously it is like a lot of money to go to these big cons and pay for a booth and blah blah blah. But the guys that do it generally do pretty well because they know they've got good books to sell. It's going to be an exorbitant price because Australia's like that, and they're going to do all they need is a couple of decent books sold, and they're set. They're already in the red, or sorry, in the black. Sorry, to
I'm going to be doing a con at the end. So I do pretty well at this promoter's cons. He's kind of one of the main. I remember when he wasn't, but he's grown over the last 10 years or so to be kind of the main comic, show promoter in the area. And he goes all the way down to Florida. He goes multiple states, but his base is here in Kentucky. So I've kind of got used to his style, and his style of promoting a convention is like, it's okay, but it's kind of like a lot of fires break out as they do with any convention. But I don't know how he doesn't really put them out. He just kind of starts more fires, And he's always running around, and people are always calling his name and arguing about, like, at all his conventions, it seems to be everyone's pissed off. Like, vendors are angry. Like, I've never worked a convention or been to a convention where it had that much, like, where people are like, I want to talk to the manager, like he turns like 5 or 6 booths into Karens, and I don't know why or how, but all his conventions have been that way. So, it is what it is. Maybe some places people just get a little more irritated by how the con's being run, like something about how the con got run. And this particular place that he keeps having this convention for this town, it's rough, man. I mean, it's an old hotel, and the main ballroom, which we were on like the hallway of the ballroom, and he does it in the ballroom, and the main ballroom is so dark. Like, it's like this. Like, you can't see shit in that room. And the vendors, the first time vendors, they all complain, can we turn the lights on? Can we turn the lights? So you always know a new vendor to this location when they're complaining because the lights aren't on. They're like, no, dude, those are the lights. Like, this is all you got. This is it. So our spot turned out to be good. And when I walked up, the promoter, he was like, Bub, I haven't seen you in a while, because I hadn't done one of his shows in like 2 years. I'm like, because they're rough. And he was like, hey, where you been? I'm like, I've been collecting, which is true, because I didn't even show at all last year. And this is the first time I got to him this year. And, and I wanted to say, because I did really well at this same convention 2 years ago. It was one of my best cons. So I know it can be done, but you got to know what you're in for, And
if you're prepared for it, you know what you're going to expect.
Yeah,
you'll be fine, sort of thing. Yeah,
I think so. But you always know the new people because they're fucking pissed, throwing shit and bitching and complaining.
the one that like Simon just sold at the Yarraville, which is like a suburb comic and toy fair. It used to be. He tried a couple of locations at the start, and then he had to keep moving and things like that, because then they're like, oh no, well we can't use that anymore. So they found one location that they had for probably about 2 years or 3 years, because he runs like 2 or 3, even sometimes 4 shows a year. And they're only little, like a little scout hall type comic fair sort of thing. So, but it's a nice, little intimate sort of, like thing with just all comic book dealers.
Yeah.
And the original proper location was in like an old Masonic lodge sort of hall or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's old hardwood floors, like it's probably got asbestos in the walls, and it's very dim and dark and cold. Even in summertime, it still feels weird, and it gets really hot. And it was a nice little location. Like you could walk in, do around, and like you've seen everything.
Big enough.
It's all right. Yeah. Well, they ended up having to change because that place got condemned. That shows like the location, so that's similar sort of boat. So they found this new location, which it's very hidden, because when you actually pull up, and it's in like a little suburban street, you rock up to the place and it looks like somebody's old house. But then you sort of walk through the hallway, and then it comes out to the
that's
hallway
cool.
that it's in now.
I got no problem with that.
But it's a nice little location. The lighting's a bit better, but it's still the old hardwood floors and stuff. It's got a stage, which Dave tried doing a live stream from, but the reception in there is
that's
really
what always gets on
horrible.
live streams. Yeah, those old buildings.
But it's a nice little venue. But like I'd prefer to go to one of those shows 2 or 3 times a year.
Yeah.
To go to these. Like the big cons are fun. You see a lot of people that you haven't caught up with for a while, like some of the YouTube guys, some of the other like the art collecting guys and stuff. But I think I'm graduating more towards, or sort of gravitating, should I say, more towards those smaller shows now, because that is pretty much just comic books. There's some guys with toys, some guys with pops and whatever, but you get more comic book vendors there than you do at the big shows, because a lot of the small guys, they have some awesome books and some old books, but they can't afford like $2,000 for a booth at a big con.
Yeah. That's what Bobby's asking, is how much these booths cost. So like the booth today, and that's another reason why I always do this guy's cons, where I try to, because it's booth's $150. It's cheap booth, booth, but it's also a very small booth, 6 feet wide only. So you only fit one table. That's it, pretty much, and a little bit of wall book behind you. That's it. So it's super tight. But it's a cheap booth, and he only ever has like 4 comic vendors in the whole place. So it's all like a bunch of anime, pop culture, video games, movies, scented vagina candles or whatever the hell they got out there. So they have all these things, right? And then the comic booths are like 4 or 5 comic booths. So a lot of times people will come in and complain that there's not enough comic vendors. They're like, they gotta stop calling it a Comic Con and only have 4 comic vendors. I'm like, yes, but I am one of those comic vendors. So
come and buy from me.
Yes. So I always do well, because there's very little competition at these booths, at these conventions. Now I am doing a convention. So a guy hit me up today, and I already knew about it, but still I hadn't decided if I was going to do it. I probably will, but I'm doing a convention that's only its 2nd year, and it's in a town real close to me. And they're $50 for a 10 by 10 booth. Like, holy shit. If you can't make $50, stay home. Like, I should be able to make my booth back, in minutes as soon as I set up. Yeah. So that would be good. So I'm going to do that. And I talked to another vendor today that was there, since I was getting the message while I was there. And he was like, yeah, I'll do that one too. So I'm going to try and help him out and get a couple of comic vendors. So the first thing I asked him was, do you have many comic vendors showing up? And he said, well, it's going to be a half kind of paranormal theme con. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Oh my God.
I don't know what that is.
You're going to get all the UFO nuts.
I don't know what that means, but I like a nice pair of UFO nuts. So that'd be awesome. Kind of like truck nuts, but they're green. So then the other half is going to be comic related. I'm like, comic vendors. How many vendors will you have? And he's like, well, we've only got 1 straight comic vendor signed up so far. And this show's in October, so we're getting close. And he's like, but the other, but lots of people will have comic related things. I'm like,
so pops.
What the fuck is that? Pops, t-shirts. And I'm okay with pops and t-shirts when there's a few comic vendors. I'm like, okay, so I guess I'll be one of 2 comic vendors there. If I sign up, if I can get my buddy to come in, and I don't know him that well, it's just another vendor. If I can get him come in, do a booth, that's another one. I'm going to see if Jambo wants to make the drive down and do a booth. That'll be another vendor. So I'm going to try and help the guy out, and I have 3 or 4 vendors at least with comics, and maybe we can get something going in the comic community in this town, which is really bad. Like the comic community in my area is, I mean, I had never heard of a toxic, like it's a very common thing to say something's toxic now, right? It's like toxic community and toxic people and toxic fans. But that fucking shit really is toxic because like, I don't believe it in most things. People are just bitching. But in this case, like I call it toxic because it's the same like 6 people, the comic people of that town.
Yeah.
And they're always opening stores, working for each other, and then getting in arguments, shutting down the stores, going bankrupt, defaulting on contracts, and then opening another shop down the road.
Under a different name.
Open up a shop and they're like, how dare you open up a game store? I own this town. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're gonna be selling the same things. Like, it's so bad. It's
sounds like the footloose of the comic community.
Yes, it is. It's just terrible. I don't know why that they kind of have so much hate for each other. Like they all get together and work together real well for a minute, then they just tear in each other and say nasty shit online and break up. Like so, I don't really need in that community, if you will, but they all know me, and some of them like me, and a couple of them don't. So it's just the way it is, you know.
Yeah, almost like because most of our like small affairs and stuff like that are pretty much like that one where like they'll just give you like a 4-foot long trestle table. That's your spot, and then it'll be like $20 or $50 or whatever it is.
You can buy multiple. Like I'll take
if you want a back wall, you bring your own. Like you can bring whatever you want to bring. But people literally just there's a table, there's a chair, do what you want with it.
I hear you, Papa. Yeah, just like YouTube auctions. You're right. It is what it's like. Yep. A name comes to mind. Well, several names. I won't even. Why bother? But yes, I'm with you. There's been a few of those that come and go, and they get real nasty with each other.
Oh, there is one that I can't think of his name, but it had something to do with metal.
Yes, close.
Yeah, it's something Metapocalypse or something.
Very
like
close.
that.
You're all over it. You're all over it.
Yeah, I'd heard about him when I hit the auction scene, like obviously just buying and things like that, and then he was like started demanding money for people to go on his show.
Yes.
And then everybody just said, well, fuck you, we'll do our own bloody show. And that's how a lot of the branch off ones happened and stuff like that. But yeah, I have heard a lot of other stories of like, oh, this person doesn't get along with this one. So if you're going to have this guy on, I'm not going to come on and blah, 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 blah. And stuff like that. It's like the ones I used to watch, you know, when Todd used to run it, they were all fun. Like, you know, you sell some books, you have some fun, you rib each other a bit and stuff like that. And it was just fun to watch as long as be a part of as well. But then you see some other ones, you're like, oh, this guy doesn't like this guy because of this reason. And she doesn't like him because of this reason. And
hey, be good, Papa. You forgot J Blitz, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the trifecta.
But the metal guy and the J Blitz guy, I'd heard about them, but I never saw them.
Yeah.
Well, Strictly still goes, doesn't he?
Probably. I don't watch his stuff.
I think he still goes.
Yeah.
But that metal guy or
I don't
whatever.
like anything that puts affordable in the name and then price gouges. I don't care what the fuck you're doing. You could be selling refrigerators. I don't give a fuck. If you name something affordable and then overprice your shit, just go away. You've already lied to me. In the first 5 seconds, you've already lied. So I'm out.
See you later. Yeah. But like, yeah, it was fun in the early days. Like some people still like do some really good. Like I don't watch them anymore, obviously, because it's
Whatnot killed the YouTube auction scene.
Yeah, it's too much of a temptation for me to watch them now, even if I want to try and watch for just watching.
Yeah.
But yeah, like when Papa does his Hell on Wheels, or when Bleeker and who dat do the Band of Brothers that Papa sometimes part of as well. Like those sort of ones, you know, they're still fun, and you know you can still sort of watch them, but yeah, there are some of them that like you sort of wonder a little bit whether it's worth the effort anymore.
You guys have any dealings? I did. Yeah, I bought books from Jay Blitz once, I believe.
Did you
Maybe
get them?
twice. Yeah, I got them. Not a problem.
I think he was all right at the start, wasn't he? And then
they weren't major keys. No, this was close to the end. Like it was only a couple months later, and he disappeared, kind of thing. But yeah, I didn't have any problem with him.
Yeah, like I'd heard a lot of horror stories. I think it was like everybody. You start off with good intentions and good practice in the start, and then eventually.
See, I don't know about that. I don't know, because there's several people that I feel like don't start off with good intentions and practices at the start. I feel like their intention is to make money off people who don't know as much about a subject or hobby as they do. So I think that the people who target new collectors aggressively, I don't find them to be very moral in their in their practices. I think that they're purposely targeting people. They're purposely making themselves seem like some sort of guru, if you will. Like, come to me for all your comic knowledge. Like any person who, I say this all the time. You could probably rewind the tape and watch this. I feel like fucking Tony talking about Yarn Man. But it's like you could, here's what I say. Anybody who one video tells you how to put a bag and board together, how to put your comic in a bag and board, and the next video tries to sell you the comic that just bag and boarded, you watch out for that guy. That guy is trying to be your guide through comics, and he's probably going to take all your money. So that's all.
The proverbial snake oil con man sort of type.
Yes, we just lost one of those out of the community recently. Yeah.
Lost as in passed away, or as in
as in quit. As in quit.
Oh, okay.
Comic and YouTube, yeah. But he was a big one of that.
Okay, I don't know. I don't watch the auction scene, so I don't know who it is. But so you're not doing it at all anymore. You're not doing Hell on Wheels anymore, Papa. Just do the Band of Brothers stuff whenever they feel like it. Yeah. I can understand. It'd be hard to keep up with inventory too. Like if you're not somebody who buys collections or continually buys and sells like all the time, it'd be hard to sort of do it day in, day out, or week in, week out, or whichever like that. I can understand if you're like, oh, somebody called out, yeah, I've got some spare books, I'll jump on for an hour or two. I can understand people doing that, but to do it like every week.
I mean, it was kind of, see, back then, again, before Whatnot, when I say back then, I just mean before everyone left to go sell on Whatnot, because we had some real good long-standing...
During COVID boom, pretty much.
Yeah, but even before that, we had some real good long-standing sellers in the community that would run auctions, and if you had some books to sell, like I remember just a few years ago, if I had books to sell, I could just send out a couple of messages and, hey, I need a spot in your auction next Saturday, next Thursday, whatever it was. And they'd be like, yeah, I got you. Come on out. And it was no problem. If I needed to sell a short box worth of books, I could find an auction that week. Sometimes I could find an auction within a day or 2 days and be like, hey, I'm going to sell in 2 days. I'm selling on this person's channel. I mean, it was super easy. Now, that's not that. Now there's these little cells and these little groups where pretty much it's the same 2 or 3 flippers or people who are buying collections regularly, people who acquire stock regularly selling, not really the community, hey, I got a short box of books I need to get rid of. Can I come on and try and get rid of them? Yes. That's the way it used to be, but now it's like, it's much more closed,
Yeah.
And it's more of a dealer flipper type situation than it is just community members offloading books. That's what it seems like to me.
I just bought the new hottest book, and I happen to have 5 copies. If you want them, they're going to be 5 times the price of what the cover price is.
Because you watched my video telling you how badly you need this book before it sells out. Oh, and I have 5 copies. Come see me at my auction tomorrow night.
Yeah.
It's
there's nothing wrong with self-promoting, but do it in an honorable way. Don't just, do the old hook, line, and sinker type shit. And
there's people buying comics because people tell them that these are the comics they need to buy. That's it. And there's shops that do the same thing. Absolutely. somebody comes in and they're like, "Oh, I'm looking to get into comics. I don't know what to get into," and then they start grooming them, if you will. Some shops do that, and they're like, "Hey, you like Batman? Here's some Batman. You know, if you really want some good Batman, you should try this." And it might be the series that's not selling well, or it could be a little back issue pack that they have, and then they kind of, oh, you're a collector. Well, you should buy this and you should buy that, and people start going to the same place all the time for all their information and for the things that they purchase. That's bad. Like, you need to research one place and then buy at another, generally. Like, you know, research on the internet or ask people or whatever, and then buy from someone. Not walk up to the person you're going to buy from and say, "I have this much money. What should I buy?" You know, and that's kind of how these auctions, you know, prey on new collectors, if you will.
Yeah, generally when I've ever seen, and this is depending on the store, like obviously going into Big City Comics with Mark, he is really good with customers, and he listens, and he just asks them the right questions.
Yeah.
And he'll point them in the directions that he think might be all right.
Yeah.
But depending on the questions he asks, and yet I've walked into some comic book stores where they're like, "Oh, you don't know anything about comics? Well, I'll pick either Batman or Spider-Man or X-Men or something like that, because they've got the most amount of titles out at the moment. Oh, you like Batman or you like Spider-Man? Well, there's 20 different titles that you can choose from. I suggest you buy every one of them."
Yeah, I've seen them take people who literally just walked in the comic shop for the first time in their life and try and put them on a pull list. Like, I've seen that before too. Walk in and they're like, "I don't know anything about comics." You're like, "Oh, you probably like Spider-Man, right? Yeah, he's okay. Here, sign this. You know, I'm going to pull a Spider-Man book. You come back here every Wednesday and I'll have a Spider-Man book for you." And they're like, "Okay, I guess this is how comics work." You know, and then that's it. So, and we know nobody collects Spider-Man. Fucking dog shit titles. The shit character has been that way for years. Absolute years. Is that acne kicking up again, Spidey?
Yeah, no, I just got a bit of a dry patch. It's making me a bit itchy, you know?
Yeah. Your proctologist probably has a cream for that.
Probably.
Yeah. Probably.
Fuck you, bitch.
I'm a vendor. Fucking guy. Who do you think he was? The Pope? Like, I never heard anybody scream they're a vendor from out. It was like a scene out of Frogtown. I'm telling you.
Oh, fuck's sake. Here we go again.
It was amazing.
Oh, I'm a vendor.
That's what he's screaming. I'm a vendor. Like, who gives a shit? Jeez. The douchiest vendors I've ever met in my life. I bet I never see them again.
Until next week.
I hope not.
Are you ever gonna do that show again though? Or?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I sold well. Today. I was quite pleased. It was about half what I hoped to do, but that was still good. And the crowd was half what it was last time I was there. It was just a beauuful day in Kentucky. It was
as you said,
and beautiful, and
if
nobody
there's not
wants
much
to.
competition, then it's not that hard.
Yeah, but
Especially
people didn't complain. People didn't come. This particular town, people don't complain. It's an odd place. Like, there's a lot of comic collectors in that town, and there's no comic shops. And it's like, where are these collectors come from? But they like live off the cons. So,
I was gonna say, like, it's not like Australia where you might be lucky to have one comic shop in the whole freaking state.
No.
But obviously,
no, they would probably have to drive an hour and a half to get to a comic shop. There's nothing right there. And often, like, these guys come in, like, they're serious. I mean, they come in with their fucking list, and it's all printed out, or it's on a notepad or something, and it's got like 40 fucking pages on it, all small print, and they have little checks and fucking highlights and everything. And they sit there and they ask, "What's the organization of your booth?" And I'm like, "Alphabetical here, title here, keys here, dollar books here, everything's alphabetized." And like, okay. And then they start working. They start working their fucking list. And when they're done, they got a stack and they buy them. Just run filling collectors is what's in that town. A lot of it. Today I had a bunch of 90s collectors, people that are trying to collect 90s runs. Like, I never see that.
I was going to say, isn't that the books that you bought, like, for, like, what was it, like 2 long boxes for like $20 or something, full of random shit? Wasn't that all 90s stuff?
No, some of it was. I sold a lot of that shit, as it turned out.
Because you were like, it's $1 book. I'm not going to look at it. If you don't want to buy it, then fuck off.
Yeah. I sold a bunch of that today. And I didn't expect to, but there was a guy that was really into like Nightfall Batman and some of the story arcs for DC. He was picking them up. He bought a bunch.
Oh, nice. Oh, shit.
Can't get out or in.
Almost. I can't let him out the front because then they bolt. But
oh my! You let him out the back. Is there a fence?
Yeah, it's all fenced in at the back. So the back
cats can get up a fence. I mean, they're cats.
They're a little bit lazy, but it's what we call color bond fence. So it's all metal. It's all metal. And it's round capping on the top, so it's actually a little bit harder to
yeah, that is hard. They're not getting any traction on that.
No.
I'm not climbing that son of a bitch without a carabiner and a rope. Yeah.
But
good stuff.
Yeah, that's all right. But no, I'm really missing. Like I've done the right thing and been a good boy and paid off my thing, but I am missing cons and fairs and stuff a lot. I do enjoy, even if I do the walk in, do a lap, and then go exactly to where I want to buy stuff and then leave all within an hour instead of spending the whole day there. I'm still happy that I went. But I have missed it because I pretty much haven't been to one since like probably this year. Actually, I haven't been to one. I see Simon's videos and Dave's videos and Sean's videos and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't mind going to one.
You should go. Now that are you fully recovered?
Yeah. I haven't amassed any kind of savings again yet, but
right.
But I only really need to go with like a couple $100 and then I'm happy. I'd rather go into a con with plenty of money and not buy anything than go to a con with no money and then want to buy everything.
I understand that. It doesn't always work out that way, but I do understand it.
Because it's always I'm one of those guys that I'd rather not go and not see what they had than go in with no money.
I don't think you have to necessarily go in with no money. But
I can't do a simple one where go in with like, oh, I've only got $50. It's like, no, I'm not. I can't do that. I've got to at least go in with a couple $100, and then if I can't afford a big book that I really want, I'm fine with that as long as I pick up something.
Well, I had a very interesting experience today, and it's only the second time I've ever done it, and it was kind of accidental. But I went in with no money. Like, I showed up at the convention. I mean, I was there to sell. So, and it happened at the last con I went to. I just didn't even think about it. I was like, no, I'm not. I'm here to sell books. Like, I never even thought, well, there might be some books I want to buy.
Did you bring?
Maybe that's because I'm gun shy.
Though you brought change and people pay cash though.
Yeah, I bought $60 in change in small bills. That's it. That's not enough to buy very much anyway. But 2 cons ago, I spent $2,000 in books, buying books just to sell, which I'm still selling. You know, so far my return on it has been about $1,400. So
you're almost back at evens, but
I'm almost back to even, and that doesn't count the idea that I kept out a short box of X-Men Bronze plus some other keys. So I kept out, I would say, easily $600 worth. So I feel like I'm pretty even right now. I kept out like $600 worth of books.
Yeah, because you kept some for yourself, didn't you?
I kept a whole short box full of. Yeah, I bought like 17 short boxes and I kept one. You know, I gathered only stuff that I was collecting and needed, you know, for runs, or in some cases they were just upgrades, and then I sold my downgrade copy. So I think that kind of counts. But in any case, yeah, I showed up with no money. And then I was like, well, I'm going to see what's going on. And I walked around the con and I was like, I have no money. Fucking walking around the con, fucking broke. You know, the con's only been open for 20 minutes. And so all I have is my $60 change, you know. I have fucking nothing. I got nothing. I'm going to go back to the table and sell some shit.
I bet you saw something that you fucking wanted too.
Did. I saw First Appearance of Lobo.
Oh, I thought you already had that book. Or is this an upgraded version?
No. I never had that book because I wanted it for cheap back in the day. And then when all that spec came around, he was in maybe Teen Titans show, I think. And
he was in Krypton.
Okay, so before Krypton, they were speculating he was going to be in it, and then after they cast him and he looked like a freaking emo, loser, they the spec dropped on that book.
Yeah,
then there was some James Gunn where Amber Heard got in all that trouble, and they were saying that they weren't going to make a second Aquaman. They weren't going to finish the second Aquaman. They were just going to let it die on the cutting room floor. And then maybe they were going to recast Momoa because he still had a movie on his contract. They were going to recast him as Lobo in a Lobo movie. Yeah. So there were some talks about that. So then the spec went up again. And then when the Aquaman 2 was announced, they were going to move forward with it. The spec dropped again. So it's fallen pretty much all the way down to where it used to be 5-6 years ago. It's another one of those keys.
You can pick it up still relatively cheap from my understanding.
All right, what do you call relative? What do you think an 8.85? So relatively high grade.
I thought I thought nines were going for like $300.
Okay.
I thought
American or American?
Yeah, American. Yeah, American.
Okay, so you want to know what I paid for this one today?
So what? So did you pick up a graded copy or is it a raw?
No, it's raw.
That's raw, but you reckon it's around an 8?
Yeah, I'd give it an 8.85.
$150.
Nope.
Higher or lower?
$40.
There you go. Bang.
Yeah, but it had $50 on it when I got there as the price. And you know me, I can't stand to pay what the price somebody's asking, even if it's a good one. So is this right here? They had $50 on it. It's a pretty good book.
Oh, and that red is really because quite often the red's faded sometimes.
Well, that's on the bag. Yeah, there's a little bit of schmutz on the bag there. I need to get it rebagged and board. So pretty solid copy of the book. I'm pleased with it. And he wanted $50, and I saw that first thing this morning. I was like, oh no, I have no money. I was like, I need to buy that book. $50. That's a good price. And then I thought and I was checking comps, and the comps are all over the board. Like they're literally all over the board. It looks like anything that was listed for sale a month ago, they want $150 to $300 for a book in that grade. And then anything listed last week, they want anywhere like from 75 to 100 for a graded copy of like a 9. I'm like, so the prices have fallen out. The comic market, the prices are at the bottom. I mean, they've bottomed out. The only reason why it doesn't look that way is because there's a lot of legacy listings out there, but those aren't being sold. So all you got to do is go look for newly listed and the prices will be more correct. And then you should be able to get you whatever book you were looking for 5 years ago is out there today for nothing. Go get it. Collects modern books. That is a fairly modern book. You're right, Papa, but I'm going to hold on to it. So all day I was thinking about getting this book, and I went back and offered him 40, and he said 45, and I said no. I said, I'll think about it some more and I'll come back. I said, are you staying till the end of the day? He was like, yeah. I was like, all right. So I left, and then I went back like literally 5 minutes before the end of the day, and the book was still there. And he was like, I'll do it. I didn't even have to say anything. I just pointed to the book. He said, I'll do it. I was like, okay. So I gave him $40. So it worked out.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. It was a waiting game on that one. I mean, all day, nobody bought that fucking book. And it was at least a third. It's like it was already priced at a third of what the average book is priced at for that grade. So I felt like
that's what I've said about the market here. Like I always complain, and Simon complains as well, that like the market over here, buying books over here, they're always a hell of a lot more expensive because of, not many comic shops, not many dealers, rarity and things like that. Like it might be a New Mutants 98 with 2 million copies printed, but finding a copy might not necessarily be, whether you guys might say it day in, day out, we might say it once every blue moon. But sometimes like playing the waiting game does work in your favor too, because like anything that becomes spec over there and then drops right off, like prime example, West Coast Avengers 45, the first White Vision, right? That got hot for a minute, then it died.
I saw one for $10 today.
There you go. That book for like, how long's the show been out for now? 2 years, 3 years, like WandaVision, something like that. That book up until last year was still going for over $100 over here in a raw, in a I wouldn't say in a reader copy or a half decent copy, like not a 9.8 raw copy or anything like that. And it's a book that's like just slightly on my radar. Like if I can find one cheap, I'll buy one, but I'm not going to pay $100 for it because that's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'd refuse to pay that price for the book. Sometimes you go to the cons and you get caught up in the con fever and you got money to burn, you want to buy.
Yeah.
But sometimes you gotta really think.
Yeah, the worst thing is to go to the con and feel like I have X amount of dollars to spend. I want to get the best book I can get for X amount of dollars. Hey, what's up, Chris? Like you should never do that. It always ends with you end up with a book that you're not very pleased with and you spent all your money.
Yeah. That's happened to me a million times over here, only because I am an impulsive buyer. There's a book I see, I haven't seen it before over here, even though I might have seen it on eBay or on whatever a million times, but never seen it here. So it's like, oh, it's actually here and I want that book. And you just go, fuck it, I'll just buy it. But something like that book, like, Simon told me about a shop that he goes to quite often and they don't really sell a lot of books. They sell more collectible-y stuff, like figures and statues and shit. And he's like, oh, they're doing the upstairs. They're selling some books. Go and check it out. They had, I think, 30% off whatever the market price was and things like that. And I went up there and they had a copy of it. And I was like, well, that's still, I had it for like $30 or $40. And I'm like, well, that's actually a reasonable price for here at the moment. It's saying I can't find this book under $100. But then you get the 40% off, whatever it was. I ended up paying like $15 for the book.
Right.
So I'm like, now I'm happy. I would have paid that $30 or $40.
But still, it's way better to pay half.
Yeah, exactly. So, like sometimes patience can pay out, but
yes, you're right. Sometimes I guess it doesn't always pay out because you can miss out. I know the FOMO is not sometimes it is real, sometimes it isn't real, but the market does change, and sometimes you're on the winning end of that, and sometimes you're on the losing end of that. So
yeah, I'd say the FOMO over here is finding the book. It's not what's current and what's hot right now, and what everybody's doing FOMO on. It's like Spotlight 5, the book I talk about. I've wanted for years. I'm a big Ghost Rider fan, apart from Spidey and things like that. But I never see that as somebody's wall book. I might have seen it maybe twice as a wall book, and it's been some exorbitant price that I can't afford. But one day I know I'll own it, and if if I'm sort of patient enough, one might fall in my lap if I'm lucky. Like I have a few feelers out there. If anybody comes across like a low grade raw copy of it, I'd be happy to pay $1,000 for the book if I had to get one.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day,
not today.
No, definitely not today.
Yeah.
But it's not a book you see very often, whereas you guys might see that day in, day out sort of thing at cons and things
well,
like
at
that.
big cons, at big cons you'll see several of them, but regular. This is the only other book I picked up for $5.
Oh, I think I have that book.
It says 8, but I only paid 5 for it. Yeah, I have this book, and I recently upgraded it with the collection that I bought. And now I've got this book, and I think this might be another upgrade to that one. I haven't gotten a new bag and board yet. I want to check it out. A couple of spine ticks, but it is a newsstand. I do appreciate that. So I might upgrade my current book and upgrade again. It'll be the second time I upgrade that book in just a couple months. So we'll see if I can finally just keep inching my way up to. But for $5, I mean, that book is. Now, I rarely hunt comic boxes where there's just like 7 books in it, But I happened to walk by this guy's box, and he had 2. And when I say walk by, I mean like I was at his table to buy cards. He was a card dealer, and I was buying some trading cards, and he had a box like half under the table that only had like this many books in it, and they were leaned over. but two of them right up front that I could see that were leaned over. I wouldn't have even touched the box, but I was literally standing over it. And they were first appearance of Bishop.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Now that's not a big book right now. I mean, that's a $10 book, probably 10 to 20 in higher grade. And he had $10 each on them. So I'm like, well, I'm not going to buy those, but you never really see key books in a random box on the floor under a table. So I'm like, this is interesting. So I dug through, found this book, and they were all kind of like minor keys. Found this book, and I was like, yeah, for $8, especially if I can get it for $5. Yeah, I mean, because that book in a decent grade, that's like a $60, $75 book. And then even a mid to low grade, it's a $30 or $40 book. So that's easy. That's an easy flip for me. So I picked it up and going to see if it's better than my copy. I haven't looked yet. And if it is, I'll sell my downgrade. And if not, I'll just sell this one. I'll put $30 on it and make somebody's day. So
it's funny that you mentioned that, because there's a guy that's quite often at the big shows and at the small shows, and everybody knows that he's got some really good books, and he's quite usually overpriced as well. Like, obviously, people still buy from him, otherwise he wouldn't be doing these shows.
Right.
He's got a big eBay presence as well and things like that. But he goes to these, especially the small shows, people will quite often bring, as I said, like their temporary walls, and they'll put up some wall books and stuff like that. They come prepared. Now, this guy has got some real, like, wall-worthy books, but he doesn't do that. He sets up 2 or 3. Did you happen to watch Dave's Hunting Comics in Australia?
Yeah, that was good. I enjoyed that.
It keeps fast-forwarding everything. It drives you nuts with the chipmunk free.
It's okay because it was like a fucking hour and a half long video. So
yeah, down to like 40
anything
minutes
it takes to get through it, I'm okay with.
So he went to this guy's table, and the first time I really, really looked through his boxes, like I probably spent about 10, 15 minutes looking through his boxes. I'm like, this guy is fucking nuts. Like, I'm looking through it and I'm going, oh, okay, here's some FF books. He's got a $3,000 copy of FF48 sitting there in one of those short boxes. And then you flip it along again, like, as Dave showed it. He pulled out the record reprint of FF number 1.
Yes.
Out of that box. And I'm like, dude, get a wall. Get some wall books. Like, I remember last time I looked, because that's the first book I found was that 48. And I'm like, fuck, I want that book. I'm like, he's got $3,000 on it. I'm like, I know, like, realistically over here, that's probably a decent roundabout sort of asking price.
Right.
It's probably a mid-grade copy, so it's probably more of a, I don't know, $1,200 or $1,500 book or something.
Still, though, if you don't see it anywhere.
Yeah, it's like you don't see that.
And
book
you still
very
won't
often.
see it if you got it hiding in a box.
Exactly. And then the next box I went over, like, was to the next side. I started looking, there was some Hulk books, and he had like a Hulk number 3 in there, or a Hulk 4 or something like that. And then he had like $3,500 on that, and it was like probably a 2 or a 3 grade at most. And I'm like, oh, I'd love a first 6-issue Hulk book, but I'm like, I'm not paying that, and it's sitting in a box.
Right.
It's like, is this guy on drugs or what? But he's been around so long, and I'm just like, dude, you need a better setup. People, if you've got wall books to sell, put up a wall.
Yes, exactly.
Or at least have a box that's like your big dollar books, maybe towards the back or like next to you, and say, oh, you're looking for some big books. We'll have a look through this box, and only pull it out for people who, really want to look for a big boy book sort of thing. Don't just leave it random in the run fillers of the rest of the run. It's fucking weird.
It is weird. And somebody fussed at me today because, I have like a main comic wall that I put up behind me, and then I have an oh shit, I have no room comic wall. So today I brought my oh shit, I have no room comic wall because I knew I was going to be stuck in like a 6x4 box. So I brought one that's real tight, and it's made of, remember those old like comic folios, like you snap them together and stuff.
Oh, vaguely, yeah.
Yeah, they're like black and they have like little top. They're like little soft, pliable top loaders kind of thing, and
Yeah.
then you make tiles out of them. So I have a set of those that I put together and keep and then throw up with zip ties around like a frame, right? So it's nice and thin and tight, and you can see everything. Well, the problem is they only hold up to Silver Age. So, and my Silver Surfer #1 is too big to fit in there because it's a thick, square bound book.
Square bound book, yeah.
So I have it in a Golden Age bag. And so it doesn't fit in that pocket. So I had to put it in a box. And every time somebody came, it was like, whoa, what's this doing in a box? I'm like, the box is marked keys. And they're like, yeah, but it should be on the wall. I'm like, doesn't fit on the wall today. Like, I had it on the wall last time. I had a big fucking rack, but today it doesn't fit in the wall. Same thing with my slabs. I had just like 4 slabs sitting on the table, just in a stack, because I didn't really have a better place to keep them. I didn't want to put them in a whole slab box for 4 fucking slabs, because I don't really deal in slabs very much. I just like to have them because people like to look at them. I sell a few of them every now and then. I sell like 3 or 4 slabs a year, and then I'll replenish. I'll get 4 or 5 more and I'll put them up. So if you don't have room and you can't do it, Silver Surfer 1, yay, love for the Silver Surfer 1. So, anyway,
right, SCG. Yeah, and I understand, and maybe that's what this guy's like. Maybe this guy wants to get as many boxes into his car as possible instead of cramming it up with temporary walls and stuff like that. But it just seems crazy to me to that's all right. Beck's sending me messages. It just seems crazy to me to put like FF48, early Hulk issue or in a FF1 record reprint and stuff like that into just normal short boxes with all the rest of the runs. It just seems nuts to me.
It is, especially something that good,
And especially with that kind of price tag. Like you expect to go through boxes and go, okay, here's some, all over here. Here's some $5 books, some $10 books, some $20, $50, maybe even $100 book. Not $1,000, $3,000, $5,000 books in a box.
Yes, I agree, but yet here we are. That's how it goes.
People sell the way they want to sell.
Yes, they do, and I think that when people do that, it's like, unless I had a reason, I couldn't stick but I still got fussed at, but I couldn't stick my stuff in the way I wanted because it was such a tight space. But yeah, if I had a Hulk 2, I don't give a shit. I'd make it work. Like a Hulk 3, if I had any of the Hulk first 6, I'd fucking find a way. I mean, I'd find a way to put it up there, make it somewhere people can see it. Wall books are funny though.
What were you trying to get out of the Hulk 180?
I think I had 350 on it.
Shit, that's cheap. Oh, it's a really low grade though, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say it's about a 3. And it's missing the value stamp is the biggest thing.
Oh, okay. That doesn't.
It's like,
but that's non-story.
Oh yeah, no, it's on an ad page on the other side. Yeah. So I mean, it really is a good. If you don't have a copy, here's a copy.
Because I bought a Hulk 182. Surprisingly enough, in a slab. But it was what's the one without the value stamp? Would that be a green label?
Yeah, it'd be green.
Yeah, great. So I bought a green label 182. That was missing the value stamp or whatever like that, and that's all that sort of thing. So I was, like, to be perfectly honest, I'd prefer to buy it if it did have one. But if I'm going to be able to afford a book like that, just because it's missing a value stamp, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, so there was a pretty prominent seller there from IG and stuff. He's in the area, and I know him. I've seen him at a lot of cons. So he stopped by, talked to me. He always does the exact same thing every single convention I've ever seen him in. Whether I'm selling or whether I'm just buying, he's always there doing the same thing. He brings in a shit ton of mega keys in a bag. He just walks around with a fucking bag or a trunk or something or a trolley or something with mega keys in it. And he just wheels around the convention. And then he goes to everybody's booth and he does the same thing. He looks at the wall books. He's like, where are your biggest books? Show me your biggest books. What's the most expensive books you have?
He's the flexer.
Well, no, he's wheeling and dealing. He sells on Instagram. He has like a live show. He just sells on Instagram. So he's a flipper. He's a dealer. So he goes around. He's like, okay, what's your biggest books? And you're like, well, here's the box. He looks through them. He'll pick out a few and he'll try and work you down the price. And he'll get to the point where he has them at the price that he wants them more or less, or tries. And then he's like, well, do you ever do any trades? And then he whips out these fucking giant banger books. And then you're like, well, no. He's like, well, if you give me these books, then I'll knock off the price on this. He does stuff like that. So today he pulled out an Avengers 1, a Hulk 181, a Stanley signed FF48. And there were a couple others, but they weren't ones that I was really like interested in, and he wanted my Silver Surfer 1 and Hulk 180.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's going to be a drop in the bucket against the Avengers 1. Like,
yeah, it's like, I'll trade you this Avengers 1 for those 2 books and you pay $2,000.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm like, I'm good. Thanks. But I knew it as he was walking up to the stall. I told my wife, I was like, "Here's what this guy's gonna do," because she actually signed up to do the con with me today. Like this is 2 in a row. I think she likes it. I think she's got the bug. Yeah. She likes to watch me talk to people. Like she actually enjoys me. And I know it's weird, but nope, don't tell her. So she actually enjoys me. So when I'm talking with people, she thinks it's cool to listen to and enjoy. She enjoys the interaction, right? She likes watching that and listening to it. And then people, always have such interesting stories to tell. And, she likes to see the kids go by in the cosplay. And then there's usually some little booth for her to pick around at and get to know the neighbors and, all that kind of stuff. So I think she enjoys it.
She likes the interaction side.
I think she likes it. Yeah. She likes the social kind of jumping around kind of thing part of it. I think she enjoys that. So it's 2 cons in a row she sold at me with. And we go to cons together, but never sold. And I think she might like selling at a con better than attending a con because at the end there's money. And I take her to dinner. So it's a free meal, right? She bought my
she's like, I like to watch. Now give me money and make me go to dinner or something like that.
She likes to see the money flow. She's like, ooh. And she's always interested in what people picked up because she helps me bag and board them and stuff for the cons and help me price them and stuff, get them ready. And she'll go, oh, did you see what he bought? He bought this, he bought that. Who'd have thunk it? Can't believe that sold out. Like the first sale I had today, a kid showed up and he bought every Sonic the Hedgehog book I had. Just bought them all. And I was like, you left one. And he was like, oh no, you had 2 of those. I already got one. I was like, oh, all right. Because I try not to put doubles in, but I guess I had. So.
Yeah, no, and I suppose like she might do a few shows and then she might get sick of it maybe because she's like, okay, now I've seen it all sort of thing or whatever.
She might.
Yeah, you don't. I think as you said, at the end of the day, if you're like, okay, we're finished, we're packed up, let's go. I'll go take you to dinner now. She might just go, just pick me up on the way through and take me to dinner.
It might. Yeah, it might happen that way. We'll have to see. I think she's definitely in.
She's not a collector at all, is she?
No.
No, like she doesn't have any like collecting type hobbies. Like, no, I'm not talking about just comics, but
no, she reads like like
novels and stuff,
like fantasy novels and stuff like that. She likes that. And so she'll do that and she reads them on her phone. So she doesn't even collect the hardbacks or paperbacks or anything. She reads them on her phone. She's digital, which she loves because she's just like a couple of times at the con, she was just sitting there reading her book. And
gets a bit quiet. She'll pull out the phone.
Yeah, she'll pull out the phone and read. So she loves it.
Okay. Yeah, and I suppose that's because I can see where it could get sort of boring for Beck in the same sort of instance because, like, not the helping out with the booth side of things, but when we go to the cons, it's primarily my thing. Like,
right,
I'm going, especially when I was doing the original art stuff and doing the commissions. we'd have to be there for the whole weekend because I'd set it up like first thing Saturday morning, as soon as the artist gets in, and then quite often you're waiting till like close on Sunday to try and get it back.
Yeah.
So you had to try and fill out. You'd be there the whole day Saturday, and then the Sunday you just go back in the afternoon, potter around a bit, talk to some people
Oh,
and
yeah.
try and pick out the art and stuff. But obviously not that because I'm not doing that anymore. Now it's usually just a few hours that we're there. We'll do a couple of rounds. I'll talk to the comic vendors, buy some stuff, and then be like, I'm tired, let's go home. She'll want to have a look around. She might buy an odd thing here or there she might like, but she's not aggressively looking for, I'm looking for this spawn
Right,
book, or I'm
hunting.
looking for this thing.
Hunting
she's not
hard.
really hunting.
Yeah. That's still, I mean, whatever it takes for her to have fun is I guess what it's about,
Yeah, and I think it's the fact that she sees that I'm enjoying
Yeah,
myself,
I hear
that
you.
she's enjoying herself, that I'm enjoying myself, sort of thing. I suppose. But like I'd rather still have her there with me than going in by myself. Like I can still easily do it by myself.
Yeah.
But I think she's like almost like my leash holder. I know that's going to sound a bit weird, but it's sort
No,
of
it's
like,
fine.
it's like, if you spent all your money, or do you need a spare $10, or have you had enough? Instead of me just going, I'll just wander around for the whole day and I might find something. I can go in there with a mission,
Right.
fulfill it, and then she's like, do you want to go? Oh, okay, yeah. If you want to go, I'll go. Okay, we'll just go.
That's fair.
Yeah, back to the old school days, in and out within an hour or two, and you don't have to, kick tires for a whole day sort of thing.
I don't know. It's tough to do those quick hits on cons because I feel like I'm not getting my money's worth when I pay to go in.
Well, that's the thing. Like, we haven't had to, like, for the big cons, we haven't had to pay for a con in probably 10 years because we always get either like exhibitor passes, or a friend of a friend's got like a spare media pass or something like that. Well, we generally will get in. Like, obviously we go to interstate ones, which we haven't done since before COVID. We used to do at least one a year. We quite often would have to pay for those ones because there'd be nobody vending there that we'd really know, sort of thing. So,
right.
But like ones in Melbourne, haven't had to pay for one for probably at least a decade, I'd say.
Wow.
So I don't mind going in and out, within an hour. I've done what I need to do. That's it.
I hear you.
But obviously, yeah, if you're doing, or if we're doing setup and we're doing bump in and we're doing close, we'll be there the Fridays generally, the bump in day. You'll do the setup, and then you might do a quick browse around to see if anybody's got some stuff set up to look at, and go, okay, I've got an idea of what I want to buy. Whether I need to try and get in on the Saturday morning before the general public gets in and buy the stuff that I want without being hindered by the crowds. Right. And then I might only stay an hour after that and then go. But yeah, if you're in there fresh.
Yeah, I don't know. I like for instance, there's a con in late October, and I'm gonna be doing a commission, and I'm gonna be picking it up at the con, right? So it's gonna be prearranged, everything. I'm gonna be already paid for, just waiting to go pick it up, right?
Yeah.
Well, the issue is it's a Saturday Sunday con,
just like
and I'm only really interested in picking up my commission, and it's pretty freaking far away. It's like 3 hours away. So I don't really want to spend the money to go and be staying overnight and do both days and all this other stuff. So I would rather just kind of do a hit and run and probably see some of the con while I'm there, but not make a big deal out of it. So it makes me almost think maybe I should try for Sunday, where it'll be less crowded and less people, and I'll be less likely to wander the con all day and do, like you said, like just wander aimlessly through the con and trying to buy books and stuff, when I should just really want to go get my commission and leave.
Would you be, do you reckon you'd be in a position to bypass it altogether and say, look, if you're going to be in this town for this con, can I just pick it up after the show? Like,
no, because I want to see him. I want to thank him. I want to talk to him. I want to have the experience. I'm willing to pay for the ticket. It's not like I'm trying to get out of that. But if I go on a Saturday, it's going to be freaking bananas. It's going to be super busy, super crowded. I won't get as much time with the creator, and I don't really care to go to the con because I have another con that I've already booked, and I'm going to Dallas I think it's the next weekend.
Oh,
Yeah,
so you don't
it's the very next weekend.
back.
So I
Yeah.
definitely don't want to spend money,
Maybe a bit better off sort of going early afternoon or something then, like just leisurely, like wake up, just take your time or whatever like that. Okay, it's 3 hours. Drive over there, get there at like 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, go pick it up, have a chat to him, have a quick look around, and then leave.
That's what I'm thinking.
It's the less time you're there, the less you're tempted to spend money.
And you know what's frustrating about it is that the con is open later on Saturday. So they're open till 5 on Saturday and they're only open till 4 on Sunday. So if I was going to leisurely go and not press myself, I'm better off to do it Saturday because I get a little extra time to get there and do my business, I don't know. Like I said, I'm struggling a little bit.
You don't want to be stuck there until 5 and still have a 3-hour drive. You'd rather be stuck there till 4 and still have a 3-hour drive. I know it's only an hour. It's only an hour difference, but if you're working the Monday, 3 hour.
That's
drive,
true.
Yeah, it's an hour.
That's true
early,
too.
so.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and I'll be working that Monday because I'm taking off the end of the next week, so I got to hurry up. And
you should know by now, Bobby. He's going to say you'll have to wait for the video.
No, I tell everybody I don't give a fuck. I'm getting a Greg Land commission.
So you're probably going for the torso for around the $350 mark.
I think that's what it was. I have to look and see what the torso, a full body. I'm doing the full.
Oh, you got the full body. Okay. I
think so.
I don't know. I can't remember because I remember Mike telling me I think it was $350 for a torso. I don't know what he's, but I think that's on 9x12. I don't know about 11x17s or that sort of size, or whether he even does that size.
Yeah, he does 11x17 for $900
for full figure. Okay.
Yeah, for full figure, an 8.5x11 head bust is $350.
Yeah,
and a cover, which is what I'm going to get, is $450.
Okay. Oh, a sketch cover.
Well, I mean, it'd be full. I mean, fully done. Like not a quick sketch. It'll be full.
Yeah. Yeah, that's still pretty.
I clarified. I said the blank cover full body, and they said yes. So, but what character do you think I should get? I haven't decided yet, and they're going to be calling me soon. I would guess probably the next after he only has one more con between now and then, and when that's over, and I think that's next week. When that's over, they're going to be like hitting everybody up for the commissions for this one.
So obviously he's known for he's another one that he's known for his ladies. So like a lot of people like the ladies stuff from Greg Land.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lady book, but
so I know what I would choose.
Well, tell me.
I'd probably go for a black cat or something like that. But that's because I'm a Spidey guy. But
that's high on my list. And also his black cat is, I mean, he does black cat. He could do that with his eyes closed.
Yeah.
Because he's drawing Black Cat right now with the Black Cat and Spidey series. He's been drawing Black Cat for 2 years for Marvel.
Yeah, so I don't know, because sometimes I like to throw the curveball too and do the old, you can pick the character you want. And some artists will go for it, some artists won't. But because I usually say, like, since I started Spidey only original art, I always ask the artist still, look, you can pick any character you want as long as it's from the Spider-Verse. So it could be, a Spider-Man or a version of, it could be a villain, it could be an ally, it could be a friend.
That's interesting.
Stuff like that. What's this says? There's only been like, oh shit. Okay. Apparently there's only been 8,000 people through the door over both days at this con. That's shit. They're not even going to break even. I usually, because I've mentioned this guy before, and I've done a video on my artist series about him. He goes by the moniker Chumba, and his name's Jeffrey Cruz. he does a lot of the Street Fighter, Capcom. Like he works for Udon Entertainment, so he does a lot of that, like the gaming, fighting, gaming type books. He always really like every time I give him a commission thing, I'm like, oh yeah, just go the full figure color,
Right.
pick a character from the Spideyverse, or he'll just say as per normal. I'm like, yep. He really deep dives, like fucking deep dives. He's even
Really?
got me once or
Finds
twice.
like
where I'm
obscure characters.
yeah, I'm like, he got me once where I'm like, I haven't even seen that character before. That's
Oh,
how
wow.
deep dive he went. So he was really good at that. But a lot of artists won't necessarily want to choose.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want him to choose.
Yeah, and that's fair enough.
I just feel like I don't think he would choose something poorly, but at the same time, I don't want some random. I mean, I'm paying for this, you know. I don't want a random character, and I have some Greg Land original art already, but I don't have a commission. So to me, if I was going to do that, if I was going to let him choose, I would just buy something that's already been drawn.
Yeah,
like it's not for me if I don't ask for it. Does that make sense?
That's why it's got to be a character that you enjoy, and then not necessarily draw it, because you got to find that happy medium of a character you like to like the style that somebody does. Like, because I used to start off when this is me like being ignorant in my early days when I started collecting original art. I got a Cell Buscema commission done.
Right.
Now, my first thought was he's known for doing Hulk. So I'm like, I'm going to get a Hulk. Stupid me not even forgetting about all the Weber's Spider-Man and spectacular Spider-Man that he'd done. I'd totally, like, it just slipped my mind. I just, like, the first thing that popped into my head was Hulk. So I'm like, I got a Hulk. So I used to quite often pick the character for who the artist is either drawn a lot of or well known for, because it's a correlation between the two. But then I started going the Spidey route, and I'm like, no, I want to see some different stuff. So that's like when I first commissioned when Mike Crome moved back to Australia, because he is an Australian, but he moved back here and he did his first con. I knew nothing about him, but I saw his art and I'm like, he does all the, you know, the Lady Death and Red Riding Hood covers, and like he does all girly pinup art, sexy stuff.
Okay.
But I picked Craven because I'm like, that's something
a little different.
Yeah. But he did a fucking amazing job. Like, I love that piece. It's a gorgeous looking piece. And that's what I do for, like, if I ever got a chance to pick, what's his name? Ebass.
Yeah.
Like, he's known for doing his girly stuff.
Oh, yeah. He's going to tattoo his name right on their thigh.
Yeah. But I've seen him do, like, this is gorgeous commission he did. I think it's like Wolverine in a sewer. I think it might be Wolverine and Spider-Man or something like that, but it's in a sewer, and he did it for a collector, and it looks fucking awesome. And I'm like, the guy can draw guys as well. So sometimes I like to think outside the box a little bit too, regardless of whether the guy is known for doing females or not. But Greg Land's one of those guys, like Ebass, you automatically go, okay, I'm going to pick a female.
Right.
But
yeah, and I think sometimes I have a little issue with the idea of going outside the box, only because
you don't know what you're going to get.
You don't know what you're going to get. And I don't know, like I have a very tight collection. So if you're going to have a sprawling art collection and be like, hey, I want something off the wall different, that's fine. But if you're only going to end up getting one character by someone, you should get something that's somewhat related or tied, just for the sake of the health of your collection. You know, that it's not all just, it's cool to have those one-off odd things and head scratchers, you know, in the collection when you have a nice stable of other awesome shit. But if you don't have that first, you should get that first, you know. You know what I mean?
And that's probably why I went for the Spider-Verse only stuff, because I'm like, I'm happy with anything from the Spider-Verse because it's still a focused collection. Whereas when I started, you know, like I have all Marvel characters, but I have a lot of random characters.
Right.
You know, because I had multiple opportunities to go back to the same artists and do that. If you're only getting one chance, possibly, or you're going to only do one chance, I'd be doing something in your focused collection.
Well, like with Greg Land, I want to get, obviously it's going to be a female character, but I'm totally okay with getting a female character that I don't know that he's ever drawn, or something very obscure, or something that's, potentially a golden age.
Predominant? Is there a predominant golden age female, or a Dave Stevens female, or something like that you might lean towards?
I thought about having him do a Phantom Lady.
That's a golden age character.
Yeah, golden age. But if I do a sketch cover, there's no sketch cover for Phantom Lady.
Oh, that's the other problem.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I thought about having him do a Black Cat, but the Golden Age Black Cat on a modern.
Is that the purple outfit?
It's like blue or red or something, blue and red. But I thought about doing that on a modern Black Cat blank. So that was Golden Age character. So that's kind of like weird and stuff. But my wife was like, "Well, she doesn't have a very cute outfit." I'm like,
"Fine." So that's the other thing. You're even pigeonholed even more when you're doing blank covers, because do you like, I'll get a Hulk and a Spider-Man blank cover, like that sort of stuff. Like some people will do that because they're like, this is just the spare blank I have and I want art, but I want to have art that I like. Or do you go, okay, I have to get a character that's related to this book or this character's group of books or whichever sort of thing?
I think I would. Otherwise, I'll just get a piece of art. Like, it doesn't have to be on a comic cover. If I'm not going to get it to relate,
you just get a 9x12 piece sort of thing.
Yeah. Or he does like an 8.5x10 or whatever for the same price, basically. So I just do that.
Is there a predominant female lead in the Rocketeer books?
Betty Page, but I probably wouldn't do a Betty Page. And I already have a Betty Page done hanging in the living room, so I probably wouldn't. I already have a Bullet Girl and Betty Page in the living room, so I don't know. It's tough. And again, it always boils down to that, right? It boils down to the being stuck, pigeonholed with the comic blank.
Are you providing the blank, or is he doing this?
Provide the blank.
Okay. And you don't have obviously an excessive array of blanks.
I mean, I got 5 or 6 blanks, but nothing that I'm like, ooh, perfect.
Yeah. It's like, I have a Rocketeer thing. I'll get a Betty Page and a Rocketeer, like that sort of thing. Or
I might check eBay. That'd probably be a nice, easy place to start. And just go blank comic cover on eBay and see what's out there.
I just had a thought pop in my head, but you're probably not gonna like it.
I might like it.
A boob window Sue Richards on a Fantastic Four blank. How she has the crop top with the Fantastic Four boob.
Isn't her name Sue Storm?
Sue Storm. What did I say? Sue Richards.
Sue Richards.
Sue Storm. Sorry.
Well, when they get married, shouldn't she be Sue Richards? Did they got married? Because
she got married, so it was it was Sue Richards, but obviously Sue Storm, but I don't know. It just popped into my head.
I like that,
but it's not like Fantastic Four is not necessarily your thing, sort of thing either. That's the
Daredevil. I could get an Elektra, a cool Elektra.
Elektra herself or Elektra Daredevil.
Oh, there's a Thundercats blank.
Chitara.
That would be fucking awesome.
Don't get Popper excited.
Yeah. And I'm always thinking, like, if it's one that doesn't have the proper like coloring, like I don't know if I'm getting full color. I would doubt it's not full. I would doubt it's full.
It won't be full color at that price, no.
Yeah. So that would be a good one because the shading would work good with that.
He might, because does he do Copic work?
Yeah, he might do some blues on it and stuff like that. So
I was thinking, like whether he does the warm and the cool grays and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what I would think. That's what I would assume. That's what most people do. But yeah, Thundercats would be good. Venom, I could do Lady Venom, I guess.
Yeah.
Transformers, I don't know. What's a chick car? Beetle? Supergirl,
Power Girl.
I kind of wanted something Marvel, but
Sue Storm, Elektra, Storm, just Storm.
Yeah.
You're not really an X-Men guy much, are you? Oh, yeah, you are a little bit.
I like X-Men. Yeah, I would definitely get an X-Men, and he does X-Men. Like
Magic, a Magic.
Honestly, if I was choosing X-Men, I don't know that I could not get. He does my favorite White Queen. He does my favorite.
Okay, yeah, I didn't
Emma
think
Frost.
about Emma Frost.
And he does amazing Emma Frost, but he already has done so much amazing Emma Frost. Like, is my sketch cover going to be better than that? Probably not. But
I think I have one Emma Frost, and Nicola Scott did it for me.
Mary Jane, yep.
Yeah, there's MJ, of course, Gwen Stacy, that sort of stuff. Yeah, Emma Frost. I've always had a fascination with Psylocke. She's always been one of my favorite.
I do like Psylocke. Here's a Scarlet. I could do like a G.I. Joe Scarlet. It's a Storm #1 if I wanted a Storm.
Yeah.
There's FF X-Men 97. Power Girl.
And I suppose if you buy a group book, like you could buy an Avengers one, but you could pretty much put almost any character because anybody's been an Avenger at some point or other. Same with X-Men, you got plenty to choose from.
Scooby-Doo.
Oh, are you going to go Velma or Daphne?
Get a sexy, probably Velma.
Yeah.
Then Vampirella.
Yeah, well, that's Vampire. Like all the Dynamite stuff is. You've seen it. Everybody's seen it. Vampirella and frickin' Deja Thoris and all those sort of characters and Red Sonja, and it's a bit overdone, the sexiness with that stuff. Like it might be your thing and that's fine. But I'd rather get a superhero-y type stuff.
I'd rather get a superhero one. And they have this cool kind of X-Men 101 facsimile. So he could do Phoenix, which he's well known for his Phoenix.
Phoenix would be nice.
Witchblade.
Yeah, Witchblade's going a little bit deeper dive.
Yeah, but I don't like it that well. Like I like it okay. Star Wars. I could get like a Princess Leia or something, or I don't know, Ahsoka. Maybe
Tomb Raider. You can get a Tomb Raider, Lara Croft.
I know he hasn't done it. Out there.
Yeah, I'm not sure to be perfect.
And his Lara Croft isn't my favorite.
So he has actually drawn her before.
Oh yeah. I actually have a signed copy of some in the original Tomb Raider run. He did some.
All right, Bobby. Take care, brother.
White Gloves got the camera. I'm an influencer. I've influenced 2 people to buy this camera, Jigs and Mr. White Gloves. That's awesome. Thanks, Perry, for letting me know.
Yeah, so you do have some options. It's just a matter of finding the blank.
I mean, you can find the blanks on eBay. The problem is you hope that they're clean.
Yeah, and are they gonna get to you in time?
You
said it was October. You said it was October, wasn't it?
Yeah, I got time. I just need to select. I need to make a choice quick because I know they're going to hit me up in about a week and be like, "Hey, what do you want?" I'm like, I don't know. Let me holler back. They're like, "Oh, this guy's not serious." Next, I'm like, no, Guardians of the Galaxy. Gamora. No, I don't like Gamora.
I like Gamora. I like Gamora in the old style. Like it's almost like a big bikini sort of look, like the old, it's like green on green almost.
Yeah, but still, Captain America could have him do a Peggy Carter.
Yeah, Peggy Carter or a Sharon Carter, or
yeah, I think Nauman's doing me a Peggy Carter though someday.
He did do a quick live stream the other day to say
he's back, right?
Doing a lot better and stuff like that.
He was sick, wasn't he?
He had a stroke.
A full on?
He had a full stroke, yeah. Not paralyzing one, thank God, because I didn't see any droopiness or anything like that, which is fantastic. So it must have been just a mild stroke, but still, it's fucking scary as shit.
Yeah, it is scary.
Fuck. Yeah, I'm just thinking, what else there could be out there?
Ghost Spider, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I have him doing April O'Neil.
Yeah,
actually.
But is Turtles really your thing, though?
Well, look, here's the thing. I like turtles, and I've always liked turtles from when I was a kid. But
You just
I
don't
don't
collect the
have
stuff.
I don't have a lot of turtle stuff, so that would be a nice way to work some turtles into the collection.
Yeah, that's
And I
fair
bet,
enough if you look at it like that. Yeah.
I bet he would do a great April O'Neil.
Mm. Yeah, so so I suppose thinking about it that way, you could think about the opposite of like, okay, I like this, but I don't have much of this stuff from this genre or this
Yeah.
topic. There might be a better way of looking at it too. Instead of going, I collect all Golden Age books, I'm going to get a good girl art
And,
piece, or I collect
and what are the
Spider-Man.
odds that he's done April O'Neil? Like, that's a little obscure. I mean, maybe he's done a few. I'm going to search because then. All right. Let's do
Yeah,
Greg
he did,
Land.
unfortunately, John. But yeah, he looks all right, which is good. Just trying to think of what else.
I don't see any April O'Neil that he's done. So
he might not have done any Turtles books at all then.
That might be an interesting challenge for him.
And you will get those artists that be like, oh shit, I have never drawn that character before, and look like they look interested and excited to do that challenge.
Zatanna. I bet he would do a real cute Zatanna.
Yeah.
And that lends itself to black and white too.
Yeah. You could either do that purely just pencil and ink, or you could even do that in grayscale, because you could do the dark grays, or even just plain blacks for the waistcoat, and then you could probably do some shading with the cool and the warm grays and things like that. So
yeah, I think the Zatanna sounds pretty good.
Has he done much DC stuff? He's done a bit of DC stuff.
Done a bit, but I think primarily he's Marvel guy.
Yeah, that wouldn't be bad. I think though, if he's going to be doing, because you got to get the stockings, obviously, you wouldn't want to do it in Copics. You just want to just pencil and ink.
Yeah,
because that would be time consuming as fuck.
He's got some that he does like an outline in Copic, just like a single color. Like I'm looking at one Zatanna he did has like a gold outline.
Yeah,
just a headshot.
But if he's going to do full body, he's going to be doing stockings, and you don't want them in Copics.
No,
that'd be too time consuming to do.
Looks like he's done her at least twice. They look okay. See, the thing with him is that he gives him a little bit of hip and back, but not much. Like he's very slender. He gives him larger chests, and he's pretty slender on the hip side. And so
not full hourglass then.
Right. I think I'm starting to lean towards April O'Neil. I think a really cool April O'Neil
in the full yellow jumpsuit sort of
Oh
thing.
yeah, the classic style of the cartoon is what I'll choose, with a large bust. I'll put on that large busted April O'Neil in classic cartoon.
I want those pens popping out of those pockets.
Oh yeah, and the little sneakers or whatever, and her little camera she holds or whatever. Yeah, that'd be fucking awesome. I think that would be pretty good. I'm leaning towards that.
Yeah, you might be able to shortlist it to say like April O'Neil.
I like
Black
too.
Cat and Zatanna.
Yeah. No, I'm off to Zatanna. Pre-sale $725. Oh, the Turtles blank hasn't come out yet. There's got to be a Turtles blank out there.
You would assume so. There's a freaking shitload of Turtles books.
Yeah, they love bullshit.
I'm pretty sure they even had a green blank, like when they started doing all the color shit. I'm pretty sure there was a green blank at once. So not that you would use that, but I'm pretty sure I've seen blanks.
Yeah.
You know the other person you could hit up to buy a blank off, who I know has a fucking shit ton of blanks, is Austin LeMay. He religiously collects.
Yeah, but he collects them because he's going to draw on them. Like, I'd feel shitty being like, hey, I want to get one of my favorite artists to do a sketch on a blank cover. Can I buy one of your blanks? Like,
yeah, he would do it.
Yeah, but it
I
seems
know
like
people have done it before. But yeah, I can sort of see where you're coming from. But I know he religiously tries, and he's got some.
yeah. Here's a Power Rangers TMNT blank that's green.
Yeah. Got Power Rangers on it. I know that's some people's thing, and that's fine. I'm just not a Power Ranger guy.
Me neither. But that's okay.
Hey, I like some goofy shit, but I've always seen it as just a goofy, weird show. But that's my personal opinion.
Well, I kind of put it up there
Opinion based.
Yeah, I kind of put it up there with like, Sesame Street, like
shit.
Shit you watched when you were 7, at the most. So not like us sophisticated 13-year-olds, you get you get up to that mark.
Yeah, because I think I was in high school when Power Rangers hit here on TV. So it was like all we did was make fun of it. But if I had grown up with it as a little kid, I might have a different opinion.
Yeah.
But like I love a lot of kiddie. Like I was a big Scooby-Doo fan when I was a kid. Growing up watching Scooby-Doo and all that sort of stuff, like Where Are You and all that sort of stuff. Like I love that sort of stuff. And yet, like I'll still watch, if I'm flicking channels and a Scooby-Doo animated movie is on, I'll fucking stop and watch that shit. I don't care.
Will you really?
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
I don't do too much of the Scooby-Doos.
I
remember as a kid,
I
wasn't
I love
huge
my
on it.
animation though. Like obviously being big anime fan, like I know that's more, well, the most part of it is more adult.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Power Rangers Kimberly with a big bust. Yeah, like I love my anime stuff, and majority of it's adult-like, but there are some there's obviously a lot of kiddie stuff too, because they've got to cater to all ages. But like I grew up, watching Scooby-Doo and Hanna-Barbera and Looney Tunes and all that sort of stuff, and I still love all that shit. I won't collect anything from it, but I still love all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
It's the origins of where I started with, loving art, because animation back then was an art form. It's not some dickhead sitting behind a computer doing it all digitally.
Right.
It's somebody actually hand drawing cells and backgrounds and things like that and flipping it all together and making a cartoon out of it. It was interesting for me. And that's why I have, quite a few animation cells in my collection. So I don't have any Scooby-Doo ones, but I could easily buy
I like
one.
it. Yeah.
Because the guy that I was telling you about, that does the art stuff that Beck and I think, like he's the major distributor for anything animation cell based in Australia sort of thing. So
right.
I've got, like most of mine are what they call Serra cells. So it's like,
right.
Serra cell is still, it's not an original production used cell, but it's a reproduction of an original cell at a limited quantity.
Right.
But I do have some original. I do have, I think, 1 or 2 original X-Men cells, like an actual original cell. But most of the ones that I have are just Serra cells, so they're just more cool-looking collectibles more than anything else.
I'd like to have an X-Men animated series original cell with Wolverine in it, but I'm sure
that's the one. That's the one that I have.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a Wolverine cell.
You should will it to me.
Yeah, okay. I'll put you in my will.
And then be careful what you drink from now on.
I don't drink, so just smoke. So I'll die of lung cancer, and then you can have it.
Yeah, but I'm gonna put something in one of those cigarettes. It'll be a lot faster. I got to get a hold of this thing early.
But it's like as I said with Beck, like she collects Marvin the Martian, so she has a lot of Marvin the Martian cells and art and stuff like that as well. And actually, not that she's going to like me doing this too much, but I've done it a bit before. So there you go. Oh, hang on, wrong way. Hang on, where is it? Where is it? Yeah, so there's that with Michigan J Frog.
Wow.
What else has she got up there? There's a couple of little smaller sort of pieces up there. They did this one as a limited edition, like poster type, like the old school.
Oh, that's cool. I like that
sort of thing. And then if you're this is a bit of a cross between. Well, she's got a massive How to Train Your Dragon piece, which is a big dragon fan. So that thing is fucking huge. This is actually my favorite. And this is the one I actually bought her when we first started going into the shop.
Very neat.
So this was purposefully done. But if you're a big sci-fi fan, because you got obviously like Rollerball, Lost in Space, that's Sherlock Holmes, Spock.
Oh yeah.
Star Wars, and then lost my train of thought.
Scooby Doo?
No, not Scooby Doo. Elroy and
Astro.
Not Astro Boy. Yeah,
no, Elroy and Astro.
Yeah, from what's the show called? Oh, bloody
Jetsons.
Jetsons. Thank you. I couldn't think of the fucking name.
That wasn't much help, I guess. Fuck.
No, I'm just like Elroy. You know that dude.
Yeah, and I said Astro, Elroy and Astro. You're like, no, not Astro.
I just my head went to Astro Boy. Yeah, but she's got like quite a few other cells and stuff like that, but obviously not enough wall space.
You don't have your X-Men cell in there? That's at your house?
No, this is Beck's place, not my place. Yeah. So,
don't you have stuff thrown around in there too, or no?
No, this is all her stuff. So she's got just as much stuff as what I do.
Yeah, really. You guys would be in trouble when you ever combine spots.
Oh yeah, that's the running joke has been for the last like 2 decades that we need like to live in a warehouse with plenty of walls and not much windows and not much light to wreck anything.
Right. That sounds like a plan. Just black them out.
Yeah. But yeah, no, so we've always been like art sort of lovers and things like that. So I'm kind of I miss the OA game a lot. Like I really loved the OA game and stuff like that, but it's just I can't I on my budget I can't afford to be going after books and art at the same time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I've had to do the one or the other sort of thing. So I might dip my toe in, once in a blue moon again, but I know because Beckerman keeps saying to me, he goes, "You're not a real art collector, you quit." And I'm like, no, I'm on hiatus.
There's no quitting. If you still have your collection, you haven't quit.
No, exactly. Now,
if you sell it all off, then that's more than a hiatus.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like I do not sell anything. Like obviously if times got extremely tough, there might be a different conversation. But a lot of that stuff took me a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of money to achieve.
Oh yeah.
And to get, because it's like anybody can go and buy, like I know anybody can go and commission somebody, but anybody can go and buy like a page or a cover or something if they've got the money, or if they just want to buy some random like $20 independent interior page that no main characters on or something like that. But
right,
getting commissions is quite a hard game. A lot of competition, a lot of varying prices.
Yeah, I can see that.
Certain artists only work on certain size papers, certain mediums. Yeah, it's not an easy game to get into. But you get what you can get.
Maybe I found one. I'm still hunting for this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle blank cover. Looks like they got one coming out for. I don't think there has been one in the past, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Not properly done. There were some like colored ones back in the day, and there's been a few here and there, but recently there's not been many, and a lot of them are exclusives to conventions. And I don't want another convention symbol on the wrong convention that I'm picking this up from,
And it's just more space, especially if it's on the front cover too. That's just more trade dress on the space too.
exactly.
Yeah.
So and there's
I that's why I'd say I'd try and maybe not narrow, maybe not go April O'Neil, bang. Maybe have a backup just in case.
Yeah, but it looks like that Blank Turtles cover comes out in less than 2 weeks. So
Okay.
I guess 2 Wednesdays from now, if you will.
Hmm.
So that wouldn't be too bad. I could probably get that done in time and send it off to him.
Yeah.
So
Is he far? Where do you have to send it too many states over or anything? Or
I have no idea. I don't know where he's at.
Yeah, you haven't
I don't
got
think
that.
he's too far away. I think he's in the south somewhere, but I don't know where.
Hmm.
Man.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a Greg Land piece, but
Too late. He's busy.
Yeah, there is still a lot of artists on my hit list, but the other thing that sort of is a bit daunting now is that I got to a space in original art collecting where I was like, I knew, like, I'm not trying to over exaggerate, but I probably knew at least 70 to 80% of the market, like the artists that were out there. You know, I had a hit list, but then I was
Right.
also open to people that, like, I've gotten artists, like pieces from artists that have just happened to come to Australia, but I had no idea who the fuck they were. And I'm just like, okay, I'll have a look at their back catalog. Oh, okay, I really like their art style. I'll hit them up and see if I can do it. Now, there are so many names. I have no clue who the hell they are, what they've done. Like, it's actually quite daunting because there's a new influx. Like, a lot of old legends have passed away or retired. There's so many new and upcoming artists, especially like worldwide now. Like, not necessarily American, but there's a lot of Asian artists, a lot of European artists, you know, and things like that. And it's just like, there's so many names now that it's just like, because you hear all these guys talk about, oh, that book done by, you know, Joe Blow. And you're like, I've never even heard of that guy before.
It happens to me all the time.
Yeah. There's
They,
so
they
much.
had that one, everybody was going crazy over Taylor Johnson's Warren
Oh, Daniel Warren Johnson.
Johnson on his Taylor's Dennis. Yeah, that guy. And I literally had never heard of him. And then they were showing off, you know, they were all super excited and talking about how long his line was and everything else. And I was like, they're like, oh, are you going to go get in line for a book? I was, no. I'm like, oh, don't you know? And they showed me like a couple of their books and they were okay, but
there's somebody in the background. I don't know whether I want to let him in though.
You can. I'm probably going to bed in a minute anyway.
It's one you might want to go to bed when you see who it is.
All right, depending on this.
You ain't going to bed.
Oh Lord,
you ain't going to bed.
I wish it was someone I didn't like because I would have definitely went to bed.
You're in for the long haul now, mate.
Oh,
so what happened with Metro? You didn't go.
No, didn't go. Didn't go.
I
didn't get my media passes, and which is fine. Normally, I just pay for the guys, but I'm like, I can't afford to. So, no media passes, no me. They're lost, not mine.
Totally.
I just got a text from Beck that Colin reckons they didn't have any more than about 8,000 people for the weekend. That's not even breaking even for a day, let alone a whole weekend.
Yeah, like I said, they need me more than I need them.
Oh, whatever.
The weird thing is, they're the only con that actually reached out to me and said, because I applied for my media pass, and then I've never been emailed back from them, and they emailed back like, "Hey Simon, it's blah blah blah. Loved your video from last year. I'll keep you in the loop of when things are happening." And then they sent me another email saying, "Oh, you can now apply for your media pass." And even though I already applied for it on the website, so they sent me a link, and I just filled out the exact same form as I did already, and then I didn't hear anything. But I know I spoke to the Mob Zombie guys; they're always at the cons, and they were saying they didn't hear back from them either, and they normally get into everything.
Yeah. Colin had 10 passes, so I probably could have got you in if you really wanted to.
Yeah, but I need to get the other two in, so
yeah.
Tony and Sarah.
Beck's there now.
What's that?
You got to get Tony and Sarah in.
That's it. So normally it's fine. I'm just like, yeah, I'll pay for them, but I was just like, no, I can't afford to this week.
Spending too much money on loose action figures.
They're not loose. They're
Yeah.
just in love.
Yeah.
They'll be loose. They're in love action figures.
He didn't go, Dave. So, but yeah, it looks like the numbers weren't because the I know they had a few cancellations, but
They had a lot of cancellations.
The international comic guests were actually like, because we usually only get like for the American guys, we usually only get 2 or 3 at absolute max. But there were some bloody good guests. Like they had Mike McCone, they had Anthony Marquez, Gerardo Safino, which I would have loved to have gotten original from him. Fuck, who else did they have? They had 1 or 2 others as well. So they actually got quite a few international comic guests. So it would have actually been cool from that side of things. But yeah, they had a lot of the media guests had last minute cancellations and stuff like that. So
Brandon Routh was still there.
yeah, Brandon Routh was there.
Oh.
MacGyver was supposed to be there, but he cancelled due to some commitments.
I like Brandon Routh. I thought he was a good Superman.
I haven't seen that movie.
That's fine. It's not for you. It's not. They didn't make it for you.
I liked him. I liked him in Legends of Tomorrow.
I liked him in Scott Pilgrim.
Oh yeah,
I've seen that once.
The vegan.
That's a weird movie.
You didn't like it?
I enjoyed it.
Okay. I enjoyed it. I've only seen it once, but I'm not like a cult fan like it seems to have.
I just enjoyed the movie.
I want to see your Rodimus Prime. Where's his big gun?
It's in like a box somewhere. Mate, I got this so cheap. And then
The original?
No, this is the new one.
Oh, okay.
And then what happened was I filmed a video and I couldn't transform it. And then just so happened that day, Spidey and Beck came around and I was telling them how this is so dumb I can't transform it. And Beck's like, I'll have a go. And she did it. But still, it wasn't easy. You got to admit, it wasn't easy.
It's almost like putting one of those
it's like 300 steps.
the UCS like Lego sets together. Like it's got a booklet that you got to try and follow to try and transform it. It's
so
ridiculous.
I was like, once it's done, you're not getting it back into the car form. That's the other thing. Because yeah. So, you know what I really want? I really want to get a blaster. But have him transformed as like a stereo on my thing.
Oh yeah.
So that's what I want.
I'll start hunting.
Well, they did like a re-release. They did like a re-release retro thing, and then they also did a new version of it as well. So I'd be happy with either, to be honest.
What's that range called? Because it's not a G1 range. It's a
yeah. So
range.
G1's obviously the original. They've reissued some of those. If they reissued Megatron, I'd buy that for sure. But I don't think they ever would. I can't remember what they call those ones. We sell them at work. So Tony's got one on hold, the blaster, and I was like, oh, he's never going to buy that.
Just steal it from him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Poor old Tony.
Yes, poor Tony. So did you hear about my Facebook getting hacked?
Yeah, I saw your post about that. And I'm like,
some crazy shit happened.
It was your personal account, not your Simple Simon account.
Well, it's my personal account, which is attached to my Simple Simon account, which is also attached to my work business accounts.
Oh shit!
Which I have full control of finances and everything. And I won't get too much into it, but yeah, let's just say we got fucked because my account got hacked.
Oh shit!
So yes,
that's the price of popularity, my friend.
That's probably why you got denied media passes.
Well, here's the thing, right? I can't even access. So they've completely locked me out of my Simple Simon. So basically, they changed my password. So all day I just couldn't do anything because everything was like, "Oh, you change your password, but you need your current password to change your password." And then you know how they send you verification codes, like to your email, like 2-factor and things like that. None of those codes are working.
They moved them.
So
all.
I get them, and then none of them would work. It'd say, "Oh, it doesn't match." I'm like, "What?" It's still hacked. Like I've just been like, I literally will be half grey by the end of next week if I don't get it sorted. So I can see them logging into my account. So literally, you'll say it's in Windows PC in Queensland has logged in. So I can kick them out when they're logged into my personal account. But then I think because I kept doing that, they then somehow created their own profile of myself called Simon Chung into my Meta account, and I can't kick them out of that. Because every time I try to, it says, "Oh, you need to confirm that you're you," and then it won't accept my password, even though I've changed. So I've gotten through loops and like I've managed to change my password so I can log in, but I can't log into that Meta, and that Meta was connected to my Simple Simon page, which I have no access to anymore at all, and it's connected also to my work account. So let's just say a lot of money got taken, and I was stressed as fuck the other day. I had to leave like.
So if anybody has a job for Simon going at the moment,
yeah, well, I had to call the boss and tell him. That was the stressful thing. They were like, you better call Steve. I was like, oh fuck. Because I was halfway through sending him an email. I was like, yeah, I guess I'll call him. That's probably a better idea.
Like everything you had, every way that you had your stuff set up was not against company policy, right? Like everybody else has their shit set up that same way, don't they?
What do you mean?
You know, interwoven with your personal stuff.
Well, through my work.
Yeah.
Well, no. Well, I've got the full admin, like, what's it called? Thing on the business account access. Yeah. So, and the guy who used to do it, he's like leaving. So he basically removed himself from all of our pages. And
so there's no backup.
Yeah. No.
Hey, Sarah.
We don't know that that's Sarah.
I know.
Bring in Cass. I want to see Cass.
Could be Tony.
Could be Tony.
I want to see Cass.
Cass made an appearance at the end of the Aussieverse the other night because when we did the FOC thing. Good fun. So anyway, Trump's getting shot at and shit over there. Whoa.
Yeah, it's right here.
It's pretty crazy.
I was con all day, and I get home, and then I see this headline. I'm like, what?
Oh yeah, how did you sell much?
Yeah, I did okay. That was good.
Table looks very neat.
It's a small table. I don't give you a little 6-foot table. That's it.
6? Is that it? Really?
Yeah, it's tiny. It's the smallest convention that I ever do. Is at this guy's convention. So,
well, to be honest, that Yarraville one here that I do is probably one of the smaller conventions. What are those fancy boxes you've got, mate?
Oh yeah, they're all fancy.
They're like made of like fabric or something.
Yeah, they are.
Look at that.
The black boxes are dollar boxes, and the gray ones are prices marked and keys.
Yeah. Fancy schmancy.
All day. On the wall there. Anything I want? Oh, you've got that. You got that Jason Todd removing the wheel book.
Yeah.
Did you get that in a collection, or did you have that?
Yeah, I got it in a collection.
No, you bought it.
I don't think I kept the copy for myself either. I think I just let it go.
It's either that or it was taken out of your box that you bought.
Yeah. I always raid the books I have holding for Simon before I go to a convention, just in case there's anything I want to flip. Tell them to arrive damaged.
Anything gets hot and I might be able to sell that.
The first key is to establish a long-standing history of not acknowledging the packages as they're received. So they were like, "Did you ever get this package?" I'm like, "Did I tell you I got it? I don't know." And then it's just gone. Too late to file a claim.
Oh God!
Have you seen Sean yet?
No, he only got back. So he was actually up there he was gone for like 6 weeks or something.
I don't think
he went to after Heroes Con. He stayed for a bit, and then he went to Canada Toronto for a bit.
Yeah, I think he was only gone for 2.5 weeks.
He is back because he did the stream. He did a stream when he got back.
It was like 2 weeks ago.
Video over. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
How long ago was Heroes Con?
About a month ago.
June 19th.
Whatever, man.
Yeah, just under a month ago.
Just saying. I don't know how you do it. I don't know. Doesn't he have a bunch of books for you?
I don't know what he's got for me. I just told him don't show me because it's content. And then I'm going to be like, I could have sworn Bub's
I mean-
copy of Batman Adventures looked better than this.
Here's a question though. At this point, wouldn't it just be easier for him to ask you for you to ask him to put him in the post and just say, "Hey, send it to me. I'll get him in 4 days."
I was supposed to see him today at the con,
but you didn't go.
No, I messaged him on Friday and said, "Hey, just a heads up, I'm not going to be going because those cunts didn't give me a pass."
So he probably lugged all your books all the way to the con, and then
No. That's why I told him in advance, so he didn't bring them.
He'd been sitting at his table for 3 days. I think that's what.
Was
Simon
Sean
said.
selling at Metro or not?
No. He was just going to go.
He was just attending. Yeah, 'cause he did pop into the chat earlier saying hello from Metrocon. So
Right, I thought he was selling.
No, he hasn't sold for a while. Actually, I can't remember the last time. He did the big con.
he did Supernova, didn't he?
He did Supernova with Mark.
Yeah, with him and Mark and James. And that.
Yep, that's me soon. I'll be at the big con selling.
Yes. First, the media pass to a con you can't afford to go to, and then new job, and then just it's a snowball of wealth coming your way, brother. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's all just small stuff now until the end of the year. Oh, they'll have
Giant size is in like a month. That's going to be. Whew, can't wait. I should save money for that one actually, because giant size is the best thing going around, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think I might have to start making an appearance again at these cons because Andrew puts me on the door list every single con, and I'm like, well, he knows I've been paying off this deal, so you know he's fine with just doing that. But he's been putting me on the door list for
Good,
years.
mate. I'm holding the Simon place for now while you're gone. He always messages me now. It's like, hey, do you want this figure? I'm like, whoa, calm down. Okay, he asked me if I'm going to Comic Metro, and I was like, yeah, I'm going. He's like, do you want me to bring your figures? And I was like, I can't afford those figures this week, so I'll come into the shop one day. And then I didn't go at all because I couldn't even afford the con.
All right, I'm done. I'm falling asleep.
Yeah, I can see you're fading fast.
Had a long day. Tomorrow, I'm not doing much except normal.
How long did it take to pack up?
It's pretty quick. I maneuvered the car in almost right outside the door. Just went down the steps, right around. It was great. One of the fastest I've ever set up or shut down a con. So it was awesome.
Very good.
Chuck in your little pissy wall and a few boxes, and you're done.
Yeah, it was super fast. All fit in the trunk, and on the way I went. So I did pretty good, and the con was okay. It was good. It's very low attendance. I bought 2 books and a stack of cards. Trading cards. Got this $5. I picked up this X-Men 212. Should be that's the first fight between X-Men, between Wolverine and
Sabretooth.
And then I picked up, I guess I could take that off now. This.
Oh.
You know what that is, Simon?
Yeah. First Lobo?
Yeah. First Lobo. And then the cards were
Bob.
Yeah. Now this was all clean when I got it. And then,
got a bit of sprucing on the way home.
Think about that. Back then, every movie had like a trading card set.
Oh yeah,
especially in the late 80s, early 90s.
It's a good card. Get it graded. You know the weird thing is what I didn't realize when you send cards to get graded, they only grade certain we don't grade those cards. We only do NBA cards or like that. You can't just send them any card. Apparently, I was like, well, that's the dumbest thing ever. A card's a card. Just grade it.
I mean, I agree with you, but that is very surprising.
Maybe not all, but like, yeah, because I was talking about getting some cards graded. Someone's going to send some off, and they're like, "Did you check if they actually grade those cards?" I was like, "What?" I've got the comic cover to that.
Yep.
One of the worst movies of all time.
One of the best comic book opening of all time.
I
Comic book
remember
movie.
when it came out the cinemas here, and then like shortly after, I was walking down Doncaster Road, walking past Blockbuster, and it was already at the video stores. I was like, "What?" I think it was the back. Like nowadays, movies come out pretty quick from cinema to media to physical. But
Why? Because he hasn't sent them to you, Papa.
Why am I not your friend? What have I done?
You didn't see. You have to send him the barbed wire set.
I just got it for myself.
Well, you'll have to find another set then.
You won't find another pair like these.
She doesn't even have a pair like these anymore.
Yeah, she still does. You can't tell me they're not in a drawer or box or something.
Oh, God. She has interchangeable boobs. Oh, God.
remember the show VIP?
I never
Yeah,
saw
no,
it.
I never watched it, but I remember it.
It used to be on like late at night, so I used to watch it. I didn't like it wasn't like by choice. It was just like you back then all you had was TV. So it was
Involuntarily watched a show.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start using that. Like it wasn't my choice to watch Baywatch today.
If you get a
It was
Samsung TV,
on.
there's the 24-hour Baywatch channel.
It was on, and so was I.
That's it. Papa used to watch it. Big fan.
Just in a nice small bubble bath there. Yeah, I think she was everybody's wet dream at one point or another.
Yes.
It was on USA. What's USA?
It's a network.
You got a channel called USA?
Basic cable, yeah. Or, yeah.
I remember when her first appearance on Playboy or whatever like that. Even that book went for
I had that
$dollars back in the day.
I had it because my dad had it, right? So I had his copy, and I don't know what I've done. I must have gotten rid of it when I moved to Greensboro. Because I've looked for it, and I just don't know what I did with it.
Like a lot of your childhood stuff, your brother probably stole it.
No. This is something I got off him. Obviously, once I was older, because he just had him sitting in the closet in the hallway at home. So I took that because I knew it was like I've got one magazine that's got early Pam photo shoots, but that cover, her first appearance, I had that, and I just cannot find it. So I think I got rid of it when I moved to Greensboro. It just doesn't seem like something I would get rid of, though. That's why I'm confused. This is like before I knew it was like first cover appearance, because I didn't collect comic books back then. But,
just doesn't seem right, did it?
Yeah, I was like, why would I throw that out?
Maybe Sarah found it and threw it out, so you couldn't have it anymore.
No, I've been looking for it for years, mate. I think when I moved out of Greensboro and into Ball, and that's when I started looking for it, and I was like, where is it?
You win some, you lose some.
Oh, good night, Carlito.
Yeah. Oh. I think I'll be getting close to finishing this up anyway.
I don't. I think I'm missing the laser cut chase cards.
It's probably just a base set.
No, because it's got the embossed insert cards.
Embossed Pamela Anderson card. Jesus.
Because there's
do they claim it was a full set, including exclusive ones as well?
No, in fact, quite the opposite. He didn't know that the embossed cards were in there.
Oh, okay.
And he had a separate set of just the embossed cards. And I was like, look, can you see the embossed?
Yeah.
It's like right here. You see that?
Yeah, we could see that, you dirty perv.
I missed it.
Is there any other kind?
Hey, Cass.
That's crazy. You hear that?
Yeah.
How good's my mic?
Cass.
Hello. Hey, Cass.
Hey, Cass.
It's weird. Cass doesn't respond like when you call him. Like, you know, Junjun would like respond to you. Cass
Yeah.
doesn't give shit.
What the hell is that?
That's someone's Samsung washing machine playing the Korean national anthem.
Okay.
This guy knows his washing machines. That's a good one. That one.
All right. My hand has a natural reaction to that card.
I don't remember embossed cards. Really? Did any other series do them?
I don't know that they did.
I remember there was like basketball cards that had like. Remember NBA hoops? They would have like the gold cards and the logo would be embossed.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Now he had a set of just the embossed cards for $10, and then he had this full set for $20, which included the embossed cards.
There's
Oh, what,
Dark
like
Horse,
cards-
Dark
cards
Horse
and
barbed wire
collectibles?
cards too.
Yeah.
Who would have bought those?
So I worked him down on these to 15. I'm like, that's easy.
Yeah, cards are coming back massively.
So when are you going to try and track down the Hell Comes to Frogtown cards?
Immediately. I bet Simon's never seen Hell Comes to Frogtown. You're so out of the loop, Simon.
Hell Comes to Frogtown.
I don't know if we're gonna continue to let you be friends with us.
1988.
Yep.
Oh, that cover looks pretty. Is that what's his face?
Yep.
Rowdy Roddy Piper.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't remember this movie. That cover's classic. That's like a classic. Like
that's the typical 80s like movie cover.
That's
type.
what you want.
Yeah.
Who's the chick in it?
She's the one from Conan.
Oh yeah.
Blonde.
Okay, like I would like to think that I've seen this, but I don't recognize like those frog people or whatever they are. Don't look familiar. But yes, this looks like a movie I must put on my to-do list. Maybe it's on Prime.
No,
It is. Well, it is, but you got to pay. It's on Tubi for free.
On Tubi.
But
I
you
don't
can
know.
pay.
As I said, I don't know whether we get it or not. So
You can pay $3.99 for Prime and get it,
Actually,
or on Amazon.
let me have a look. Just got to wait for the PlayStation to kick in. Yeah, it's a bit like that. Papa's going to beat us all to it.
Sometimes the PlayStation doesn't even get close.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Papa.
Yeah, Papa. Yeah.
Take it
I
easy,
might as well wrap
brother.
it up because I got some soup cooking upstairs.
Soup cooking.
All right, so everybody's hopping off. I made it. I made it to the end.
You did it, bub.
You didn't do the whole thing, but you made it to the end.
I knew you could do it.
I didn't know. It was touch and go. I promise you, I'm still sweating. You ever get the late night sweats where you're just sweating for no reason because you've been up for too long?
Yeah, I get that because I've eaten too much.
Well, it's probably both. I start overheating if I stay up too late. Like my system's running hot.
Yeah. All right. We will call it then. Thank you to everybody who jumped on the panel, to everybody in the chat. I greatly appreciate each and every one of you. I still need to get an ending. Simon, make me an ending, would you?
He's locked out of his account, and he'd get right on that.
Like an ending to your streams.
Yeah, do like an ending to my stream.
Okay.
We'll end it with this. Night, everybody, or morning, or wherever you are. Thank you very much.
There are worse things out tonight than vampires.